biggest 25K event in poker history. 320 Platinum Pass winners. More than 1,000 total entries.
2019 fue el año que cambió mi vida, ¿no?
The river card is a 5. Ramon Colillas is the champion. The Platinum Pass winner from Spain takes down the PSPC.
That was such an amazing event. Playing for huge sums of money on a free roll and an iconic winner.
It's very reminiscent of Chris Moneymaker, winning the $25,000 entry fee and then beating all the top pros amongst everybody else. How much better can it get?
Yes, the PSPC is back.
We have 400 Platinum Pass winners coming together again. It's going to be absolutely magical.
It is a total dream come true. I'm a little bit nervous, but mainly really, really excited.
En esta caja encontrarás un Platinum Pass.
Bahamas.
I won't think about the money. I have put any buy-in in the tournament, so I don't have pressure.
I just see the Platinum Pass and I started screaming.
I'm definitely excited. Everyone has a chance to win.
I'm so excited to play in the same tournament as Ramon. This opportunity is going to change my life.
I could have a table full of satellite winners like me, or I could have some absolute beasts.
It would be really nice to see a Platinum Pass winner do it again because it is life-changing. It's going to be the trip of a lifetime.
Welcome to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally here. The second edition of this unique $25,000 buy-in event, the ultimate poker tournament. We are covering all 5 days. The action starts right now. Hello everyone, I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And a very casual-looking Griffin Benger.
Hey, everyone, yeah.
I'm guessing, Griffin, you're going to play some poker today.
That's the plan. I'm very, very grateful you guys are giving me the opportunity to play and take a little time off from the commentating. I mean, this is such a special event, and I can't wait.
I mean, Joe, we are super excited to be covering this. I can only imagine what it is like to play this tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of buzz in the room, and it's incredible. You know, you think about a standard EPT main event, there's kind of a whole ocean of different kind of players. In this thing, it's a 25K. You know, these Platinum Pass winners, they're jumping into the shark tank. There's just all these sharks everywhere. This is their territory, and I'm really excited to see how it shakes out.
He doesn't even have a free buy-in. That's how good this tournament is. He paid to play it.
Before we look forward, let's look back. Of course, we are halfway through this event here in the Bahamas. Yesterday, we saw the conclusion of the PCA main event. Let's talk about how that went down. After 4 years away from the Bahamas, the PCA main event was back with a bang. A star-studded turnout saw 889 entries build a prize pool of over $8.6 million. There were familiar faces, memorable moments, remarkable reads.
Oh my God! What a fold! What a fold!
And finally, Team Portugal closing it out. Runner-up Pedro Neves locked up a 7-figure score, while his compatriot Michel Detani emerged victorious as our PCA 2023 main event champion. After that winning moment, Joe, you were down on the floor. You spoke to Michel Detani. He seemed happy in a muted way.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if it's rude to call Michelle Tatani a cutie pie, but it was adorable. He was muted, but I think he was in shock, honestly. And as we were counting down to go live, he was like, my heart's starting to race. And I'm like, dude, the hard part's over. Like, you did there's no more pressure now. Just give me a couple of words and we'll be fine. But I think he was genuinely nervous to be on camera, and it hadn't quite set in yet.
Tatani locked up $1.3 million, and there are more ridiculous amounts of money to be paid out over the next few days. As I mentioned, we're halfway through. That means 5 more days of live coverage, and here's what we've got coming up for you the rest of this week. We don't normally cover day ones. This event is different. You get every single day of the PSPC live on Twitch and YouTube. Day 3 is when we expect the bubble to burst. Day 4, that's Thursday, that's when we play down to the final table. And that final table, every single hand, live and cards up, will be streamed on Friday. We start at 12:30 Eastern every day, apart from the final day when we start half an hour later at 1 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central European Time. So, of course, this is the second PSPC. Let's relive the inaugural event back in 2019 and remember how that amazing event finished.
All in. All in.
This is a huge moment.
I bet you're gonna fold at exactly 10 seconds.
He calls.
This heads-up match has been all Colillas.
But if ace-high holds, we will have a winner. It's an ace-high flop. Deuce on the turn. Unless there is a jack or 9 on the river, it's over. The river card is a 5. Ramon Colillas is the champion.
Congratulations.
Ramon lifting that incredibly heavy trophy and cashing for $5.1 million. Now, Griffin, you played the first PSPC. You made the final 2 tables. You did all right yourself. Relive that experience. Tell us what it was like.
Well, first of all, I got that guy all in for his tournament life with about 16 players left. He had the better hand and he held, but seeing that was a little tough. No, it was an incredible experience. I mean, I think one of the biggest things is having a great table draw in a big tournament like this. I happen to have that. You know, the thing that's so exciting to me about the PSPC is, I mean, there are going to be some David Goliath type hands that are going on that you guys are going to be covering, and you know which one of these Platinum Pass winners are going to bite back.
In that situation against Ramon, were you the David or the Goliath?
At the time, I thought I was the Goliath.
Right. I think it was the other way around.
Turns out, yeah.
I think actually David beat Goliath, so
that's true.
Story checks out. Let's talk about this year's event, Joe. And first of all, we have to kind of address the elephant in the room. This event was meant to take place back in 2020 due to circumstances rather beyond our control. That couldn't happen. But that means we've got people who've been waiting near enough 3.5 years to play this.
Yeah, so if you take the people that were already going to be nervous about this event, right? They were already amateurs jumping into a 25K event. Add in a 3-year waiting period. Imagine the anxiety that is going on in their minds right now. And last night we met a bunch of these people at the a players party, specifically for the Platinum Pass winners, and you could sense it. They were nervous. They were drinking. The food was gone within 10 minutes. I think people might have waited 3 years to eat. I'm not really sure what was going on, but you could feel it, excitement, nervous energy, and I'm starting to feel it right now in the room.
We have got 400 plus Platinum Pass winners in this event. And Griffin, look, it's very easy in the poker world to become cynical, become jaded. That's all disappeared today.
It really is. Everyone here is just so thrilled about this. You know, I saw Spraggy mention it's magical, you know, and it really does feel like there's something in the air. And I can't wait to get started.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Spraggy, Griffin, because you and he are going to be sharing a table today, which I should highlight is going to be our secondary feature table. Now, 600 players have registered so far. So as more players come in, we will fill out these tables. These are the 5 we know about for now. So it's you and Spraggy, Griffin, and a couple of Platinum Pass winners up on the stage. But our main feature table, we're very excited that we are going to have that table headlined by the reigning PSPC champion. Yes, I can confirm that Ramon Colillas is going to be at the main feature table, and he is going to be joined by chess player and chess influencer Alexandra Botez. What can you tell us about her, Joe?
She's hot on the scene in poker right now. Has been playing a lot of the big streamed cash games online. Really sort of one of those folks that's sort of bridging the gap between the esports world, the poker world, the chess world, and we like having influencers like this come to the game. We like for them to spread the word to other communities, those sorts of things. And very charming individual as well. I'm looking forward to watching her play at the feature table.
So just to clarify, this is not a five-handed tournament. As I said, as players register, as they come in across the first few levels of day one, we will see more players arrive. We will see those empty seats be taken. Of course, in addition to watching the live action, we are giving you the opportunity to participate. Once again, just as we did in 2019, we are running the mini PSPC. This is going to be played over 5 days, just like the Players' Championship itself, but it only costs 1,000th of the buy-in, plus it has thousands in added value. Registration will be open until the start of day 2. Bear in mind, this is going to play out over 5 days, concluding on Friday. Griffin, you need to take your seat up on the stage at our secondary feature table. I have to go. I have an important job to do. Joe, you're going to hold the fort. But before that, let's hear one last time from the reigning PSPC champion.
Colillas, the Platinum Pass winner from Spain, takes down the PSPC.
Y la victoria en el PSPC fue un cambio total en mi vida. Me aportó sobre todo mucha estabilidad. Pude dedicarme a lo que yo realmente quería, que era poder viajar a los eventos y jugar los campeonatos.
Another truly sick run for Ramon.
El consejo principal que daría es que cuando estés jugando el torneo, que no te importe el resultado final, disfrutes al máximo. El segundo consejo que daría es ser fiel a tu estilo, no cambies para nada, aunque sea un torneo de más alto buy-in, donde haya los mejores jugadores del mundo, lo que tú sabes hacer, hazlo.
And nines
are good, unpredictable.
Bueno, como todos sabéis, el tercer consejo puede ser el cambio horario. Es importante porque en Bahamas la diferencia horaria con España o con Europa es bastante grande y os diría que os preparéis los días previos bien a nivel de cuerpo, de dormir, de descansar, para llegar en plenas condiciones. Me gustaría conocer a todos los clasificados que vengan con el Platinum Pass, ya que me siento muy identificado de la forma que viene la gente aquí. Para mí será un placer poder ayudaros y estar con vosotros el tiempo que necesitéis.
All right, my babies. I don't know if you can feel it through your screens, but this room is electric. A throng of people stampeded in here about 30 seconds ago. I've never seen people in their seats so quickly. It's time to kick things off at the PSPC. Let's kick it on down to James Hardigan.
Hello, players. My name is James Hartigan. On behalf of everyone at PokerStars, I would like to welcome you to the second edition of the PSPC. I remember very clearly standing in Barcelona in August of 2019 announcing this event. That's when we started awarding Platinum Passes, and that's why I know that many of you in this room have been waiting the better part of 3.5 years to play, and suffice to say, we thank you for your patience during that time. And I would like to extend that thank you to everyone who has chosen to come to the Bahamas and play in this unique tournament, what I consider to be the ultimate poker tournament. Every single section of the poker community is represented in this room. Players from all walks of life, from every single continent. Thank you for being here today. Welcome back to those of you who played the inaugural PSPC in 2019. You may remember that we had a very special introduction to that tournament, and it gives me great pleasure to say that Bruce Buffer is back in the Bahamas. So without further ado, I will hand things over to the voice of the Octagon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live! live from Baha Mar in Nassau. Are you ready for the second edition of the Ultimate Poker Tournament? A battle between Platinum Pass winners and pros, including the reigning undefeated champion in the PSPC, Ramon Colillas. And now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time to go to war on the black felt battlefield of champions for the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Let's shuffle up and
Well, you heard him, my babies. It would be impossible not to. Here we go. Cards are being scrambled.
Good luck, everybody.
Tables are being tapped. Our main feature table. Ramon Colillas.
No, I play chess. Okay, so one, two, and two.
Joseph Daniel Spolber.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Travel. Have fun. Enjoy yourself.
Albin Besson. Alexandra Botez.
You say you play chess?
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm playing cards now. Now it's time to introduce our co-commentator for the rest of the PSPC. The guy hoping to keep the ship afloat until some of the other commentators don't make the final table. Nicholas Walsh, hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited. I mean, Bruce Buffer, if I was nervous about playing this event and I heard that, I feel like it would alleviate a lot of the tension. Like he's expelled a lot of the bad juju from the room. I feel like I'm ready to play some cards now.
Ship lead to have at this stage.
First hand taken down by David K, PokerStars USA streamer.
Yeah, you'll see on the replay.
Guy's been on the roster for 5 whole seconds. He's already at a feature table. And let's welcome back at this point, James Hartigan.
They play six-handed.
I can't articulate what the energy is like in that room.
Yeah, there's way
No, I could not.
It's very easy when you've been around poker a long time to be cynical and jaded. All that's been stripped away today. These people are so pumped. They're so excited to play.
I'm quite cynical, quite jaded, and even I am walking around like a giddy little goofball.
So Ramon, the defending champ, on the main stage. Hand number 2 of the PSPC. He is raising with the Snowmens, and Alexandra Botez has pocket 5s in the big blind, and it looks like we're going to see our first flop of the day. 788 players registered so far, but that number going up literally every few seconds. And we have got a King-Queen 10 flop.
Not a super exciting board for either of these players. I would have to give the advantage to Ramon, both experience-wise and hand-wise. He's winning right now. And it looks like Alex is going to lead at this. All right, I was wrong, and I am happy to be wrong. First blood amateurs.
Check, check on the flop. The lead from Botez on the turn, and Ramon folds the best hand. So every player starts with 60k, so suffice to say, after 2 hands, everyone's around the 60k mark, which is 300 big blinds, opening level being 100, 200. Blinds in the PSPC go up every 60 minutes, so we play 2 levels and a break. 2 levels and a break. 8 levels to be played today, and now it's 791 on the clock.
Okay, Andrea, if you're watching this, if I win this one, I promise I will get you a Tesla this time.
That's my younger sister.
Okay.
I think I was going to change my name to Andrea. I want a Tesla.
So Nick, I want to talk about this guy, Platinum Pass winner Josef Spolbar. I understand this is the Black Elf on Twitch, who is a regular in your streams.
Yeah, absolutely. You actually beat me to it. I was going to follow up and just say, guys, don't forget, this is one of the very rare occasions when we're starting from day one. And obviously, starting from day one, probably the best opportunity for us to see such a wide array of players that may otherwise not make it this deep, or perhaps don't get the opportunity because we're stacking our tables with so many pros for the feature, right? So Black Elf has been a friend of mine for a very long time, big supporter of the stream, and I'm so excited that he's on our first feature.
Are you excited to see him flop a flush draw?
This is the most exciting flush draw I've ever seen in my life now.
However, it is top pair for Alexandra Botez, who called out of the small blind.
Let's name check Henry Strasser there.
He's folded. So Josef Spolbar is calling this lead from Botez, 1,000 apiece. We go to the turn, which is the 9 of spades, giving Alexandra 2 pair.
But
more outs for Spolbar. Yes, has the open-ended straight draw in addition to the flush draw.
Wow, really interesting to see she slows down when she makes the 2 pair. I think this is definitely an opportunity for Josef to go ahead and fire.
6,000.
Oh, the check raise.
Wow, he falls into her trap. 2,300 is the bet.
Now, I'll just point out, guys, obviously Alexandra plays a lot of chess. That check raise was like a time, it was like a clock, right? She had to slap the clock.
So she's made it 6K. I mean, you have to call here.
You're
You've got
calling.
decent equity, and we go to the river.
Come on, buddy.
It is a brick, the 3 of hearts.
Let's see if Alex can find the value bet.
10,000.
Yeah, she found it all right.
Wow, 2/3 pot. And with busted draws, Josef is going to have to fold this. And that's 2 in a row for Alexandra Botez.
I really, really want to keep an eye on that, James. It was like watching her play chess. She made her move like she was playing blitz. She slapped that clock down on him. And I wonder if we're going to see more of that, more of that style of play. She's so used to playing the chess.
Now, of course, we have got 2 empty seats on the main stage. Of course, those seats will be filled as more players register. We're keeping the field balanced across the entire tournament room. 795 so far, but that number will keep going up. Important to highlight, registration will be open until a couple of hours into, or 1 hour rather, into day 2. But I think it's fair to say, although Alexandra Botez is proving me wrong, that day 1 of an event like this, especially the early levels, is not so much about the poker as just taking in the sheer spectacle of it and trying to get a sense of all the different people, all the different characters who've come to the Bahamas to play this.
Yeah, and if I could point out again, guys, just the actual grandeur of the tournament room itself, right? The way it's lit, that stage literally being made up of screens, it's beautiful. And as soon as people arrived yesterday, I was saying, first thing you got to do, walk down and go check it out.
So that's 3 in a row for Alexandra Botez. Let's check out some of the players competing in the PSPC as they arrived at the venue this morning. Spraggy. Yes, he is still in. And there is Vincent, fully recovered from his bout of food poisoning.
I'm gonna win, but I'm nervous. I've never had cameras on me like this. I'm
Felix Schneiders is playing, meaning poor Ollie is doing German commentary by himself today.
I do commentary alone for you to play, James.
The ship animal. That is Rish Iyer, who won her Platinum Pass in a women's event in Philadelphia. There is Maria Ho.
Is that a cocktail?
One of the OG Platinum Pass winners, Danielle Summers.
The Platinum 5.
PCA legend, Roger Teska.
Roger Dodger.
Team Island in the house. Colm Chan. Along with the Belfast boys, Rick Bleakley and Tom Parsons.
Yes, Team Ireland, let's go.
Team Ontario. And, wait for it, Team Spain. There's 130 of them.
What? Look at that.
Is there anyone left in Spain?
There were around 130 Platinum Pass winners from Spain being led into the room by Ramon and Steve Enriquez.
Imagine being the kind of person that thinks poker has to be serious.
Michigan and New Jersey play together.
How fun is this?
Hopefully combining soon. Someday.
I hope you guys can come back on the global network.
Yeah, that's what it doesn't seem too likely, but, you know.
I was in the middle of an interview outside, and this roar of applause comes from one of the tents outside near the players' lounge. We looked over, and it was all of those Spanish guys giving themselves a pep talk. They were all in a big huddle, and yeah, it was like being in a football stadium.
I heard it from inside.
Yeah, it was incredible. That's how you do it. That's how you get hyped for a poker tournament. You want to be nervous? Nah, no, we're not doing that. We're going to go outside. We're going to have a pep talk. We're going to cheer. We're going to show up like we're going out. Love it.
Isaac on YouTube asks, what's a Platinum Pass? That is what makes the PSPC so unique, Isaac. It's a 25K buy-in, but since August 2019, we have awarded more than 400 Platinum Passes, which is a 30K package to play this. So you get your buy-in, your hotel room, your flights and expenses, and you get to effectively play this for free.
No, that's my first time in the Bahamas.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out as well to Colton Chan. We saw him just now, his walk-in. Had the pleasure to meet him just before he traveled when I went to the Dublin meetup. And just an awesome guy, plays a lot of sport, and I'm rooting for him. Definitely an aspiring pro.
Well, seeing also players like Rick and Tom and Danielle who've been guests on the podcast over the last few years.
Oh, yeah, he was.
I think the man just understands content.
I think that's the
500.
So this is hand number 7, not just of the day, but of the tournament, as Henry Strasser opens under the gun +1.
Ramon just knows, he's just so good. He's there like, oh man, what am I going to do for the next 5 days? Oh, that's right, I'll be sitting at these tables all the way to the final, like I do every tournament I play.
Johnny the intern on YouTube, very excited to see David Kay at the feature table, Michigan-based streamer. But this is going to be Ramon versus Henry, and it is domination rotation question mark?
Yeah,
yes, Strasser has top pair, but Ramon's got solid equity with the flush draw.
Guys, remember, this is a 3-bet pot, so this could get spicy, although they are incredibly deep. They're like 300 big blinds deep. How often in a tournament are you ever 300 big blinds deep?
Is it really 300 big blinds to start this tournament? Also great. How fun is that for an amateur? It's a lot of play.
So, a lot of play, a lot of danger too.
Ramon continues flop for 1,200. Strasser check raises relatively small neck, 2,600.
Yeah, he's going absolutely nowhere. He's got a monster on this flop, plus the backdoor straight draws. Obviously, a king on the turn would be a really interesting one, giving Strasser 2-pair when Ramon makes what he thinks is going to be the best hand on the turn quite frequently. Although, obviously, concern given the check raise. And that's exactly the card we see.
Are you from the future?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
So Strasser improves to 2-pair. Ramon now with top pair. Still has those draws.
Just checking the chip values. Definitely take your time here, buddy. You don't want to make mistakes in spots like this.
By the way, yesterday, I was very much focused on the Datani Daytona. Today, I'm loving the Strasser Santos.
And what is a Santos?
It's a watch.
Oh, someone I know is wearing one right now. I know it's a watch. That's the brand? That's the make or the model?
Cartier.
Thank you.
I could tell you the story behind it, but you've heard it before, and I don't want to bore everyone.
Ooh, Strasser.
Good watch yarn.
13.8 in the middle. I'd like to see a really, really chunky riverbed here. I mean, feels like you got him on the reel at this point. You've got a really strong hand. You're not going to run into deuces and fours here. Ramon's just not going to be 3-betting those pre-flop at this stack depth.
There goes for a third pot.
Yeah, he's always getting paid here, too.
Probably could have gone a little bigger based on Ramon's actual holding, but I guess you may be a little bit worried that one straight came in, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. But again, I'm not sure if Ramon's going to be 3-betting a hand like Queen 10 too often from this position. I don't know. Maybe. It's not completely outrageous.
Yeah, probably not.
I think Ramon kind of knows this
Wow,
sucks for him here.
yeah,
I like that he's thinking about it. I think he knows he's got the price is too good to
Such a
fold.
snap call for so many people. The fact that he's even thinking about this is just another testament to what a fantastic player this dude is.
He really is something special.
What's that one, James?
I'm not sure.
Does anyone know what kind of watch has a 12 at the top?
Makes the call, as you'd expect. King Jack's going to be the best hand here.
Almost folded.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So Ramon is now the shortest stack at the table. He's only got 211 big blinds, Nick. He's in the... No, he's fine.
You know, some people will wear their ears outside the hat, some people inside the hat, and Henry Strasser's got one in, one out, and I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Pick a lane, Strasser.
Bino thinks it's a JLC Polaris. It seemed to be ticking rather than sweeping, which makes me think it would not be a JLC.
Nerd alert!
All right, hand number 8. I am absolutely pumped about the fact we're starting from level 1, day 1, you guys. It's so rare. I mean, so far, the less experienced players at the table do seem to be, just the whole demeanor is a little bit different, right, guys? A little bit acting a little bit faster, a little bit less controlled with their sort of reactions at the table.
So this is the first we've seen from Alban Bason, another Platinum Pass winner.
I like seeing aggression.
Was this an under-the-gun limp, you guys?
So just to clarify, Josef Spolber won his Platinum Pass in a all-in shootout, I believe it was, at EPT
in London. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'll tell you a funny story after this hand about that.
Meanwhile, Alban won his Platinum Pass in the Mystery Bounty event at the FPS in Aix-en-Provence. Yes, thank you to Petrov for pointing out that we have seen a Gibbons, the under-the-gun limp from Henry Strasser, and a double Gibbons because he's called Bason's raise.
You know, if we do one of these again, we might want to dig up Gibbons and give him a Platinum Pass.
How much?
Guys provided us with a lot of entertainment over the years.
Definitely very unconventional to have limps here at all, especially at this stack depth. Ace-King just puts in a continuation and takes down. Going back to that spot you were talking about in London, James, the sort of flip-out situation where Josef won his pass. So a little bit of background. Josef is a developer, a software developer, very logical guy, as you'd expect.
Did you go to the Monaco?
Sorry?
Did you go to Monaco in May last year?
I wish I had enough money to go
He
to
was very
France,
unconvinced
right?
that he was going to win.
Monaco,
No.
EPT?
I couldn't afford that, sir.
Oh, come on.
I'm very lucky to be here.
One sec, guys. We'll get back to that.
Very,
Let's watch this
very,
hand.
I appreciate the compliment.
Very affordable for you.
Nice.
David Kay with deuces under the gun has raised to 500. Ramon is flattered with King 10 of diamonds. Folded around to Henry Strasser in the big blind. He's got Jack 8, getting a good price.
400?
Oh, well, not for 5. There we go.
So Henry's in as well, and we're going 3-way to the flop. That flop is deuce, deuce, Trey with 2 diamonds. David Kay has just flopped quads, and Ramon has flopped a no-good flush draw.
Wow.
Wait, this could really be David versus Goliath.
Colillas bets 1,000. Strasser is out. How does Kay play quads?
More like David versus Godzilla.
You just call and pray for a diamond.
Heads up to the turn, which is not a diamond. It's the 5 of clubs.
Quick check from the deuces, the quads.
And just to be clear, those of you asking, including Queen Bee Poker, no re-entries. The PSPC is a freeze-out.
That'd be awesome if Ramon just folded right there. He just checks so many folds.
No, he's bet 2,400.
I mean, I think you have to just call again. Like, what piece of this could Ramon have?
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic, especially at the stack depth.
Kay just calls again.
And Kay's not really supposed to have any of this either, under the gun.
The river card is a 10. Not a diamond, but it does give Ramon a piece of this board.
Does he check again? Quick check on the river, the trap of the century.
Ramon's getting kicked around a little bit here at the beginning.
This is where Ramon proves how good he is and just checks behind.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he's done it yet.
No, he's bet 4,500.
Okay, yeah. Decides there's still value here. Trying to get value from the 5x, the 3x, the 6s, the 7s, those kinds of hands.
I think you just call here to be cautious.
I'm sure there's somebody in the chat going to say, worst raise ever.
Well, he has to raise legally, I believe, within the rules.
Correct. He does. He does.
Let's hope he knows that.
I mean, just what's the size now, right? Because we're so deep, it's not like you're going to win the whole stack. I mean, that would be miraculous if you did. No, I mean the raise from.
Yeah, no, you raise to 4501. That's how you make sure you get called.
See? Oh, and a snap fold on the river.
Yeah. A chunk of blue, a raise to 15,500. Sorry, a raise to 20,000, in fact, and Ramon gets away from it.
No good, the straight, sir.
So Ramon has actually lost near enough half his starting stack in the first 9 hands of the day.
It's all right. He knows how to play all the stacks. It's all good. So Joseph, anyway, he wins his pass in London, but he goes into it. He's a very logical guy. He goes, I've only got like a 1 in 37 shot or whatever it was to win, because it was a flip out. There was no play involved. And he says to me, I'm never going to win it. I'm never going to win. He's a very, very logical guy. He calls me at 9 o'clock, and he goes, I think you need to come down here. I said, why? What's going on? He goes, I think you need to come down here. Immediately in the pub, 9:30, buying the drinks. He's won his pass. I'm over the moon for him. He's been supporting the channel for so long. And look at him now, first final table, unbelievable.
Guys, we need to get this verified.
Table, a little different.
822 entries showing on the clock, but it shows 821 players remaining.
No.
Have we had an elimination already? Because we were checking this morning, and we think it took most of the first level, if not the second level, of the first PSPC for us to have our first bust out. But according to the tournament clock, there are 821 of 822 right now.
I mean, that's quite the story. 300 big blinds deep to start.
I'm just so curious. Was it a cooler? Was it someone just being a complete donkalonk? What was it?
What if it was like hand 10? Oh, yeah, sure, buddy. I guess I'm all in. Sir, that's binding.
Yeah, right.
I feel like this is the event for it.
Confirmation, Joe Siroc has been confirmed as the first player to be KO'd from the PSPC.
No.
It's happened in the first 20 minutes of play?
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no.
Joe Siroc. That's a name I haven't heard for a while.
So we're now at 825 entries, but that number is constantly going up. Players registering, taking their seats all the time, and this will happen throughout the day. So the number to beat, I don't like to call it that. The field in 2019 was 1,039. And of course, the big question that everyone's been asking over the last few days is, will we beat that number? And if we do, how many players will we see?
Is this Joseph Michael Siroc the heir to the Siroc vodka dynasty?
Unless they spell it completely differently. No.
I'm just kidding. Dynasty. Classic.
So this is Strasser versus Besson.
Strasser getting involved with a lot of pots so far, guys. A lot of unconventional plays thus far.
This is a very common Platinum Pass winner archetype here.
It is, absolutely. But, I mean, sometimes that works to your favor as well here. With the double gutter, obviously, pretty legit, though, this time around. Sometimes the more unconventional lines can confuse pros, even the most experienced of us. Very common complaint is it's very difficult to play against people that are inexperienced. Now, I don't want to just immediately call out Strasser for being inexperienced, but obviously seeing some limps UTG and stuff like that, quite unconventional from what we've seen thus far.
So Strasser is the table chip leader with just shy of 78,000 chips, playing close to 400 big blinds right now. A reminder that the starting stack is 60K, which is a 300 big blind stack. And we're still six-handed on the main stage. Most tables playing six-handed at the moment, but players coming in all the time.
Allowed to get water, actually?
Yes. Water for everyone.
That would be nice.
Thanks.
Good idea.
Whoa, slow down, guys. Hope you're not driving home.
Hydration is key.
It's weird because we have a higher influx of amateurs than normal, right? Than any event, let alone a 25K. And the chat pros are even more amateur than usual too today.
And Chat Pro Monday will never be a thing. 9-5-4 on the flop. Queen high still the best hand.
So continuation, 800. I think it's a little bit pricey to float with the Jack-10. If it was a smaller size, I think it's okay to continue. I'm liking Yosif's demeanor, though. He's got a good poker face for the feature table today. Yes.
What's the joke?
If you guys don't recognize that, it's going to be the handiwork of one of our other Platinum Pass winners.
One guy who wins all the pots.
The lucky token on the table, the lucky card protector.
Everybody does. Classic beginner mistake. It's okay, you will learn.
Yeah. But to be fair, you did say you took fourth already in the tournament. This is my first tournament, so you know.
Nah, don't be like you.
This could be my first tournament.
Okay, I don't follow. I doubt it.
First
but
tournament
I don't
of
follow,
the
so
first tournament of the.
I know you played cash.
I'm not sure I believe. First time in the Bahamas?
Yeah. First time in the Bahamas.
Cash is my home.
And this is your first event?
No, yeah.
For here, yeah. In the Bahamas, at least. Yeah.
So Ramon
you didn't play
picks
any
up
other
queens
events?
on the button and raises.
Not here. I'll play some of the smaller ones, like you know, the most
Gets
likely
called by
scenario I'm
queen
out
7 in the bag.
before day 5, you know. We have to play some other tournaments, you know.
We can only speak English at the table, right?
What about yourself? Any other events?
I played the 10.
There is a 7 on the flop for base on, plus a club. That might
Any luck?
No good.
ensure Ramon can get some value here.
No. Second day I made the 10K, the bounty.
An opportunity to win some back, some of those chips. Excuse me.
I played the one I like the one in Vegas.
Okay, the win.
How does the mystery bounty work?
The one in not the win, the one at the World Series.
Oh, nice.
In June, July. That was a really good one.
So basically, if you get a bounty, you draw from an envelope, and there's different prizes. So it can be like really low, like
How
one
do you
by
win the
one.
bounty?
On the second day.
Knocking somebody out on the
Knocking
second
somebody
day,
out.
usually.
Only on the second day, though. It's not, doesn't apply usually to the first day, only the second day.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's like pretty new, and a lot of people really enjoy it. I haven't played one yet, so I'm like, if I have to play
1,700
one, I just
apiece
strip
going
it,
to the
that's
river.
fun. They have like
It's
a
fun.
550.
And so that basically encourages action, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, because if you bust somebody up the second
It's
day,
like
you get a
Bason's kind of
bounty,
staring
you
him
get
down
cash
here.
for the
You're not going to
bounty,
get
you
much
up
from
to
that guy, buddy.
$100,000 bounty, $50,000 bounty.
And as
Most of them were
Shucks it
1,000.
back and
As
finally
long
wins
as
a
the big
hand.
one's up there, everybody wants.
As long as the big one up there, it's always exciting.
That's cool.
It's fun. It's a fun event.
Yeah.
You on the World Series at all?
I went for like a week and a half last year.
Which one?
I went for like a week and a half. I just played like maybe some of the, I mainly play cash games. So I was playing like the deep stack stuff for fun and mix it up.
Here comes a new challenger.
New player coming in.
Cheers. Morning.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
We've got Jamie O'Connor in the 8th seat.
Jamie of the Connor.
So Alexander, you prefer cash games
UK
or
player,
tournaments so far?
not a Platinum Pass winner.
Both are fun, but I usually play cash.
Gotcha, yeah.
Good taste.
But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I like
It's
the
like the cash.
tournament grind, though. It's very exciting.
Yeah, there's definitely, especially if you make it deep in a tournament, not that I can say from experience, but, you know, it looks fun, I should say.
Yeah, when you make it deep in a cash game, it can be a worse news, actually.
Yeah.
You're stuck.
You're stuck. Yeah, if you're up all night, it's because you're usually not up all night.
Exactly. Usually chasing losses, but living only when you're up, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny how the brain works.
A raise from David Kay.
So 2,000?
And instantly re-raised by Alexandra Botez in the big blind. She's 3-bet to 2K with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Not a typical 3-betting hand. Most of Alex's experience comes from cash games, by the way, where this is a little bit more orthodox? Unorthodox? I don't know what that word is.
Well, she has flopped a gut shot and a backdoor diamond draw.
And yeah, if anything about her past behavior is any indication, she's pretty aggro and is going to win this pot.
Wow, that's 5K. Huge continuation.
Where are you from?
Someone else today.
Yeah.
So now 7-handed on the main stage. 832 entries so far in the 2nd edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
Where is the best place for food here? I've really been struggling.
I would try a restaurant.
Question.
Thank you for your question.
The Karna?
Karna.
Karna, okay.
And there's a good Italian place, too.
Which one?
Filippia?
The Chinese is supposed to be very good.
Okay.
I've heard good things about the Japanese as well. Lots of good places to eat.
Hold it around to the button. And a raise to 600 from Platinum Pass winner Alban Besson.
1-1 so far. Let's see who gets ahead.
And a defend.
I don't know.
You got my number.
From Henry Strasser.
One hand.
The Canadian has 10-9 in
Two
the
hands.
big.
Two hands.
Is the memory fading already?
It's fading.
And he flops top 2.
Nice one. Very strong holding on this flop. Looks like he wants to come out leading here.
No, thank you.
Nothing?
Wow.
Probably less than you, I would say.
Strasser again with the more unconventional line. Flops top 2 and can't wait to get the chips in. Very, very quick
small.
bet. Doesn't give his opportunity, doesn't give the opportunity for the button to continue at all.
The pair.
Do you know MVL?
MVL?
Maxime Vacher-Legrave?
That doesn't ring a bell.
Top French chess player.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't follow chess, unfortunately, which I really want to get into, actually.
You've got to at least support the French players.
Of course, I support them in my heart.
sorry.
No, but I do want to get into chess. It's just I'm very, very obsessive about games. So
Oh,
I'm worried if I start learning chess of all
That's how I
things.
felt about poker now.
Right? And look where you are. If I start learning such a complex game...
Is there chess tournaments you make a living? How does that work?
I,
You go to tournaments,
I,
or you-
I used to go to tournaments, and now I do chess content.
Aces for K. He's raised to 500.
That's 5?
Pretty hot start to the day for this fella.
Folds the small blind. Jamie O'Connor in the big blind folds as well.
Hey.
What's her name again?
Jamie.
Jamie.
And David
Are you
Kay
a pro?
shows the aces.
Yeah. Well, I tried to be.
You realize halfway through you shouldn't say that?
He was stumbling, wasn't
Well,
sure
I
what to
already
say.
assume everyone here is. So.
That's
That's what you have to assume.
the wrong assumption, I think. But,
When I see the club poker stamp,
oh, if you knew what it is.
There's no stamp on me, so I'm not
I
a,
did notice that. I did notice that.
I have to represent.
I'm not a team pro over there.
Even has the matching fedora.
I've never heard a sponsorship patch referred to as a stamp
I think it's Lex Friedman's podcast. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I listen to him quite a lot.
Yeah,
Might be a cheaper alternative to the patches, James. Just stamp it on your forehead, you know. Any exposed skin, stamp. You're good to go. Team Pro, carry on.
For the next one.
Poker Pro from England.
Strasser on the button. Queen 3 off. Pretty weak holding, but we have seen him take some more unconventional lines thus far. Wants to let it go this time. Fair play. Quick fold in the small blind as well. Oh, excuse me, a quick call in the small blind.
And David checking his option with 9-4 of diamonds.
Oh, when you said checking his option, it made me think that Griffin Benger's out there somewhere checking his privilege.
Griffin, of course, over at the secondary feature table. We'll head over there in just a moment.
Connor continues. Quick continue again. Lots of fast play so far. David wants to continue with the gut shot on the turn here. Obviously an opportunity to bluff on later streets as well. Ooh, ace of spades. Was that a really quick check from Connor? Snap check, in fact, just giving up. Obviously, David floating the turn there with the intention of bluffing on a later street. He's not, there's no chance 9-High's going to take it down. He's going to have to put in some money here. It doesn't have to be much. And a very swift fold from Connor. Again, we're seeing some very fast play, you guys.
Again, a reminder that I completely understand wanting to have an overview of the event and check out the live updates on Poker News or check out chip counts on the PokerStars live app. You're welcome to do that, but remember, they are not adhering to the 30-minute delay. You go in that direction, spoilers, you have been warned. We are heading over to the secondary feature table. We have a Griffin, we have a Spraggy.
Looks like Griffin's taking it pretty seriously.
French? And from Canada, sir?
I'm from Italy.
Oh, from Italy.
I live in Ireland.
Canada?
Yes.
Canada?
Yeah.
So you live in?
Dublin.
Dublin. Oh, very nice. I lived in Dublin for a little bit.
Griffin, king 4 of hearts under the gun. Raises, gets a fold from Spraggy. Called by Ramon Colillas, a French Platinum Pass winner on the button.
Probably. I played last year.
Fun?
A lot.
Yeah. I think...
and it's Benja versus Bonicel going heads up to the flop.
And it was a lot of fun. A lot of Guinness and a good time, yeah.
King, Queen, Deuce. So we know Griffin has top pair, but obviously we've only seen one of Bonicel's cards.
It was wild, yeah. I always hear it's a good time.
You drink a lot.
6 check. Yeah.
Bonicel won his Platinum Pass in a Road to PSPC event.
Griffin might be tempted to start speeding up now at this point. Given the action on the flop, I think you can go big here, like 1,500 easily. Looks like 1K.
1,000.
Yep. And quick fold. Gonna take this one down.
Stay at this table for a few hands.
A couple people in the chat asking why I was commenting on the fast play of the previous table. I think fast play is fine, but if you act too quickly, it can become a tell, can't it, James? And I think that was kind of what I was getting at in reference to the snap check turn and sort of the snap check raise from Botez as well. It's fine for people to make swift decisions, but if you're too quick, it can very, very rapidly become a tell that people are either weak or strong, depending on the player.
So just over an hour to go until the mini PSPC starts. I would highlight that registration will be open until the start of day 2. 200 people have registered so far. Plenty of added value in this one. 10K added to the prize pool. It's clearly marked because when you open the client, there is a mini PSPC tab.
Yeah, it's got its own tab. Spraggy. Just S-P-R-A-G-G on this table. There's a wrap there somewhere. Benger obviously defending the big blind. And that's a really good looking flop for Spraggy. Not only with the draw, but also to continue. Quick bet and a quick fold seems good. Now, see, for example, in this situation, Griffin folding quite quickly on the river, right? He wants to get onto the next hand. But in the middle of a hand, when you're snap checking and doing all of that kind of stuff, that obviously can influence your player's perception of your hand strength.
The Tonka laugh is in.
Yeah. He was whining last night.
No. Parker was?
Yeah, just a little.
How out of character. You play with him much?
No, but I know we're friends from Ottawa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he lived with one of my buddies. They lived together when they were first learning.
Oh.
Like coming up through poker together.
Right,
so.
right. He's just been living with me for a little while.
Oh, yeah?
That was a good connection.
Yeah.
You know, Ottawa is the capital of Canada.
It was a Parker Talbot connection.
Well, I tell you, the other night, Grace.
Just wondering if Greenberg knows the story of how Canada got its name.
By the way, is that the biggest tell in poker, to launch into an anecdote, then stop mid-sentence and say raise?
Yeah, the key is to continue the anecdote through the raise. You gotta persist. You gotta practice that one at home.
Well, he has been out-flopped. It's Griffin Benja with the best hand right now. Pair of queens with the jack kicker. Now Benjamin Spragg has the best hand, queens and sevens. The 7, it is always coming.
Box 4 bet, 1,000.
Spraggy leads turn for 1K. No, it's Benja. It's Griffin who's led. Spraggy calls, and Greenberg, who was the original raiser, folds the button. These two guys going heads up to the river, which is a 3, so Spraggy has a lock on this.
So nice to see Griffin on the table, get to commentate on some of his action.
It's cool. He's a lot less doofy when he's playing poker.
Oh man, this is such an interesting dynamic. Does Spraggy find the value bet here? I feel like he will. He probably should every time. 3.7 in the middle. Looks like he's reaching for 3.3.
Box 5 bet, 2,800.
2,800.
I mean, how do you not pay this off?
Well, there's a inside straight there, right?
Yeah, I think
Spraggy's in the big blind, so he's got tons of 5s.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, but
he's got lots of 2 pairs.
Okay, this is why I don't play 25K poker tournaments. I'm not good enough to make this fold. I'm calling every day of the week and twice on Mondays.
Really?
Yeah. Top pair.
Even against.
I mean, I'm overfolding here, so I don't know which one's worse.
Between you guys, we have what is a perfect player. Somewhere between a Hardigan and somewhere between the Stapes. Are you really going to fold against the SPRAGG?
Griffin folds it.
Nice fold.
Good laydown, buddy.
Yeah,
nice hand, other buddy.
So the other night, it's like
I'm
2:30, quarter 3,
with
where
Staves here.
we're like just playing down in that 10K, and so I'm at the table with Parker, and everyone's in a really good mood. Like everyone's having fun and this and that, and Parker goes, I want a double, and then I want to go to bed, because I think there were like 15 minutes left or something like that, and the bugger got his double. So he went to bed with a big stack.
Well, I think
he bubbled
it, but he like chopped the bubble.
Yes.
And then
yeah.
he was moaning that he chopped the bubble.
Yes, he was pretty whiny there. Yeah.
He's a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's the worst.
Box 3 bet.
And then I met his buddy Henrik.
Yeah.
Henrik Hecklin, the legend that is.
Box 5
He's just playing right here. Yeah, Henrik's good fun as well. Great poker player too. Just down here on this table.
Yeah, amen.
Henrik Hecklin.
Yeah.
845 players registered so far, and the clock showing 843 remaining. So 2 eliminations already, and we've still got more than 15 minutes to run on the first blind level of the day. We'll roll straight into level 2. Won't take
one of the best
the first break of the day for another
poker,
75 minutes.
But he's not a pro.
I love Mac. No, he was playing last night. We were playing in the $330 last night, me and Mac. But he is here.
Yeah.
Dylan.
Greenberg UTG 6-3 off. Makes the fold.
Box 4 fold.
Spraggy wants to play. 500 to go, 5 of those black chips. 2 folds.
There's a Team Ontario here, but when I was walking in with someone, like, I didn't recognize any of the faces.
Ali Shaban, there's a guy streaming from Ontario.
Oh, he's about to stitch up Harley, yep.
Because you guys got ring fence with me, right?
Don't ask me anything. He's from Ontario.
For
He might be
online.
able to answer.
For online, Ontario.
Yeah, Ontario is ring fence.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Which is why Parker's been at my house, because he can't play from Toronto.
Friends. Well, that probably makes more sense.
I keep forgetting that Tonka now lives in Spraggy's bathroom.
You live where?
Southwest of England.
Oh.
What we like to call the sticks.
Box 4, fold. Box 5, raise, 500. Box 10, fold. Box 6, fold.
Spraggy raising from the cutoff with Queen 10. And gets folds. So post 4K on Twitch asking why they play so close together when the table has more spaces. Because this is an 8 max event. And right now registration's still open, new players are coming in. So those seats you see that are empty right now will fill up as the day goes on.
Get whatever you want.
Yeah, they need to sit in their actual designated seats.
Awful.
They can't shuffle around like if we were getting down to the final 3 tables or something like that.
We don't normally cover day ones. We're not used to this.
He's a very good cook, though. Weirdly, he's a great chef.
And long gone are the days when everyone will be in their seats for the start of play.
Ah, he'd love it, don't tell him.
I think this a tournament, maybe more than any other, though, people were in their seats before the start of play, long before.
There were around 800 people
I'd won over.
in for the very first hand of the day. We're now up to 850.
It's important we have this information that you
that
get
I was
dealt fives.
Yeah, that I was excited about it too. This is the best hand I've seen all day.
Spraggy calling him out there.
I need your reaction when you get fives.
Every time I get fives, I just turn them up.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's the plan. And rule those out.
He hasn't turned his cards over yet, so he doesn't have fives.
I think if you're a regular poker player,
3 gone, Griff.
as in a reg,
I saw
as in a
4
good
now.
one,
Oh, 3, yeah, right.
you should probably want to be here for the
Huh?
start of this tournament too, because
More of a
all
field
the
day.
amateurs are going to be in their seats right away,
Yeah.
and that's going to be a really great time to pick up chips when they're all splashing around, seeing lots of flops.
Yeah, absolutely right. Taruli in the chat saying it's very nice to see day 1 where you can see how people build their stacks and how they go about things, as opposed to day 3s where you see people with big stacks. I completely agree. I'm so excited we're here on day 1. You know, I think we get an opportunity to see less experienced play, which is really fantastic for TV, but also obviously to have a better understanding of how players are approaching the game, you know, coming fresh to the table, but then also seeing some of these top pros and their approach to the much, much deeper stack play against those individuals, right? I'm with you in that camp, buddy. This is very, very cool.
So Ace-King versus Ace-King. Greenberg opened on the button. Spraggy has 3-bet from the big blind, and that is a very nervous-looking re-raise from Greenberg.
Ship it, Spraggy. Ship 310 big blinds.
Yep, 300 big blinds deep. It's always a spicy moment.
Cool.
Spraggy making the call, and they will go heads up to the flop with the same hand. Greenberg has the advantage of position and the pre-flop betting lead.
That is right. And
it's a crunchy flop. Jack 9-3 of clubs.
This is a monotone flop. This is a flop that only has one tone.
So if, and I emphasize if, this gets to showdown, it will be a chop pot.
Oh.
Man, those clubs really make it hard to get to showdown, though.
I'm probably just insta-mucking here if I'm Spraggy.
I am too. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to approach it. And the ace-king of spades will win it.
All that Parker talk really riled you guys up.
Yeah.
Greenberg playing around 40,000.
Prepared for
My apologies. Just over 60,000, so he's above starting stack.
And then you call him like, I'm just gonna let this play out.
Things are getting serious.
Yeah, these guys.
I don't want them to get serious. I just want to have fun here, guys. I got to be honest with you.
No, me too. I'm here for a good time. I had a good hand, though. I wanted to see the flop, but, you know.
Yeah.
See what came down. I didn't like it. I ran it.
Had a big hand.
Hard's tough to have.
Big hand.
Hand 27. Secondary feature table. Jack 9 off and a cutoff for Greenberg.
The 2400.
Decides not to play it on this occasion. On the button, Benger with 100% player. Queen 10 off going to be played pretty much every single time from this position. Looks like a raising to take it, though.
Notch better than the last time.
Whoa, steady now.
Let's not lose the button. We are going to head back to the main feature table. We'll check back in on those guys shortly and see if we've got any new players at the secondary.
I think it's real cool that we're starting from day one. You know, a lot of these hands are going to be raise and take it, and we can use that time to just focus on the people. That's what this is about. It's the Players' Championship.
100%. This
Absolutely.
hand has gone to the river. David Kay versus Platinum Pass winner Josef Spolber. And this pot is going to be shipped in the direction of Spolber.
Let's go. Yeah, otherwise known as the Black Elf on Twitch, which is a, I believe it's a Tolkien reference.
Thank you.
He's a big Tolkien fan. Shout out to my boy Allin SV in the chat. Says, hey guys, I want to thank Nick here for improving my spin and go action. Cashed 10K last year because of him. Get in there, buddy. Thank you, sir. I'm glad you're enjoying the content, man. That makes me really happy.
Used Thong asks, hey, Joe and James, where can we find the schedule of events being played?
Leaving my hometown for poker.
I would check the internet.
Go for Vegas a little bit, though, like in the summer.
Thank you for your question.
It's all fun.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I should be more specific. The World Wide Web. Thank you for your question.
$800.
Hello. Aces for Botez.
Connor, what is a limp? All right, limping aces. O'Connor makes it 800. K with the King Jack suited. Once again, Botez sort of playing this table like a fiddle. She's going to have a bunch of dead money to pick up here.
Yeah, this limp actually panned out pretty sweet in the end.
And wow, this 4-bet's only to 7,000.
I think our boy David K there, you see him patched up, fellow Team Pro, is like, I'm going to make this look good, but I think I know what hand this is. The problem with playing aces like this is you do really turn your hand kind of face up.
I've been in this situation before. Like, you're just like, I know you have aces. You're giving me such an insane price. You call, you flop top pair. You're like, I know I'm still up against aces, and you
baby.
that eighth pot the whole way, and you feel like a ding dong.
Yeah, I mean, I think technically speaking, you probably actually could justify a call there just to get lucky.
Yeah.
But once you get to the flop, you're like, I know you have aces, so I'm going to need to, like, you know, I got a 2-pair plus this or better.
I've literally had that situation where I'm like, and I just have to call the whole time. Look, I'll read this message. I'm contractually obligated, but I'm not gonna do it enthusiastically. To answer your question about where the schedule of events is, there is a PokerStars Live app. You can get it on iOS and Android that has all the tournaments here and for upcoming EPT events. There, I did it!
Okay, despite the bit, though, guys, seriously, the PokerStars Live app is actually a really good way to follow the action. It's very well designed.
I believe you.
And you should definitely check it out if you want to stay in touch with any event that we put together, including EPTs. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play aces like that, I think probably showing it is a huge mistake, too, because not only are you kind of telegraphing the strength of your hand, but also you're letting everyone know that they were absolutely right about the fact that they had the read in the first place. So if you want to make that move later on, your hand is going to be a very, very narrow range.
Sacramento says, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat where the schedule is? Yeah, of course I can. Thank you for your question. 3 ways to the flop 10 high, 10-6 tray, 2 spades, top pair for O'Connor. Spalberg checks. And Botez simply can't help herself sometimes, it seems like. It's worked out so far. Not so sure it will this time. That's 1,500. O'Connor makes the call. Spalber's folded. We're heading to the turn. It's a diamond. It's a 5. Probably not a card that Alexandra is going to get O'Connor to fold on, and checks this time.
28.
And O'Connor bets and takes it down. Chad Fahey says, go back to Botez. All right. There you go.
Was it Bruce Buffer who set like the tournament off with?
Yeah.
I was buying in. I thought I were hearing things. I was like, I didn't even know who were here.
Yeah, he's like right here. We could hear him loud.
Yeah, I missed it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hand number 27. Again, day one. It's so fun, man. I'm really enjoying this.
600.
So cool to start so early. Strasser coming in with the king 6 of diamonds. Raises to 600. A straight 3x open.
Did you fly in just for this event, or are you playing other events too?
I played the 10K main.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Any success? Any?
Nah, no good.
Spielberg calling in the small blind with
Any
king
other
queen
tournaments
off.
you're looking at?
I know that Joseph
played
has
that
actually been
Platinum
putting a lot of
Pass
time in
one,
behind the
Mystery
scenes
Bounty.
in preparation for
And
this,
then,
so his pre-flop is going to be
probably a
pretty
couple
solid.
more smaller ones.
And I
Have
do
you
like
played
this
Mystery
defend
Bounty
from the
before?
king queen here
Yeah,
at the stack
right.
up.
You enjoy them, or?
I've got the worst
That's
record
queen
in
high
ever.
flop,
I've never
top
pulled a
pair.
bounty.
You're just saving up to pull the 250,000 bounty sometime. You're good. You're saving it for one great end.
Yeah.
You're good. I haven't played one yet, but they look a lot of fun.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say fun until I've opened like 7 $500 bounty like vouchers, and I'll be like, you know what, I'm out.
Or you do like me, open just one and you got the plastic.
Oh, is that how you got yours? That's crazy.
First envelope in the chest.
What event were you playing when you pulled it?
My hometown next.
Nice.
So the flop went check, check. King queen leading
yeah.
turn, which I think is appropriate.
How many? Do you know how many platinum passes were in the envelope?
Strasser kind of playing a fit or fold game here on the flop.
Wow.
1 of 99.
Nice.
Did you
So
pull it
obviously, you know,
2022 or
we'll get
before?
bluffed there by hands like 6, 7 that pick up a straight draw on the turn that would defend the
Oh,
big
yeah.
blind.
So you just got it, yeah.
Maybe even weaker than that, but
Thank you.
Joseph takes down a pot there.
Yeah, some people have been waiting like 3 or 4 years for their seats for this. It's crazy. Yeah.
They grinded it online.
I know.
Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon. To rake 60K.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Very good, you.
My friend had a funny story. So like, he was drunk one night. We were playing like a $5 like spin and go or something, and it rolled in like this platinum pass. He didn't know what it was.
And he
He's
won it?
ended up won it, and like PokerStars been trying to ring him for like 2 or 3 weeks. He's like not answered or anything. He looked in like the secondary email.
Yeah.
Account that he's got, and then he found out they were packing. So
Yeah.
he came back.
He's like, I can't believe these guys keep annoying me. And you're like, no, you want it.
That's right.
Like,
I
that
met
is
him.
what
I
you
met
want.
him, the player that didn't believe he was even in the competition in the first place.
Well, that's why I always have 2 separate email addresses. One for regular email and one for junk. Because you don't want to use your regular email address for sending pictures of your junk. Okay, we're going to try to get a name attached to that story.
I believe it was Rick. Rick Bleakley.
Rick. Ace 10, the Jack 9, +1 against the small blind. Pair of 10s for O'Connor, pretty solid. Should be good enough for a continue.
Raise 1,300. Call.
Yep, is going to continue.
And another king on the turn is going to make a pair of 10s feel a little bit better, I think. Face-on checks again. After the check raise on the flop. Maybe he won't like this king on the turn after getting check raised. O'Connor don't care. Man, I really appreciate these folks who don't play skirt like I do. They're like, oh, geez,
Good
another
fold.
king.
Need to check that deck.
So just the mixed games, you know, weird things happen.
What's your favorite mixed game to play?
Just to 7. Has to be just to 7, I guess. But or draw Maha. It's a close second. Now.
Yeah, I gotcha.
That's so fun.
No limit hold'em is a little low on there for you for gays.
I mean, of course, here it's lovely no limit because in such a big tournament you get all the excitement and everything.
Yeah.
The cash game, that's this. And you know, everybody has more fun. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as you understand the rules.
That'd be my first problem. I won't understand the rules. So.
Yeah. What's your?
You can learn that though.
What's your favorite variant?
I like cat. No limit hold'em. Yeah.
What game is this?
No limit hold'em.
This is no limit hold'em, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm trying to learn.
I'm not saying I know the other one. I'm saying I enjoy them.
Connor's
Probably
UTG
don't know
opening
them at all,
8-5 of diamonds now.
7 pass.
We are 7-handed, still a little bit on the wider side. Connor getting in the mix though. K 3-bets with ace-jack suited and is going to take this one down.
I keep telling myself I'm going to at least learn PLO one day.
Oh yeah, you will. Trust me.
Yeah, you just
one
have
day
to.
you'll have a massive downswing in the limit, and you'll be like, well, that looks fun.
I feel like that's the opposite we should do. Downswing, go to PLO. I've heard.
It's a very good idea.
Well, the clock has just ticked into level 2 of the PSPC. Another 60 minutes of action, but now at the 100-300 blind level with a 300 big blind ante. We're picking up the action over at the secondary feature table where Griffin Benja has a set of jacks up against 2 pair and up against a straight. Griffin losing 11K on that hand.
We all had a piece of that. We all had a piece of that.
Yeah. Nice big end.
It's 100, 300 now.
Yeah, maybe.
Staying at this table. And looks like we've hit 870 entries now.
This is just an elaborate prank from James and Jill. They thought he could actually play. They just go. Get right back in the booth where I belong.
We'll give him top set.
Yeah, we'll give him top set, right? Okay, the other guy has to have a straight flush draw.
Call.
Then he checks back what he thinks he's winning.
Spraggy opening under the gun with King Jack, makes it 700.
Tilt call for the camera.
A tilt call from Griffin. Looks like Greenberg's in as well from the small blind with deuces. Griffin playing 9-6 and flops 2 pair.
Love to see it. Love to see the Griffin 2-pair here.
The tilt call pays off. Well, there's still 2 cards to come. Let's not do the classic premature celebration, which has cost many a poker player over the years. 8 on the turn means Griffin is now a 95% favorite. Spraggy is drawing dead.
2,000?
2,000, 5 folds, 3 folds.
That's my board after that speech.
Love it. Honestly, really, really cool to see Griff on the table on the other side of the camera.
Yeah, you got plenty of camera time last time. I mean, that's what's going to happen when you finish 14th in an event like this.
What was that? Came over and put our names?
Obviously, we'll try and check in with as many
Yeah,
players
played
as
so
the
badly.
outer tables
Gotta
as
get your
possible,
feet.
while staying across the action at our first 2
that's what
feature tables. Those tables, of course, will change over the course of the day.
My imposter syndrome is like, some lovely woman comes over and tells me, like, oh,
So
yeah, you're off.
This guy's nervous now. It's like, all right, go play.
10 folds.
Platinum pass winner. Ramon Colillas opening with 5s.
3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds.
Dave Bautista's playing? Oh no, it's Greco Bautista, a Platinum Pass winner from Canada. Bautista would just go full Spectre and gouge out his opponent's eyeballs. Jack 6-3.
6-6 check. One bet 3,200. 6 folds.
Question about feature table selection. Remember, the tournament staff administer the draw. They assign players seats randomly. We just look at all the tables that are available and we select a table that we think will be interesting. And obviously we've got Alexandra Botez up on the main stage. We've got a PokerStars streamer in David Kay. And we've got the reigning champion of this tournament, Ramon Colillas. And then at the secondary feature table, we've got that great Spraggy Griffin dynamic, Nick.
Absolutely. The Spraggle and Griff show. And the energy in that room is just so great. Playing for literally millions of dollars. And people are just keeping it light. Easy breezy.
Yes, worth highlighting the money, Nick. Good point. With 873 players registered, the prize pool is just shy of 21.4 million.
Oh, just, okay, yeah.
But going up all the time. Registration open throughout day 1 and during the early part of day 2.
Just your casual 21.4 milli. Wow, 4-way action now, guys. Ace, 10 deuce, 2 hearts on the flop.
I love these multi-way pots that you only get during the early levels of poker tournaments.
Yep, absolutely.
After you put in the cards here, you can just move it after, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They will tell me.
Oh, they will let you know. Oh,
You're being watched, sir.
4 bet 600, 5 fold, 6 call,
Call.
1 call,
Three-way to the turn, which is the ace of clubs pairing the board. And Bonicel's pair of 10 still good. Action check to Griffin, who checks behind. River card is the Queen of Diamonds. Bonicel still good. But it's Bautista who's betting, gets a fold from Griffin. A 3's going to steal this?
Would love to see that. Not sure if it's going to work out, though. Jack 10 might be tempted. Does make the fold. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the trays take it down. Nice hand.
How did you get into the commentating part? Like, did someone, you just do it once and they liked you, and you did it some more and they liked you?
I went to sports broadcasting school, so I had an experience doing it.
Before you started playing poker?
Griffin, stop trolling people.
And I did some work with a league called the Global Poker League.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you check Griffin's credentials before you gave him a job in the commentary booth, James? Did you check what his degree was?
Didn't even check his privilege.
I didn't even know he went to college.
Bautista in action again, raising under the gun with King Queen. Robert Greenberg is calling with 7s. Spraggy's in as well. He's got 3s on the button. A call from Peralta in the big blind means once again we go 4-way to the flop, and it's Jack 8-6. So 7 still good.
7's still the best of it, but a really difficult board to get to showdown where you got so many players in the pot, James.
1 check.
By the way, when Jamie O'Connor was talking about his friend who won a platinum pass and couldn't be contacted, that was David Shallow. A bit of a poker legend
He
from
is.
back in the day.
Absolutely, Dave Shallow. A very similar story to Rick Bleakley as well, who I met in Dublin.
I think there were several people, by the way, Nick, who basically didn't realize they'd won and took forever to respond and actually accept. We're heading to the outer tables where we've got Platinum Pass versus Platinum Pass. Judy Whitlow versus Jesper Hansen. They're on the turn, and Judy is going to bet 1,500. The board is Queen 10-9-3. Jesper calling, and this hand going to the river, which is the ace of diamonds. So there is a flush out there is a straight out there. Judy won her Platinum Pass via a PR giveaway. Jesper Hansen won a Road to PSPC event in Barcelona. Judy's just bet 5K on the river, gets a fold from Jesper, and she's up over 90K.
Wow. Nice work, Judy.
Judy is an interior designer and contractor, mother of 3. She says Jen Shahadi is her biggest inspiration. She met Jen back in 2009 and has been interested in poker ever since.
Jen Shahadi, such an icon.
Okay.
As I said at the start of the day, players from all walks of life, from every part of the world, represented here at the PSPC.
Nice shot there.
So short. Our levels, right?
Expect it to play way later than this, that's good. And go enjoy the slides and the flamingos.
Enjoy the slides.
Stacks the players are watching right now on the main stage. So obviously Ramon got off to a pretty bad start, lost nearly half his starting stack in the first 9 hands of the day. Playing around 35,000, that's still 115 big blinds.
Botez goes for the 3x steal with the 3 deuce off. Strasser, it looks like he's going to defend here. Sorry, guys. Going to the flop.
That flop is ace 10-3, so a pair of 3s for Botez.
Now, if this is anything like what we've seen so far, she likes to c-bet, and she likes to c-bet big, James, like really oversized. But now that she's connected, I like the check. I actually do like this line. And a quick check from the king high as well. On the turn, the 5 of spades changes nothing, but does give Botez the gut shot. And this might be the time to do it. 2.1 in the middle, bets 1,500. There it is. And a call. Oh, it's a fold, excuse me.
It's called the dirty diaper, and I
no.
The dirty diaper.
Said, always play the dirty diaper, and I said okay.
I've never heard that before.
I don't know what to say. So 885 entries, and the clock's showing that 879 remain. So that is 6 eliminations so far. And a reminder that the PSPC is a freeze-out. You cannot buy back in.
This guy has been playing for 80 years. People know how them.
Platinum Pass winner, Alban Besson, opening in the cutoff with King 8. 10-8 suited for Henry Strasser, who was table chip leader until Alexandra Botez took over that position. Strasser 3-betting out of the small.
Add one of them as well.
Yeah. I like this. Everyone's showing a little more.
Yeah. Thanks to your dirty diaper, Alex.
Right? How can you not play a hand that's called that?
I know. Let's talk about this on level 20. Diapers then.
Do you have a favorite hand name? You said there's a bunch of them out there.
No, I just don't know enough of them, but I do want to learn. I mean, Dirty Diaper is pretty up there.
That's a tough one to top.
Yeah.
Dirty diapers, yeah. It's right up there.
Sure, there's plenty of.
The dirty diaper meta has landed, James.
Raise 800. Call. 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 9 press.
So Basin opens up, Botez calls, Strasser calls. More multi-way action, James. As you said, we just don't see too much of this, but K wakes up with the beautiful squeeze spot. I'd like to see him go really oversized here, given how many players are in the pot, though. Squeezes to 4.8K. That's my boy. That's how you get rid of him, just like that. Huge pickup if he gets the folds. Obviously still wants action in this spot. But if you're going to get action, you want to make sure that your opponent's mistakes are bigger pre-flop. Botez folds the ace-10 off. Strasser, not one to shy away from action, might be tempted to try and set mine with the 5s now. And actually, we're at a stack depth where that's not particularly unreasonable. There's a lot of implied value if you flop a set here against an overpair. You can win a huge pot really early on, but does make the fold. And I think that's why K wants to size up there, right? You want to push out those kinds of cold decks right here, right now.
I know.
Really like the way he sized that
I was trying to
bet.
let that slide, hoping nobody would miss it.
A pretty decent hand.
Yeah, it was a good. I had a good one.
Did you have ace-10?
I did.
Good.
At least for now.
I felt like you did.
I did. At least for now. Flop could have changed it.
Action folded around to Henry Strasser, who's got 7-6 off.
800.
Raise 800.
Now on Jamie O'Connor on the button, who makes it 800. It's Ramon's big blind, the reigning PSPC
Normally
champ.
Americans can't understand me. They say that I talk too fast.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong one.
They always think we're Irish.
Oh, come on.
Or Australian.
I'm going to be honest. If you want to set anything, probably would have guessed Irish.
Flop is queen, 7 deuce.
That's 700.
And a continuation bet from Jamie O'Connor of 700. Ramon going to stick around for another street.
Quite the float here, James. 5 high, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw. That's about it. But I like it a lot. Obviously looking to bluff on later streets if he senses weakness. The 7 of diamonds changes nothing. If O'Connor slows down, we've seen him checking very quickly. This might become one of those spots where there's a tell.
That the main event.
Oh my God.
Good ear.
Don't know if you heard that. There was a huge scream that just came from one of the outer
Imagine
tables.
having a hand so good you can't.
And Ramon leads the turn, gets the snap fold from O'Connor. That's why he's the big dog here. Absolutely beautiful play from Ramon. And it's so rare we get to see it this early, James. This is fantastic.
That's what we have to live up to.
So Ramon was the winner in 2019 for $5.1 million. He was the victor in a heads-up battle against French pro Julien Martini. And suffice to say, Julien is back for the second PSPC. Other pros in the field include Khalidou So, who was a Platinum Pass winner the first time around. Finton Hand, repping the red spade.
Having the best time of his life.
There is a former PCA Main Event finalist, Xuan Liu. To those of you asking about Lexington Veldhouse, I can confirm that Lex is in the PSPC. That is a former World Series of Poker Main Event winner, Ryan Reese. Vanessa Cade was awarded a Platinum Pass to play this 25K.
That's a nice smile.
And Brazilian PokerStars Pro, Andre Akari, one of the nicest men in poker. $894 entries. Prize pool approaching 22 million. Registration open until a couple of levels. I think one level actually into day two. Let me double check that.
I had a nightmare that I flopped trips.
I like to give precise information.
I call, and he makes a full house on the river, and then I cried. Like, oh God! Like
Okay.
2 days before as well.
So initially, registration was going to close at the start of day two. But apparently, there are some Platinum Pass winners who are arriving late, travel problems, flights cancelled. So registration has been extended to the end of level 10. So we play 8 levels today, 9, 10. Yes, there's a couple of hours into day two. I was right. 2 hours into day two is when the registration will close.
Nine.
So Strasser's initial open here to 1,200. That's a full 4x open. Very, very unusual again. And we see the call from O'Connor in the hijack. Jack 8 deuce, 2 spades. Strasser continues. Sorry, check call on the flop, excuse me, with the gut shot. I think I much prefer the continue from Queen 9 here. If you check, you really give your opponent the keys to the Lambo, James. So to speak, if we can reference a classic meme. O'Connor bluffing with the best hand is going to work. I think probably Strasser does a lot better there if he just continues with the gut shot. That seems to be the more standard line. But Connor does take it down. O'Connor, excuse me.
So this is a fair question from Bison. How soon after registration closes can we expect the bubble and prize pool confirmation? The bubble won't hit until day 3, but the prize pool confirmation should come midway through day 2. Hopefully,
you both got the same name.
During level 11, in the hour after registration closes, they can cross the T's, dot the I's,
Hell yeah. We're taking
run a full
over.
consolidation and audit, and give us that information.
Right.
No, this is a very strong Romanian percentage at the table. I feel very powerful.
Raise 800.
Home
One
turf
pass.
advantage.
Yes.
3 pass. 4 pass.
O'Connor in the mix again, makes it 800 to go.
5 pass.
Thank you.
Much more conventional sizing here.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry.
Botez in the big blind, Jack 9 off.
I'll call. Oh. I was too excited.
If he wasn't there, I wouldn't have folded.
Seems good so far. Botez is dominated.
Queen, Jack 9. So second pair for O'Connor, 2 pair for Botez. 62% equity, checks the action to O'Connor.
O'Connor again with that snap check on the flop. I'm really concerned that that's going to become a major tell for him moving forward.
And Botez leads the turn and gets raised.
I don't think Botez is going anywhere with her bottom 2. She's obviously got to be concerned about some combos like King 10, for example, flopping that straight, playing it slow. Maybe a hand like Queen Jack, but I just don't think you're going anywhere when you've got this hand, especially given the fact that they missed the bet on the flop. And on the river, I expected to go check, check, probably. Botez concerned, King Jack, obviously with showdown. Jack 9 is the best hand. Connor tabling, thinking he just has the best of it. But Botez is going to scoop this one.
Coming. Send them. Yes.
Tobias Lechner, Senkel 92, saying, remember there are 1 hour levels on day 2 and 20% paid, James. Still,
Oh my
based
God.
on the structure from 2019, which is exactly the same, bubble should hit first half of day 3.
Forget about chips, we need water. Hydro homies on ready to present.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That's yours. You can have the untouched ones if you want, because I started twisting that.
Oh, I think you get to keep those.
Oh, yeah,
I think these are for you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
3 and 3. 9 pass. 1 pass.
Blinds and antes, please.
3 pass.
Folded, yes.
David K folds. Ramon folds. Joseph folds.
All right, 8.
Raise 800.
800 to go from Besson.
Duck Soup asking how many entries we had in 2019. 1,039. Right now we're just shy of 900 with a long way to go before registration closes.
Let's go. Join the family.
Everybody wants a piece.
Join the
Botez
family.
calls in the small blind.
Friend
Strasser
here,
wants a
friend.
piece too. Queen 5 off. Keeping it friendly. Going to a flop. Besson currently the favorite, and it is Jack High. Another nice flop for Botez. Just going to lead, it looks like. Oh, 2.7 in the middle. Bets 700 as a lead into 2 players. Very unusual line. Besson with a little grin on his face.
I always say when I don't understand what's going on, I fold. I think it's a good thing to live by.
The good thing is if I don't understand what's going on, you can't either.
Yeah.
Besson a little bit confused by that lead as well. So unconventional, but obviously
You wanted aggression.
putting in a value bet.
Thank you.
Just no action from
Next
the
time
other
call me.
players.
Maybe.
It's another pot for Botez. Very nice. As we head into
consulting the widget, there is a possibility, there is a chance that we could, if we pay 20% of the field, make the money during the back end of day 2.
Oh,
that
wow.
would be a question for
Okay.
the tournament staff. It would be a question for Toby Stone if we would want to maybe finish play earlier on day 2 to have the bubble on day 3.
You scared us.
So Colillas opens here, 5-4 suited. Connor the big blind with queens. Puts in a 3-bet to 2.8.
The UK. England, sorry.
So a 4x 3-bet.
Don't stun me, please.
Do really like this size, being out of position. You do want to size up your 3-bets here. So far, O'Connor getting some action with the 5-4 spades.
Caffeine is Life asks, does the whole tournament have a 60-minute clock or does it get later, longer? Nope, 60-minute levels throughout.
This is a very dangerous board for O'Connor. Not only Colillas with the spade draw, but also the opportunity to get bluffed on later streets if he thinks his opponent might have a king here. I don't think Ramon's going anywhere, especially for the smaller size here. The continue was for 1.6. Looks like a call to me. Ten of hearts. O'Connor snap checks the turn again. I just, James, are you feeling what I'm feeling? I don't want to keep calling it out, but it just feels like such weakness when you see that line. In this case, obviously a strong holding, but I don't know if you're telegraphing that, you know, it's a strong holding that is willing to fold.
Takes the free card and misses.
Does he find a value bet now? Given the turn check. Very nice. I mean, he's not going to get paid in this situation, but it is really nice to see him interpreting the turn play. Goes for a nice small size, obviously targeting some 10x, maybe a hand like, you know, 9-10 of spades might have called here, for example, James. Turned a second pair that might be tempted to call again. But if we know anybody who's capable of making some weird moves here, this actually might be one of the spots where Ramon just goes, I'm going to put in a big raise here. I'm going to take it down. But sure enough.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Hand going O'Connor's way. I like the line, given the turn check, for him to find that smaller bet. Well played, sir.
I am the bomb on Twitch asking who won yesterday. Michelle Datani from Portugal took down the PCA Main Event
I did
for
win a
$1.3 million.
scholarship, so that was a big one.
Yeah.
I didn't take it, but that was the biggest prize I've ever won.
Yeah.
But honestly, people don't play chess for the money.
Yeah.
You play it for the love of the sport
Yeah,
and masochism.
Yeah.
Hand 45.
Time to me.
And there's been quite a few chess players who are quite good. They're like, if I just apply to poker, they apply to poker, and then they're chilling, you know?
Cool.
Oh, 7 pass.
Josef Spoolberg going to open the action here, 9-7 of hearts. Besson in the hijack makes the call with the suited ace. And K in the big blind comes along as well. We got a three-way pot brewing.
Queen 8-4, all diamonds. David K is a 3-1 favorite here. Goal 2.0 Poker watching on YouTube says, let's go David K, reppin' Michigan.
The big MI.
Jack on the turn, and Besson is drawing really thin now. K improves the 2-pair.
Okay, first act here. Obviously the opportunity to go for some value. I think I'm probably betting here if I'm him. 5.2 in the middle right now. 6,000.
You need to use another chip than the blue one.
Really, really chunky size here. Over pot. Yeah, Besson with not much there, puts
Don't
it
worry,
down.
there's always the water slide.
David K second in chips to the table with 75K, around 250 big blinds. Alexandra Botez continues to have the chip lead at this particular table.
Risk more than I needed to, huh?
Exactly. Like to live dangerously, I like it.
Wait, was that a mistake?
No.
No, of course not. I was just making fun of the overbet, but of course you should have overbet something.
Not a misclick.
David K. Poker doesn't make mistakes.
4 pass. 5 pass, 7 pass.
Our boy Henry here, Henry Strasser. Going to open the action 8-6 off, loving it.
4. 1 pass. 5.
O'Connor calling on the button with 6s. Ramon in with 6-3, so all the 6s are out, and it's a 10-7 deuce flop.
Strasser this time going to continue with his gut shot. Much prefer this line to his previous check with the gutter. Tough spot for O'Connor here, guys. Obviously, might have the best hand right now, but still a player to act behind him. That could make things difficult. Makes the call. Still the best hand at the moment.
Queen on the turn. O'Connor now better than a 4-1 favorite. Strasser checks. O'Connor checks. King on the river. I'm going to give you a line, Nick, from a movie, and I want the next line. Major Strasser has been shot.
Can't help you.
Round up the usual suspects. Casablanca, best screenplay ever written. As we see Jamie O'Connor win that hand. And we head to the outer tables, checking on one of the original Platinum Pass winners. One of the Chase Your Dream qualifiers from EPT Barcelona 2019. Daniel Summer in a hand against Mike Gow. And this hand has gone to the river. The board King, Queen, 10, 10, 7. And that is a bet of 10,000 from Danielle. Already thinking about this. Oh yeah, there's Gary. Gary Yarashevsky. Mike Gow folds. Danielle Summit wins the hand. And she now has around 68K. So Danielle Summit, a Platinum Pass winner who is above starting stack right now.
Back to our feature table.
Got some revenge there.
Small revenge, though. I need a few more, but, you know, I'm not a petty man.
Gotta start somewhere.
I forgive you for winning.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'll forgive you, too.
Oh. Everybody's so kind here.
Like you're saying earlier, wait till level 20 if we're here.
I mean, I'll still try to be kind, but,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
things can happen.
Maybe a little more tense at that point.
Maybe.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, for now it's easy going.
Great bubble
We all
debate
pick
continues,
admins
Nick.
here
Tobias
anyway.
Leckner's pointing out that we made the
That's
bubble,
what we're
or
used
rather,
to.
we
Sorry,
made
yeah.
the money in
That's one thing I was
2019
missing,
in level 18, which is on day 3. But we paid around 17.5%, 18% of the field in 2019. So if it's a similar percentage, bubble will probably be on day 3. If we end up paying more of the field,
right,
it could be latter end of day 2.
Yeah,
Let's
quite right.
Absolutely not.
Botez opening the suited ace here, UTG.
Too much fear at this table.
I'm shaking in my boots.
Again, to answer the frequently asked question of where chip count information is available and hand reports from the outer tables, Poker News are providing live coverage. Chip counts are in the PokerStars live app. However, bold, italics, underlined, they are not observing the 30-minute stream delay. So if you go to an outside source for information, you could encounter spoilers. If you're okay with that, knock yourself out, but don't share the information in the chat alongside the live stream.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Insta bans. I've seen it before. Insta bans. Hand 49 now. Folding round to our boy David K, repping the Team Pro patch.
I'm also going to say something else while we're on the subject of bans, Nick. And this is kind of a warning shot. When we have a female player at a feature table, or when we have a female dealer, people feel the need to make certain comments that I don't think are very nice. That just won't get you a comedy timeout. That will get you a proper permanent ban.
Yeah, keep it real, guys.
Call. Call.
So K opened the King 7 suited. Spielberg putting in the 3-bet and the cold call from Botez. So Josef currently still has the best hand. Botez just liked how pretty King Queen was. And look at the flop! Flopping the absolute nut straight. However, Spielberg with the nut flush draw. This could cost Botez a lot of chips.
This is ridiculous to flop the straight, but your opponent have nearly 40%.
Yes, there's 6.1K in the middle. Don't forget, this was a 3-bet pot. Botez leads for 2,000. I think it's a really easy call with the nut flush draw here, and obviously an opportunity to improve very likely here. 10 of diamonds changes nothing. Botez still with the best of it. Now 10.1 in the middle. She goes for a quick half-pot bet. He's got a pretty decent combo to put in another call. But he does make the fold. It was a little bit more pricey on the turn, would cost him a chunk. Obviously, still a chance to run into some boats there, for example.
That's your plan. And dealt by the third.
Yes, exactly.
Very.
And another pot for Botez. Currently on 309 big blinds, our chip leader off to a flying start here in the Bahamas.
Just to clarify, chip leader at this particular table.
Thank you.
Not necessarily chip leader of the 896 players currently competing in the PSPC from the 907 who've entered so far. Registration open for all of today and some of tomorrow. So no prize pool information yet. No prize pool information until the middle of day 2.
Quite right. Thank you, James.
Yeah, baby.
Raise 800. Call.
Well, she's in action again as Bason opens on the button with the Grafton 10-9 suited. Botez defending with Queen 10. Strasser 4s in the big blind.
I thought you were going to do all 3.
Kevin says, wait, so about 80 have already busted. Yes, that's right. 907 minus 895 is 80. Jack 10-8 on the flop.
Wow, guys, Alexandra connects again. Second pair leading into 2 players again. We've seen this dynamic before. In the small blind, just leading into 2 opponents. And doing it with the best of it, too, again. But wait, Strasser with the 4s. Putting in a raise.
What is happening?
What's going on? Bason with middle pair and a straight draw. Like, I'm not even going to get involved here. Strasser has picked a moment to really sell the bluff, but Botez is going absolutely nowhere. Makes the call with second pair queen kicker. Jack of diamonds on the turn might give Alexandra more confidence. She did in fact call the turn, the flop, excuse me, with the best hand. Check, check. Very quick check from Strasser. 7.9 in the middle. Alexandra bets. There was a bet on the river, right?
Yeah.
3,000. I can see it from here. 3,000.
And Strasser deciding whether to call or make another questionable raise.
Wow.
Oh, he's going to raise it. He's going to raise the river.
Or is he just counting his stack?
The blues are 5Ks.
All right, putting in a raise.
Call him.
Oh, the Botez call here would be so sick.
No shot clock in play until the start of day 4.
Can she find the hero call? Assert dominance on the table, Alexandra.
I love how many suggestion. Click it back.
She looks confused. Does make the fold, and Strasser pulls it off with the 4s.
The bluff gets through.
Check the VOD for that one. Nice hand.
Thank you.
Nice race.
Let's go.
So excited about that flop, and then you guys wrecked my dream instantly.
Strasser up to 77,000 as we head to the outer tables, where it's another hand involving two Platinum Pass winners. It's Judy Whitlow versus Andy Wilson, aka Bowie Effect. Judy has bet 3K on the turn, and Andy Wilson makes the call. You can see the board. 4 of spades on the river. Andy has checked, and a quick bet from Judy. 10,000. Judy not making eye contact with Andy Wilson, who won his Platinum Pass via the Mega Path. And Andy folds. Judy shows a pair of 4, so she rivered a set. There's a very good chance she did not have the best hand until the river. Judy! She's now playing 95K. And chip stacks of the players we're watching on the main stage right now.
Botez, 84.5K, 281 big blinds at this stage during level 2 of day 1.
Yeah, coming to the end of the first session, Nick. 15 minutes left on the clock. Then we'll take our first break of the day, and then the blinds will go up.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my boy Andy Wilson, aka Bowie Effect. We see making that fold on the river, having an absolutely stellar couple months. We're talking 7 figures, people. Spielberg here, UTG +1, opening up the Queen 10 suited. Botez makes the call.
Every time you say his name, I think you're saying Spielberg, and I keep expecting to look up and see Academy Award-winning filmmaker Steven Spielberg competing in the PSPC.
Excuse me, guys, that was a 3-bet, by the way. And he makes the fold. Botez drags another pot. Let's go.
And I know that an event like this is about the Platinum Pass winners, but how awesome would it be if Steven Spielberg came to the Bahamas and played in this tournament?
Absolutely. Botez sitting pretty. Lots of chips in front of her right now. Really nice stack as we are coming to the end of level 2.
All I heard was chess.
Meanwhile, the mini PSPC has started. This is an online version of the Players' Championship that's going to play out over the next 5 days. 1,000th of the buy-in, that's $25. Added value, an additional $10,000 in the prize pool, with late registration open until tomorrow. 591 entries right now, but plenty of time to join the action. We have got a crunchy flop, Queen 10-7 of clubs, and that is the king high flush draw for David K. Ramon with a deuce of clubs in his hand, so he has a mini flush.
The miniest of flushes.
$1,600 apiece, going to the river, which is the deuce of hearts. And a value bet from David K, which is full pot, Nick, 5-5.
Yep, targeting like the jack of clubs here, the 8 of clubs. In this sort of small blind, big blind dynamic, your opponent will just have tons of clubs that'll get really sticky here. And I think given the action thus far, ace of clubs probably would have played their hand differently, either pre or post. But at these stack depths, you know, a lot of different opinions on how to play ace X combos. And Mr. K is going to take that one down.
All blacks?
Your call. Short chips.
And 54 of the day, and 54 of the PSPC, this being day one of this 25K buy-in event.
8 plus, 9 plus, 1 plus, 4 plus.
I don't like to question the Nightbot because I know that there is the danger of upsetting Skynet. Everyone is not still in the PSPC.
No.
912 entries, 898 players remaining. So there have actually been a few eliminations already.
Just ticked down to 897.
Okay, let me see if I can get a few of the names who've busted so far.
Oh, hello. That's a bad card for Ramon. Making top pair with a very nice kicker. Besson with the trip jacks.
So we mentioned that Joe Sirok was the first player out. Alexandru Papazian has gone. Juan Pardo was an early casualty. Marius Giersa. Oh, Joe's not here. Marius Giersa also KO'd.
So a bet and a call again. Only a 10 on the river to save Ramon at this point. Ramon gets his change, and on the river,
It's not
9
a
of
10.
spades.
So this has not been the best start to Ramon's attempt to do the two-time. If he can get away from this on the river, he'll still have 77 big blinds. But that's a big if.
So 9.2 in the middle.
Oh.
Is it like a little blocker bet situation? Is like a 2.2?
2.7.
2.7, sure. And just the call from the jacks. The blocker bet doesn't win him the pot, doesn't get additional, it doesn't get any value because of course he doesn't have the best hand, but it does slow the action down. Had he have checked, he probably would be facing a much larger value bet from the trips. So although he didn't win this pot, he did, I think, probably manage to lose the minimum there.
Well, Ramon is down to 20K.
Feels so weird to call with jacks here, but
He's down to 1/3 starting stack, which equates to
Guess I'm just
around
calling.
70 big blinds. But the blinds will be going up in 8 minutes' time. That's when we hit the first
They've been
break
both
of the
raised
day.
in that context. The
Yeah.
call, I have to do it.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Nobody would do what he just did.
No, I just mean if I would have raised there, nobody would have called worse. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you, because you're good enough. I don't know.
900?
Raise 900, 9 plus.
This feels weird to call. Just
To answer your question on YouTube, Christopher,
You're 900.
no qualification necessary for this. If you have $25,000, that's literally the only qualification.
8,000.
Now, some players did win their entry to this via various means, but it is an open event in the sense that anyone can play, assuming they have the buy-in. More Strasser Santos shots as we get a raise from Henry.
Oh.
Opening under the gun here. Apologies for the lack of graphics during this hand. You can see that it's Josef who is Henry's opponent. Josef has bet the flop. And Strasser deciding if he's done with this hand, or maybe he's deciding whether to raise. And it is the latter option. He's pumping it up.
Yeah, pump it up. Got to pump it up.
I think I need 6 here.
Oh, you want 4 of these?
Yeah, because I don't have to division. You want yellows?
Yeah.
So the raise has been called. We've gone to the turn, which is the 6 of clubs. So we've got a Jack 8-6-5 board, 2 hearts, 2 clubs. We don't know the hands of either player right now. Graphics should be back for the next hand.
You know, I know that the graphics are meant to be on the screen right now, James, but it's moments like this when we're reminded how hard this game is without the actual card information on the screen. You can really get a flavor of the perspective from Josef here. If you're sitting in either of these players' seats, that's the perspective. Remember, guys, that's what it really looks like going to the river here.
So check, check, and we get the King of Hearts, which completes the flopped flush draw. $12,100 is the bet from Strasser on the river. And looks like Josef has called.
So I have to show?
Yeah, you have to show an addition.
Strasser showing
Wow. Nice.
Ace King.
Let's go, Josef.
There was some sexy poker on both sides.
Outer table action. Judy Whitlock in action again. In a hand against Torsten Stocker. Judy betting 5,000 on the river.
Guys, we're going to have to start working on a nickname for Judy if she keeps doing this.
I mean, she hasn't not shown a hand so far. So the board is Queen 10, 9, 7, 6. That's a call, and that is a pair of, it's a set of 6s. She's done it again.
She's done it again.
She's rivered a set. Judy! Judy!
Judy the set master.
She's now got more than 100K.
Yes, we're going to win the tournament. But you need to keep
Wait a minute. So she was an interior designer. Judy the set designer. No, it doesn't quite work, but still.
That was big.
Absolutely stellar. Love to see it.
Of course,
we thought they had the King of Hearts.
Our reign as the Global Poker Award-winning podcast will come to an end soon with the Global Poker Awards taking place very soon. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't listen. And in fact, here's a hashtag fun fact. One of our guests towards the end of 2022 was David Kay, who's at our feature table right now. And during the break, which is now less than 2 minutes away, we will give you a chance to experience our conversation with Mr. Kay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, chat, I want your best Judy nicknames for when we return after that break. Okay, guys? So work on it. When we get back here, I want to hear them.
Much?
So K opens here for Jack 10 suited. UTG +1. Strasser in the big blind defense with the same hand.
And both players with an open-ended straight draw.
Both players with the straight draw. I think we know where this is headed, you guys. Bet, and looks like a quick call from Strasser. Might be reaching for a raise, though. Makes the call. Eight of clubs, no change. Both players still looking for that straight, but K still has the initiative. I think I like a continue on the turn here from K. You can get like some Queen X to fold. You can get some 4X to fold. You want to go big though, right?
5,200.
Oh, that's the size right there. What did I say? A little bit of an overbet here.
Another roll.
Why 22 minutes?
Our boy David really flexing on him here. Love to see it.
Can we get our phones?
Everybody wants to check out the notifications.
Yeah, I want to check the VOD.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you won't like what you see.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, sweet. Yeah, okay, cheers. Yeah.
So we are going to keep this same feature table for the next session of play.
The overbet is so perfect. Our guy David just really flexing today. Love to see it.
Strasser folds, and David Kay wins the last hand of the session. He's second in chips at the feature table behind Alexandra Botez. Kay above starting stack, 77,000 odd. Alexandra Botez playing 86,000. As the first session of the PSPC comes to a close, this is day one of this 25K tournament. Registration still open. Right now we have 923 entries. And these are the players we're watching on the main stage. Not a great start to the day for Ramon Colillas, but the reigning champ still has a 51 big blind stack. Great start for Botez, who is a platinum pass holder. And Josef Spalber, another platinum pass winner, also going strong. We're back in 20 minutes time. Back on the main stage, Kalidou So is 3-betting King Queen. Christopher Putz, the original raiser, has jacks.
With stacks this deep, I think the correct play is to just call with jacks.
Putz does call. We're going to the flop. 10-7-6. Jack still ahead.
10 high flop with jacks. It's like hitting quads. Although he did already hit quads.
Guys, a quick update. We have 83,000. It's summer over here. Winter is coming for Paul. Winter is coming, guys. We need a double over here. Like, tell them, Paul, it's time. It's time.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Cheating here.
Guys, there's actually a hand in progress. So has continued. Putts calls the 3600. We're going to the turn. The 5 of hearts. Putts now an 86% favorite.
Another safe-ish card for Jax.
Still playing in flow. Checks to so.
$72.
That's 7,200.
At this point, you do start to wonder if maybe you were beat from jump.
Putts calls again. We're going to the river, which is an 8. This board now very straighty.
Very easy to have a straight on this board, although you don't expect Kaladu to have any of those straight cards. Not with the pre-flop 3-bet.
Look at that stare right here. Look.
They're Germans. They're Germans.
Look at that stare right here. Damn.
Wow, Kaladu So has bluff shoved the river. Can he get putts off the best hand?
So's not supposed to have a 9 here very often, but this is an intimidating situation. When you call here and you're wrong, you feel like such a putz.
This is for more than half of his chips. If he does call, Kaladu So will be KO'd. He calls!
Nice call.
Kaladu So long.
Oh.
Thanks. Good luck, guys.
Good game.
Okay. I don't know.
So really went for it, and now he is gone for it.
Eliminated on day 1 of the PSPC.
I started playing more online, consuming a lot more poker content, and then eventually had the crazy idea of starting up a stream and a YouTube channel myself.
We need to know the David K story. What is your origin story, David? Where did you come from? How did you get into poker? What is your background?
Yeah, so I've grown up and lived in the United States my whole life, specifically the state of Michigan. I started playing poker in 2010 with a bunch of my high school friends, just a simple like $5 home game. Somebody had watched the World Series of Poker on TV, and we all got hooked to play for the whole summer. Eventually went off to college, started playing like small and micro stake tournaments online on PokerStars back when the US was in the player pool with everybody. Right before that had to go away, unfortunately. And from there, just kind of played mostly small stakes tournaments, and then eventually kind of transitioned into live cash games, which I got more into. That was about through 2020, and then obviously COVID changed the world and shut the world down, which is kind of where a lot of this like kind of started. So at that point, I started playing more online, consuming a lot more poker content, and then eventually had the crazy idea of starting up a stream and a YouTube channel myself. And then, just played mostly cash games, some tournaments from there. I still had a full-time job at the point and no plans of ever playing poker, doing content full-time. It was just like purely like a COVID lockdown project to do like the streaming stuff. And then it just picked up quite a bit. The regulation in the US was picking up, specifically in Michigan where I was at. And then probably like 13, 14 months later, I decided to go full-time with poker and content. And then a little over a year later, here we are, officially signing with PokerStars, which is truly a dream come true. It's really exciting.
I mean, that's obviously an incredible synopsis of many years. So let's just go back and pick out some of the key story points.
Good call.
When you say you transitioned into live cash games, forgive me for not really knowing about the live poker scene in most parts of America. Is that still in Michigan, or do you have to go kind of further afield to play live poker?
It's still in Michigan. We don't have necessarily like the high stakes cash games for live. So there's a lot of like 1-2 or 2-5. So like the biggest cash game you could play is usually about $1,000 buy-in. For the most part, if you want to play like bigger stakes than that, there's a few places across the country for live poker, but Michigan's not really one of them for that. But it worked well for what I was doing at the time. Again, I was just playing for fun as a hobby. I took it serious, but obviously not like at a professional level. So it's not like I should be playing like high stakes at that point. But it was enough to, have like a really good hobby, make some side income on the side, and, just overall great thing to do in my free time.
What was it that you left behind when you decided to go to full-time streaming?
Yeah, so for the 5 years previously, I'd worked in data. So basically job titles would be like data specialist, data administrator. So tasks could range anywhere from stuff as simple as like data entry, data integrity, up to more like complex stuff. They'd be like data analysis, data governance. So for 4 of the years, I worked with a manufacturing company. And then for 1 year, I worked with a medical board.
I mean, this is a perfect background for being an online poker player. You're just a huge numbers nerd.
Exactly. The data comes through quite a bit, especially when you're just doing like a lot of studying and like understanding and kind of like pattern recognition, I think is the biggest thing. So like when you see the numbers starting to tell a story, you jump to it right away. So there's definitely some crossover between the two for sure.
Sounds like Severance when you say pattern recognition, where you're just like, oh yeah, the numbers will look scary to you and you have to remove them. Okay, so studying, you're a bit of a student as well. You're not just out there clowning around. Would you say that your streams are more strategy based or personality based or both?
I would definitely say more towards the strategy based. I would say I'm like, when I'm playing poker, I would say I'm pretty serious. We still have fun in the Twitch chat, but I'm definitely like a very competitive person. And although I'm definitely not a perfect poker player, I try my best to do as good as I can. And, you know, I do take the game very seriously and try to do the best. So I would say it's very strategy based, but, you know, we like to have a laugh. A big thing on our stream is everybody loves to slow roll me. So that's a huge thing we like to do. And then, you know, I get to slow roll some friends to stream back if they give me the green light. So, you know, most of it's pretty serious strategy stuff, but we do like to have some fun as well.
A couple of key questions to kind of get a sense of the state of things right now. We'll talk about poker in America in just a moment. Let's talk about the state of Twitch poker. And a lot of people are drawing attention to the broadcast that Lex did recently, where he talked very openly about how his relationship with Twitch has changed, his attitude toward Twitch has changed. Do you think, based on what he was saying there, that poker on Twitch has a future?
Yeah, I think anything with content creation and Twitch and YouTube, it's still such a new genre. Like the idea that, you know, Twitch has been around for, I'm not exactly sure, but it's within the last 10 years, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
That's still really new. There's not a lot of data to go back on. So in the new market like this, there's a lot of unpredictability. Like we don't know. Obviously, there's the scare for the moment with poker on Twitch, but, you know, I think that part was, obviously you don't want that situation to come up to begin with, but I think in an odd way, kind of a win in the sense of that they recognize poker is different from other gambling games.
Yeah. Correct.
Which, you know, so I mean, even though you didn't want that situation to happen with, the fact that they differentiated the two, I think is a massive win for poker. What it means on the platform going in the future, my guess is as good as anybody's. But I feel pretty confident that, you know, like if something were to happen with Twitch, there's other places to pivot live streaming content. It's a huge reason why I've been really active on YouTube, is in case something happens on the Twitch side, as long as YouTube content is making sure to kind of, you know, not putting all my eggs in one basket in a sense, and just kind of diversifying within that sense, because there's so much unpredictability, really.
Mizrachi v. Cody. Heads up to the flop. Mizrachi with the best of it right now.
Checks his pair and gut shot. Cody the original raiser, and he did it from early, so my guess is he's going to keep trying to rep strength. Plus, sometimes he can even bet ace high for value when Rob's calling with just a gut shot.
9,500.
Jake really doesn't have much of a chance of catching anything on this hand.
Mizrachi calls. Boom. Ace on the turn.
As I was saying.
Mizrachi checks a second time.
Good spot for Jake to keep firing. A lot of players are going to bluff the ace on the turn or check back when they hit it, so betting it can sometimes be a little tricky.
His bet of 18,000 has just become 39,000 thanks to a check raise from Robert Mizrachi.
Rob's raising here in what looks like a scare card, hoping that Jake's just double barreling or has a hand as weak as one pair.
Jake calls the raise. No straight for Mizrachi on the river, just a pair of eights. He checks.
Mizrachi couldn't pull the trigger on another bet. Good thing, too, because I think there's a good shot it gets called.
Jake has around 80,000 behind.
For most players, this is an easy check behind.
Not for Jake Cody. He moves all in.
Hachi Machi. I don't think this is turning his hand into a bluff. I think this is a really sick value shove. I just don't know how often it's getting called. Rob's not even beating third pair on board. I talk a lot about polarization, but this move is the opposite. It's a merge, and I love it. Sometimes better hands will fold, but mostly this is designed so when you're right, worse hands will hero call you, like the bat signal. The last time Rob thought this hard about a decision was over what kind of pomade to buy. Appropriate facial expression, check. Jake Cody giving away nothing.
Rob's seriously thinking about this.
That's what makes it such a great move, whether it gets called or not.
He calls.
All in call.
Rob just looked up Jake Cody lighter than a helium balloon. There must be some serious dynamic happening at this table. Absolutely masterfully played by Jake Cody.
Up to 286,000.
Rob Mizrachi rack focus to emphasize the pain. Nice.
It's golf superstar Sergio Garcia. He shoved, and Esteban Ripamonti has made the call. Pocket eights for Sergio, ace eight for Ripamonti.
Garcia in really good shape.
Cannot bring himself to look.
I hear he does the same thing whenever he watches the last scene of Tin Cup.
Oh, that seals the deal. Garcia with trips on the turn has his opponent drawing dead and will get another double up.
It's in the hole.
They don't want to look.
Now it's Esteban Ripamonti that has to make the awkward exit.
Well, look out for that chair. Ripamonti's still got chips. The players are going on a break.
Whatever, don't ruin my joke.
Sergio Garcia now close to 100,000 chips. Action on the feature table is on Michael Phelps, ace-queen. He raises to 2,500. Aaron Massey has ace-king suited.
That's going to be bad news.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 6,600. It'll be interesting to see how Phelps responds to this. Action's been folded back around to him.
Now, even though we know he's dominated, Phelps might think he has the best hand, and he could 4-bet since he's out of position.
If he were to do that, and Massey were to shove, he'd have a tough job getting away from it.
13-4.
Well, he does 4-bet. He re-raises to 13,400.
Small 4-bet now, but small 4-bets are actually okay.
Massey does not ship, he just calls.
I think if I have ace-king suited in that spot, I'm going to stick it in. Don't want to get blown off your hand on the flop.
Which could well happen because it's a nothing flop. 9-7 deuce rainbow.
Some players are actually more comfortable calling than jamming on a nothing flop. I'm actually cool with that too.
Phelps continues for just over 10,000.
Most players are going to peel at least one street. This bet was only a third of the pot. You've got 2 overs, backdoor diamonds. Like I said, there's always that shove.
Massey is the effective stack, playing just shy of 50,000. And he folds, face up.
Wowie kazowie. If that's how he plays his ace-king suited, Massey is a masochist.
Michael Phelps wins another pot.
That's him.
Well, James, if there's one thing Michael Phelps is good at, it's splashing around.
And he's now up to over 153,000. Ronaldo has dropped below the tournament average, and he's in action at the secondary feature table, where he's limped with aces in early position. Bernardo Coelho from Portugal has ace-7 in the cutoff. That's a call.
Too bad it's not Paul Coelho, the novelist, because he's going to need the alchemist to crack aces.
Round to Diego Gomez in the small blind. He folds. And John Patgorski checks his option in the big blind with pocket 4s.
No reason to get cute and play a huge pot there. Just take the free flop.
Well, Ronaldo is a big favorite here, but Patgorski has flopped a straight draw.
Yeah, he's got a couple of more outs now to crack the phenomenon's aces.
6,000.
Ronaldo bets more than half pot.
And he looks pretty happy with himself.
Coelho folds. Patgorski is in, heads up to the turn. Ronaldo now an 86% favorite.
And I think this goes check, bet, call again.
12.
There's the bet from Ronaldo.
And it would be silly for Pat Gorski to fold. Just silly. Sometimes he'd have the best hand.
Sure enough, he calls, and we go to the river. And Pat Gorski gets there. He's rivered a set.
Uh-oh, Ronaldo, oh.
C1 bets 15,000.
Pat Gorski leads out for 15K. Can Ronaldo get away from this?
This looks pretty strong to me, but sometimes it'd be a bluff since Ronaldo's not really supposed to have a 5 or a very strong hand here after limping from early position. But depending on what kind of player Pat Gorski is, I think this is a fold a lot.
Raise 30,000.
Oh no, he's raised.
Wow, this is amazing. Ronaldo thinks he's value raising. But this could work out for him as a bluff.
Yeah, right. 30K for Pat Gorski to call.
All right, nice hand, man.
What?
Are you serial?
He's folded. How does he lay that down?
There is a 4-card straight out there.
Back on the main stage, blind 6-12. Action on Ronaldo.
This guy's playing every hand.
Ace-deuce suited, under the gun +1. He raises to 35,000.
Some might say it's a little loose, but to be honest, if I saw Ike Haxton do it, I'd probably be praising it. So I'm going to go ahead and allow it.
I'm sure Ronaldo will be delighted to hear that. Folded around to Christopher Lockhart in the big blind. He's got ace-king.
All in.
And he shoves on Ronaldo.
Now, Ronaldo really does not have to call this off.
Try to put me out. Everyone.
He's cute.
He feels he's being bullied.
Okay, I mean.
Is that a call?
Yeah.
Okay,
Call.
Ronaldo calls all in, and he is a huge dog here.
Well, Ronaldo, it was nice having you here, unless you do something terrible to this boy.
Lockhart, a 7-3 favorite almost. Sergio Garcia rooting for the underdog. Ooh, flush draw on the flop.
Well, that should pep him up a little.
I know who I'm cheering for.
I know who I'm cheering.
Huge Chris Lockhart fan.
Ronaldo now has 12 outs. He needs a diamond or a deuce to survive. The river card is a deuce.
Wow.
Wins with a pair of deuces. That shouldn't even count.
Whoa. What is that?
A pair of twos.
Heart attack. Like. Oh,
And Lockhart has asked that Sergio Garcia be removed from the rail.
it's amazing, this game.
Can you imagine what the rail would be like if he final tables?
No.
First final table with a Mexican wave.
Ronaldo back up above the tournament average.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Live coverage from day one at the Baha Mar Resort in the Bahamas. Wait, I think I got that backwards. First couple of levels done for the day. These are some of the notable chip stacks. Alexandra Griffin, Ben Sprague, all at our main and secondary featured tables. These are the full names and addresses, phone numbers, and chip counts of the people at the featured table, the main one that is. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
A pleasure, Nick. First 2 levels done and dusted. Blinds 200 to 400 with a 400 big blind ante. Hello, Keith, on YouTube. Hello, Gurdeep, on YouTube. David K, PokerStars Team Pro in the one hole.
The whole setup's cool too. Like
Pal of Nicholas Michael Walsh.
We're so lucky to be here. Like, really make sure to appreciate the moment, you know?
Yeah.
Like in the 3C.
Whatever happens on the table, fuck it, you know? But like forever.
Alexander Botez, chess influencer, creator, as it says
all the time,
on her Twitter page.
Be grateful.
Yeah.
It's a cool opportunity.
It's really great not to have our phones as well, because it's so easy to get like lost in your phone on the table and such bullshit like you're playing.
Well, they don't want to see. They want to. They don't want to see people on their phone. They want.
No, of course.
They want the integrity of.
I'm saying at a normal table.
Yeah,
everybody just starts looking at their phone.
Yeah, they're always on their phone.
It's like, why? You know, enjoy what you're doing.
Agree.
I mean, I like there being no
I'm
phones
really glad that we don't have
on the
a
feature table, but
Yeah.
counterpoint.
Did you see anything?
Why everyone's on their phones? Because it only contains all of the information in the known universe.
That's true.
So, you know, it's tough to compete with
The
that.
Romanian Noir.
Yeah, that's a big ask.
Okay, maybe
But,
share it with the distant cousins. So
Our
I think we might
boy
be getting upset there.
Besson makes a good point here.
They did?
Yeah.
Not having your phone does mean you can focus.
Yeah, it's what I saw, and I was like, you guys not English? No way.
Are you a professor?
What? No.
You could be. History, right?
Yeah, maybe, or English.
English, yeah.
You look
English?
like a professor.
Yeah, that works. We're going to study Shakespeare today. Yeah,
Nick,
I can see it.
You know how I feel about learning. Not a fan.
Believable in poker.
So let's try to keep the education to a minimum, please.
Some sort of.
Does your sister play poker too?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you
She started playing. She enjoys it. She's not 21 yet, so she doesn't.
Ah, okay.
Oh, she's younger.
So yeah, most people in France have read what I do.
Jiu-jitsu and boxing.
Ah, okay.
Have so many other things.
Yeah.
Does he have everything done?
Yes, but in that case, I mostly work on the subs for English-speaking content, but I do everything and catch game live on the side. So when I told you I have half, it wasn't a lie. I literally have two things I do.
Yeah, I like boxing. Tyson Fury.
It's so comfortable.
He's one of the best.
Yeah.
Just so comfortable. Good luck.
Red deck now.
All right, now that we all reviewed the tapes, it's going to be more interesting.
Cards back in the air.
Alexandra just alluding there to the fact that they might have gone and checked the VOD now to see what people were up to.
All right.
Seems good. Obviously, we are playing on a 30-minute delay, guys. So what we're seeing here, we're commenting on live, but happened 30 minutes ago. Therefore, players can see what happened cards up. Besson is going to raise the 6-7 off here. Decision on the button for Botez. Decides to call with King-10 off. Does have the best hand for the time being.
All right, let's see the flop. Wow, that worked. That synced up perfectly with the sound effect. That was fantastic. You ever see the movie It's a Wonderful Life?
Yeah.
There's a scene where a drunk guy stumbles off screen and then there's like a really loud crash.
Yeah.
That crash was a crew member like knocking over a shelf.
Really?
Yeah, and it just happened at the exact right moment. And,
amazing.
The guy thought he was going to get fired, and he got a bonus instead. And it stayed in the movie.
Amazing. A happy accident. Alexander taking down another pot. Our current
I
feature table chip leader, 223 big blinds. About 89,000 chips or so.
So we all know you. This is if French people say, "Well, I see you." That's why.
Blow me cover.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
I think there's a scene like that from Elf
That
as
is
well,
final
like
table,
in
that
the
was, huh?
early scenes in Elf.
I believe
with Will
I've heard this
Ferrell.
story as well, yeah.
He like goes up to a Santa Claus dressed in like sweatpants and like, you know, like a jogging suit or something, and apparently that was just a guy. Just so happened to be in a Christmas movie. She's going to open up. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, we've got an Insta 3-bet from Alexandra Botez attacking the open from Spolber. King 10 suited. I like the cash game style she brings to this tournament. Seen a lot of unorthodox re-raises out of Alexandra.
Yeah, also plenty of unorthodox flop plays as well. Can't find my words.
Top pair for Alex. You got to wonder if someone told her that to just be really aggro in this event and just sort of go after some of the other less experienced players.
Rail slides when the pot almost
her style.
You're just getting louder and louder.
You probably heard about it, but the French room Winamax, they have this show that they do, Dans la tête d'un pot. Like,
I watched
about
it. Yeah.
And it was like obviously a massive thing because of French won. He was still playing for them back then. Yeah. So yeah, like millions of people have seen this.
It's a good point, though, Joe. I
mean, subtitles
Alexandra, probably by her own admission, can say that she's not the most experienced poker player, but she certainly is connected to many of them as a result of her sort of content creation.
I mean, she won a massive amount of money on the gamer stream that I watched.
Oh, yeah.
Phil Hellmuth. And,
yeah, quite right.
Was it Ninja who played in that one, too?
I think so, yeah, something like that. Lots of very influential
Ninja
people.
was there, Blender. Dr. Fantastic.
Was Mr. Beast on that one? That might have been another one later.
Mr. Beast, I don't know. I think Tommy Two-Tone.
Yeah.
Tommy Toon.
Tommy Toon. But yeah, connected to plenty of players out there, and might have got a few tips going into it here. So far, working for her really well. Botez now in the hijack with Queen 7 suited.
And flops a gut shot here. 10-8-6, 1 diamond.
So Connor opened. Sorry, Botez limped. Connor raised his button over the limp. I see what happened here now. And then Botez called again. Quite unconventional. Does find herself in a spot with tons of equity, though. 37%, not too shabby, and the opportunity to obviously to turn it into a bluff on later streets if she'd like.
And some opportunities to pick up more equity on the turn, even if she doesn't make the gut shot. A diamond would be pretty spicy. No diamond, but it's the queen. That's the best hand now.
Another great turn for Botez. Apparently Mr. Beast was there.
And the board pairs the 8 on the river. 2 pair now for Botez.
That looks like a 5K.
5,000.
Is O'Connor considering a bluff?
Yeah, and a big one at that. That is no joke.
Now, if she has, in fact, checked the VOD, Joe, this is very similar to a spot she just got bluffed off. On a paired board, she's got a hand that can very commonly be the best hand, or very frequently be the best hand, I should say. Do you think that might play into her decision-making here?
Obviously, it will play into the decision-making. It's just that you can sort of level yourself here to, well, he knows I checked the VOD. Would he really do this again on a bluff?
Right. I mean, it was against a different player, but it's kind of, to me, it feels like a very similar spot where you're like, does this guy have trips? I've got a hand that's going to win a lot, given, assuming the action wasn't too aggro on previous streets.
Denzi says she can't fold. She is always calling. That's Denzi on Twitch.
She makes the call.
Does, in fact, call. Snaps the bluff off. And that's going to be one of the bigger pots that we've seen at this feature table. Alexandra Botez up over 100,000 in chips.
That's a sick call.
Oh, man. Love to see it. O'Connor a little bit frustrated there.
Maybe you can coach me in poker and chess.
It's an interesting river raise. Not really sure if he's telling the most believable story. Does have the blocker in his hand to the straight, but Got to think that probably the straight plays slightly differently on a previous street.
Got to my head.
Oh no! See, I told you.
No, that's why you shouldn't look at the VOD.
Exactly. Never read the chat, especially you can check the VOD, but the chat always stays up.
But I can't.
No,
As a
I
streamer,
understand.
it's an addiction.
I know. I understand.
Which chat? Coaching people in the 25K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this is true.
I'm sure they would all play perfectly now, but hello, chat.
Someone was like, chess player gets wrong move. I was like, okay.
Turns out everyone hates you, chat pros.
I think Alexander knows how this works by now.
3,200.
An individual making content being seen by a lot of people. You can never fade the haters, right, Joe? Do you ever interact with the haters, Joe?
I actually don't feed the trolls. I don't know if you've ever seen my social media, but I don't engage.
Absolutely not. O'Connor facing a 3-bet makes the call.
The 7 at the size coming. Queen 5 deuce. A board you're going to feel pretty okay about with pocket 7s.
Yeah, so far David K playing really solid poker though. Really enjoying seeing him play. Obviously one of the newer members of Team Pro, repping Michigan. So far seen some really good play. In particular, a big fan of that overbet turn we saw just before the end of the last break, the end of the last level where we went to break, excuse me. So on the flop, guys.
David checks back the turn. And despite that king being an overcard to the 7s, they will be the best hand at showdown. And David with a decent decision on his hands here, whether he wants to take the ace-high showdown value, which doesn't feel like it's going to be very good here, and is going to bluff instead.
I don't want to say it again, but again, that quick check from O'Connor, I think really kind of tells the tale of a pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 6s kind of situation. And, you know, David obviously in a good spot now to just continue repping, and obviously the king is going to hit him once in a while.
Sorry.
I don't want to sound like I'm being overcritical of O'Connor because, you know, that quick check might also now be interpreted. He knows that I quick check, therefore he's going to be bluffing here, therefore I should call with 7s, you know what I mean? So it's not necessarily always going to go against him.
I don't think there's anything wrong with noticing that, you know, there are some different ways to interpret
I think a
timing tells.
Yeah, I think a hero call here is totally reasonable. And somebody said in the chat earlier as well, like, what if he's always balancing, he's always quick checking? That you're absolutely right. Yeah, if that's always his style, then definitely a lot more difficult for it to become a tell. However, when you do have a tough situation, it's really difficult not to ponder for more than a split second, and it's not something that's easy to balance unless you're really clear on what your plan is. You know, having not seen turn, not seen river, and the like.
O'Connor really in the tank here. This is such a tough call to make. I know that if I were tanking this long, I would be thinking about absolutely nothing.
You just get lost in thought?
Yeah, not in thought, in no thought.
Nice play there.
Makes the laydown. Like, I wouldn't be able to find a reason to call there, but I would also feel so dumb for just getting bluffed all the time with two, like, just, you know.
Sure.
On that run out, not good.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice play there from David again. Loving seeing him work.
Yeah, sure.
What time's the water park open till again?
Sorry?
So we got Hayden weighing in a little bit. Part of our team here says
Does
that's
it feel safe,
with
or
the
is it like one of
people
those
with experience and
parts that you
solvers. A lot of times they just
I
act
don't know,
quickly
I haven't
because
been,
everyone knows
Well,
that
it's
it's just a
very
spot where they're never
Yeah.
going to be
Yeah.
doing anything other than checking.
Hopefully I never have time to go, you know?
Absolutely.
True.
But we're all thinking.
Yeah.
Like, it used to be that you would checking in the dark was a thing back in the olden days, and then it became a thing like, oh, you would like make fun of people who check in the dark. But honestly, there's certain
900?
spots where like people are just like almost always checking. I really don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, I think certain individuals are like, oh, I don't want to let people know that I have absolutely no lead range here when GTO does it at exactly 4.3% of the time or whatever.
Exactly.
It's just a bit, you know. I think, again, you mentioned earlier about how there's a different dynamic when we play cash games, and we're seeing a little bit of that from some of the players. I think that comes into it as well.
We've got Bason versus Strasser, ace, jack, deuce, couple of spades. Queen high, leading for now. Another spade on the turn. Still Strasser out in front. And Bason is going to try to bluff this with the 7 high. Knows that there's a relatively small chance of improving, and a bluff's the best way to win this. Stiller asks, where is Negreanu? He is in his house. Thank you for your question. Small chance he's in the yard, but, you know, that vicinity.
How does it feel to get quads and aces in the first 2 levels of the 25K?
It's not bad.
He doesn't go grocery shopping. Are you nuts? I don't think that Daniel has
Only
set
this
foot
is
in a grocery store in probably 20 years.
I mean,
You don't want to spread false information. Drop him a text, Joe. Just
what could a gallon of milk cost, Michael? $20? It's actually getting pretty close. O'Connor raising ace-7 suited. And Ramon with the aces. So here's a little funny story. Maybe we'll see, depending on what O'Connor does here. Makes the call. It's gonna has a draw to the nuts.
Just to give some context really quick, guys, we're about 41 big blinds effective here, so just want to highlight that because obviously the assumption being so early that we would be deeper, but Ramon sitting around the 41 big blind mark behind once he's made the 3-bet.
I don't even have a club, let alone many clubs, that would necessitate a flush draw. So yeah, so Ramon obviously was wearing that hat earlier, and so are all the rest of the Spanish contingent. What's really funny is that when I was on my break, I looked out into the room, and I was like, oh, did they move Ramon off the feature table? And because I saw a dude sitting there with the hat, and then I looked around the room, and it's like the Thomas Crown affair. There's like 500 Ramones all wearing the same hat. I'm like, Ramones everywhere.
I love that. I love that. I mean, the world is dangerous enough with one Ramon Colillas.
Yeah, right.
Colillas Godzias. We don't need more of them, Joe. Thank you. My little brother, by the way, shout out to Dylan, sent me a message at the break. He goes, lol, Spraggy is trending on Twitter.
Really?
And I just thought, what does the world come to?
Well, you know that your Twitter trends are like somewhat tailored to things you're interested in.
I was thinking the same thing
place.
as well. I thought that was
even
nice.
Still.
Shout out to Spraggy. I think it was his tweet to Jaffe. Might have been that one.
Which, Will Jaffe.
Yes.
A tough conversation.
A tough conversation with Will Jaffe. The first sign of the apocalypse, Spraggy trending on Twitter.
Yeah, I guess. Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. King-Queen domination situation. Strasser defending the big blind with King-8. Party on, base. Base, party on. Base on party, okay. So who's on the bill tonight? Jolly Green Giant, Crucial Taunt, Crappy Beatles. Crappy Beatles, they any good? They suck. I know, I had to change the quote, guys. I'm not allowed to say that word on stream, but still funny. The Gerber baby has chat. What's the bald fella's name? I think you're thinking of Telly Savalas. Thank you for your question.
That's my good friend Josef Spulber. and he is otherwise known as the Black Elf on Twitch, Reg, on many streams.
3 players to this flop. Botez racing 6-5 offsuit from the button, hits a 6. It's the best hand. And she gonna come out swinging. 3,000 into a pot of 3,400.
I absolutely love this from Botez. she's really playing outside the box, but she's doing it in a way that's working real good. And these bet sizes are really unconventional. Basically smashing full pot here, not afraid of anything. Somebody told her once she could c bet, and she's like, "That sounds good. I'm going to do that."
I had a pair.
And it works, people. The old c bet.
I don't know. Like,
Well,
you got higher than dude.
I did have higher than
So,
call.
Figured you had a pair.
Benjamin Ludlow in chat. I didn't even read this ahead of time, but I trust Ben, so I'm just going to read it cold. Is a platinum pass like a bearer bond? If I see someone carrying them around, can I bonk them on the head and steal it? I should not have read this. Let's go to another hand elsewhere. No, we can't do that? Great. Thanks.
Let's watch this one first.
There will be no bonking anyone on the head for their platinum pass, Benjamin.
Sorry, guys.
So yeah, London is a really nice place to
Amazing.
1,200.
Strasser, King 10 off on the button.
Such a good win for cash. I was impressed.
And that's going to get through the lot.
Really, really.
Oh, now you're going to let me cut to another hand. Fine.
I don't know.
Another influencer. We saw Elias Gutierrez in the mix in the main. Here he is in the PokerStars No Limit Players Championship playing against Matthew Thompson. And we've got a bet
I'll get
from
this round.
Gutierrez.
Oh, so generous.
And elicits a fold from Matt.
Thank you so much.
Theros, he goes by online.
You seem like you would be fun to have a pint with, to be honest. If I see you on a bar, tip my shoulder. You got to be on me.
Yeah, no problem.
Tap my shoulder, so you got it.
900.
We got one of Andrew McMillan's nice personalities today. The more chat I withstand, the more awesome and professional I realize Joe and James and Nick and Griffin and Maria and Sam really are. Let's throw Scotty Baumstein in there as well, since he's helping us out here at the PCA.
Yeah, I think Scott's been a fantastic addition. Really enjoying his take. And yeah, shout out to him. He's doing a great job.
Heads up.
Botez calling a raise with 5 deuce suited in the hijack.
Yeah, I mean, she just seems to want to play in position.
She's gonna fire. What a superstar.
I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, it's Yosef's getting outplayed here, but like, you just got no moves. But wait.
We're gonna see. I mean, look, I'm fine here if you're gonna like get to showdown sometimes. But if you're never gonna get to showdown, maybe best to fold the 4s on the flop. Another club on the turn. Spolbert with the flush draw now.
I think it was another quick bet.
Yeah, and that one's gonna work, I think.
Wow.
Check, bet, fold. Alexandra Botez running over this table like a queen into a rook? I don't know. Is that a thing? Jack to King 9. Yeah, right there. Maizuma says, Botez slapping this table around, honestly. I don't think that's a terrible analogy.
I think that, although it's unconventional, it's not to say it's not working. And thus far, picking her spots really well. Absolutely no criticism from me.
Certainly not GTO, but I am very happy for a refreshing take at the feature table.
It may not be GTO, but she's winning chips. And that's the name of the game.
It's GTE. It's game theory entertaining. And that's why I'm here. 9-9 Trey. Spolber could have a 9 in there. Jack 9's a hand you love to see in the big blind. Bason's going to bet.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of my friend Josef here. I think he's representing himself really well here on the table so far. Looking real cool customer, very controlled.
Spolber checks. Now, Nick, typically is this a card you'd fire again on with King Queen and the Queen of Diamonds?
I feel like it is, and I think it's important that you point out that they have the Queen of Diamonds here. That makes a huge difference to the way you approach this turn. Obviously, blocking made flushes also gives you additional outs if your opponents don't have a better draw, which is, you know, going to be happening a lot of the time. Turns out Josef has the Jack Trey. Given the fact that this is from the UTG, he probably should be more likely to fold this turn because he will be up against, you know, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s.
Yeah.
Plenty of 10x.
I was hoping for a much better second card.
Yeah, me too. I think the call is totally fine as well, though. That's not to say you shouldn't be calling with this at some frequency.
Ooh, that is a rough way to end up with not the best hand here.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a funny one now. Is he really going to consider turning his hand into a bluff, right? Because he's probably going to have more 9x than Besson, but I don't think it's a spot where you do that. I'm kind of just reaching out for some opportunity to win the pot somehow. Wow, continues bluffing.
He was bluffing with the best of it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Shows kings. Looks like we may have gotten that one wrong.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense. I was going to say, I don't know if you turn King Queen into a bluff there on the river too often because you're obviously beating a bunch of straight draws and stuff. Especially straight draws that turn a flush draw as well, Joe.
We're going to have a little peek at the secondary feature table. The one that contains our friend Spraggy, PokerStars Team Pro, and our colleague Griffin Benger.
Average only 61.
Griffin's like the unofficial stepchild of the stream. They're the stacks at the secondary feature table.
Commentating.
Benger down to 42K. Sprag the shortest stack. What are you two doing?
I was ready to jump. When I saw it, I was like...
you were on the break when you saw the slides, you're like,
the lazy river looks so comfy.
Yeah. It looks. Be careful.
Okay.
I went to the lazy river and I was like, this is too slow. Like, this and then we like turned a corner.
Yeah.
We're kind of going backwards. So I was with my girlfriend, and I was like, what is going on? Why are we like moving back?
Yeah.
And then the lifeguard just goes, uh-oh. And I turn around and there's this massive wave. I'm like right where the wave machine is.
It comes.
And it just decked me, and it like flipped me over.
Is it
I told it on the stream. It was that everyone was laughing at me. Yeah. I almost got hurt. Like I thought I was gonna hit my head, so I went like this when I went over.
You actually
I
flipped.
emerged, and there was this 5-year-old girl. She was so disappointed in me. just a little shake of her head, like looking up at her dad, being like,
This grown man.
I'm done with the lazy river. Be very careful up there.
Yeah, not so lazy. Not so lazy, huh?
Only Griffin could almost get killed on a ride for children.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Or the slide goes through it. I haven't been on any of the slides yet. I went with Henrik and Parker and Connor, and
one of them looks intense.
Henrik claimed he wasn't in the mood for speed, and so we didn't do any of the slides. I mean, we did a water park.
Wasn't in the mood for speed.
Surely it's all about slides, right?
Yeah.
I like Henrik, but why is everyone catering their entire water park experience to his
I don't know
aversion to speed?
You can't go on the lazy river while you do some slides or what?
You sit on a bench with mom and dad. Is this shirt for real? Did we make that? Is that from us, or did he bring that from home? What is that? What's going on?
I don't know. It's pretty fancy.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Or maybe just
those two for sure.
Heads up to this flop. A bonus cell versus Sprague.
It is very expensive.
Kiwi Sean says Griffin seems like he'd be awesome to hang out with. No, not really.
Griffin is awesome to hang out with, but he is what we like to call a lot.
Smart business on their part.
Yeah, that's so true.
No, I really enjoy Griffin's company, actually. Great guy to hang around with for sure.
It adds players, I guess, to the game.
For sure.
Spraggy is leading here, as in ahead in the hand. Bonacel betting 1,000. Oh, 900. One for you and one for you. To the turn. 100 is your change, and we thank you. Double paired board now. This is funny. This guy on YouTube says, lol, that shirt, refund. And then his name is Andrew Burns.
Also, joke's on you, buddy. It was free.
This guy's full of burns. And Spraggy is bluffing Bonacel off a chop.
LFG Team Pro. Chat was asking, have we seen Martirosian yet? Absolutely. He came third in the PCA Main Event. Where were you?
Who came third in the main event?
Martirosian.
Oh, sure, yeah. Mar Arthur.
Mar Arthur, the man himself.
Speaking of shirts, he was wearing a good one on day 4.
Box 1, fold. Box 3, fold. Box 4, fold.
Griffin Benger, King Jack off.
Box 5, raise, 1,000. Box 6, fold.
Gonna make a raise to 1K. Folding around to the small blind. Bonus cell, Queen 8 of spades.
Are those sleeves or wallpaper?
Have they been painted on?
Yeah, it does look like body paint. That's what I was looking for.
Is it? Peralta here in the big blind. This is an individual we see on the tour a lot. Lots of EPTs. See him in the halls. See him on the tables.
Peralta, noise.
Peralta.
Cool. Peralta with an overpair to the board.
Box 10, bet, 1,000.
Hey, Peralta, where's Boyle? Huh?
Nice.
Where's Detective Boyle? Where's Captain Holt? Nice hand. Too bad it wasn't 9-9.
9-9.
Write that down. If he gets 9s, I gotta put that. I gotta remember that for later. That's too good of a.
Is he wearing a tank top and he's just got that body painted on? Body painted shoulders, black tank top.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Hanks in chat says, Staves makes me feel warm, fuzzy, and moist all at once. Thank you. I'm a big Hanks fan. Love Hanks. Rosaria, Hill, all the Hanks.
It's like he's fulfilling our deepest fear right now. Like it's, you know.
Uh-oh, someone sounds like...
He's very, the most grinded, level-headed.
100?
100.
A lot of 10,000.
He'll be, yeah.
Box 7, raise to 1,000.
Yeah.
Box 10, fold.
We need your chair. Why do you do this? Sponsorships.
I'm ruined.
Don't whisper, guys. I'm trying to let the audience hear what you have to say. You're featured. Be featuring. Bonacel versus Bautista. And a flush draw for Bonacel. Always get excited when anyone has a flush draw because I can picture myself having a flush draw. It's really fun to have a flush draw.
Joe, you can always picture yourself having a draw that doesn't come.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But this is the best part when there's hope. Like, all I have to do is hit one heart. I have 2 chances to do it. How hard could it be? Okay? 1 chance to do it. How hard could it be? Queen on the turn. Bautista checking again to Bonacel.
Chat, do you think he's related to Dave Bautista?
Ooh, 9. Pair of 9s for Bonacel. 4s get run down on the river. What a joke. Typical River Stars.
Typical.
Box 1 bet, 2,400.
Here's the problem, Joe. You check to the aggressor. You give him the keys to the Lambo.
Can't check on a scare card.
You can't check on a scare card, especially not versus an aggressive opponent. Or you're just giving him the keys to the Lambo. Am I right, chat?
Handing the keys right over. Bonacel with a decision.
He's like, I don't.
Is Bautista betting, value betting or bluffing?
That's a good question.
Just pick one. It's okay. I'm not going to question
it. It might be a bit of a blocker bet.
Blocker bet, sure.
Which is in a way, it can also, a blocker bet can also be a form of value bet.
And gets the best hand to fold. Well done. He was bluffing. He was bluffing.
Oh, value betting.
You can breathe now.
Bluffing.
You can make a value bet that doesn't get paid.
Oh, bluff.
Hey, shout out to Chris Martin in the chat. Hello, buddy.
Going back to the main feature table. A new player has arrived. Guillermo Sands in seat 6. Platinum Pass winner from the Megapath. And it's not the Spanish commentator, Guillermo Sands, not Willow.
Wait, he has a real name?
I guess it's Guillermo.
Huillo el Pillo.
Who knew?
¿Qué? ¿Qué cosa? Oh, that's Italian. Damn.
And I've got some very disappointing news from out in the field. Do you want to take a guess? Everyone in chat. Now we've lost someone. We've lost the PokerStars Team Pro out in the field. Who do y'all think it is? Get your guesses out in chat.
Place your bets now. A couple of people asking about Judge Judy in the chat as well. Hopefully we'll see some more action from Judy the Destroyer.
We got people guessing Lex, Spraggy, Finton, Papo, Lex, Finton, Lex, 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 Tonka, Finton, Finton. How long can I do this for? Lex, I got a lot of hours to fill. Spraggy, Finton, Haymonia, Finton, Canossi, Lex, Sam Crafton, Maria Ho, Cody, Spra, Rampage,
Vanessa Cade,
Arlie,
Lex.
Maria, me, Joey,
D-Negs.
Finton Hand. We got a hand shaving up here. So Finton Hand is the one fell at the feet of Papo MC, who has been quite a force for the last year or so.
Yeah, Papo, absolute beast. Oh, we got another four-way pot brewing.
Yes, we sure do. The initial raiser was Besson.
Wow.
With the king-queen suited and gets called.
That tells us what the cards are, really. Like, this is...
Three spots, and has all of them dominated more than likely. We'll see what this queen in the small blind is, but there it is. Yep, wow. Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 clubs. And it's actually a pair of jacks. Domination, rotation for the moment. And it's going to be pretty tough for Besson to make the straight. But there seems to be a lot of live clubs in the mix.
Yeah, huge flop for king, queen of clubs. Just absolutely massive.
Taser asks, do you have any information on Finton's last hand? Uh-huh.
He busted.
Thank you for your question.
Sands actually decides to bet the king jack here. Very surprising. Does currently have the best of it. His equity improves greatly as soon as we see a brick on the turn. Obviously, we know the 10s are missing. There's quite a few 10s out of the deck. Based on having not taken the aggressive line pre-flop, not really sure if this is a spot where you ever lead. Goes check, check on the turn. Free shot for the club or the 10. 5 of hearts, no change. At this point, I feel like king jack can be very confident they still have the best hand. But Bason is going to try and represent it now. Having not bet the flop, though, you know, I'm not sure if he gets looked up here once in a while. I think it's reasonable for Sands to make the call. About half pot bluff here from the king high.
And Bason hasn't bet until this point. Was the initial raiser.
Right, exactly. Gets it through. Nice work, buddy. Interesting spot there. Degenerate NL in the chat saying, how many Lambos do you have, Nick? You're such a baller. I actually don't have any left. Do you know why?
You kept giving all the keys away to people on scare cards?
I kept checking on scare cards, giving away the keys.
I don't, I fold quite a bit of a scared overfolder, but I feel like I might have found a call there with a jack, the way that hand played out. Here's the chip stacks at the feature table. Alexander Botez, chess influencer, creator.
Well, you have to count the breaks. So breaks
charming human being.
We're gonna have 2 of those plus the non-break.
Leading the feature table.
Is there a dinner break? Yeah.
Seven.
How long is it?
7 p.m.
900.
Gotcha.
We're doing 10 11 p.m. It's very good. Normally it's very nice.
Antonius says, so far calling has printed at every spot people are folding. Sorry, I made a joke of it before, but I wanted to say I am a big fan of Brent Hanks. He's the one who wrote it on YouTube.
Oh.
I love the passion, enthusiasm, and humor he brings to the game. Ace, king, 6, all spades. Nobody's got a spade. Top pair for Strasser. Colillas with a pretty bad hand that I feel like he might make a play for if given the opportunity. Pretty tough into 2 opponents, I guess. The checks again. Spolber with some strong Dean Pelton vibes. That's 1,400 with queen high. I feel like this is optimistic on a board like this, betting queen jack. Something, unblocking, I don't know. I kind of like to at least have the same color as the cards on board if I'm going to bet, but into 2 opponents, but we'll see.
It's a useful one.
Strasser, I mean, his top pair here. Giving it a think. Yeah. Oh. Oh, wow. Wait, okay. I take it back. Spolber is a genius.
Man,
I mean, if you saw what he did.
Oh, man, no, I can't unsee it. Well done, buddy. Joseph there up to 140 bigs. Shout out to the Black Elf. Loving your work, buddy.
We might have to go into emote-only mode after someone folds top pair of the movie, guys. Let's just make that a general rule.
Yeah.
If someone gets bluffed off top pair on, like, what was that, the turn?
On the turn.
900.
We might just have to go emote-only mode for, like, a minute. Let everyone get it out of their system. Anybody out there, any mods? Any mods want to help me out here?
Wow.
Oh, man, I really Britted that hand analysis. Nice one. 6 furry. Trip kings for Strasser. Probably not going to get taken off of this one. Poor Spolber.
Yeah.
Wearing that 7.
This is a tough one. You're gonna end up doing some chips here every time with the Queen 7, no doubt. 3 of diamonds, no change, but I was gonna say a club on the turn probably loses him even more, Joe.
Five.
Wow, nice chunky size in the turn there, 5K.
Sorry,
I love a good chonker. Nice little can of tuna.
Josh, he said 5. That's all good. And another call, of course, from the Queen 7. And I know Josef has been doing a lot of time in the lab here, working on his post-flop game, and I think he'll be aware of the fact you really just cannot be folding this turn.
Well, all right. Yeah, we're all going to see it.
Does it go check on the river?
It did indeed.
Wow. Strasser with King 10 with the 10 of clubs chooses not to value bet. That's actually very interesting as well. Absolutely could have gone for more there, I think.
As a look, I don't know that Strasser's an amateur. Right? I'm going to guess that we haven't seen much of him, right?
Haven't seen too much from Strasser personally.
So Nick mentioned at the top of the broadcast that Josef Spolber won his platinum pass in an interesting way. Check this out.
Are you a Flyers fan from Canada?
The winner of this flip out is going to go to the PCA in January and win the platinum pass worth $30,000. We're going to give you 2 cards. We're going to ask you to keep them face down. Okay, we have an ace, a 10, and a 6. King, Jack, 5. Turn is a 5. An ace. Trip aces. Okay, we have our winner, Josef from Romania. Congratulations, Josef. You've won a platinum pass to go to the Bahamas.
He couldn't believe it, but there's video evidence.
That's what I figured. I was like, yeah, we minority not being a Maple Leafs fan there.
Toronto's a huge hockey town.
Yeah.
What I was about to say about
Is that your favorite sport to watch, son?
Is that my what?
Favorite sport to watch, hockey.
As an
like
amateur
NFL,
myself, I love a check raise.
I like hockey.
And sometimes you miss out on a little value
I feel like you
because
have
you're
to be
really
Canadian, like,
trying to
it's just
do the
like-
triple
The
Lindy.
Leafs are
You know
so
what I mean?
big.
I understand.
Even the Raptors are big.
Yeah, so immediately after we saw
Toronto hockey
Josef
team.
win that flip out, he calls me. I was upstairs with a hangover, came down straight to the pub to celebrate, and yeah, that was quite the day. Super, super jazzed for him. So nice to see one of the poker community being rewarded for their
You got a big
contributions.
sports city.
Huh?
You come from a big sports city.
Detroit, I guess. Kind of.
Yeah,
I root
Detroit.
against all the Detroit
Up
teams.
against
I'm the
it
bad
here.
homegrown person.
Oh, yeah?
So-
I think Detroit's got some good teams. The
As,
football's going to be good.
Yeah, so as a kid, my favorite color was red, so I picked the best red team at the time besides college. So I like the 49ers.
Wait a minute,
who's got
Joe.
Rochester.
Alexandra reaching for chips. No
Chicago
chance
Bulls.
she's winning this pot.
And all my friends are Lions fans, so I have to root against them.
They had a
I would
good
agree.
team.
They did. I would have never heard the end of it if they made the playoffs and beat the 49ers, though.
Oh my God, Ramon going for value on the river. He is so good, Joe. It's unbelievable.
I was too underconfident to say it, but I was like, I think there's a shot Ramon just raises here.
Oh man, that is just incredible to see. Finding value where others don't just can't even see it. Unbelievable techers from our boy Ramon. The fact we got 2 team pros on this table, we got Griffin and Spraggy on the other. We're in for a treat here.
Yeah, it's nice. So
Chat.
PokerStars got like a sponsorship
Buckle up.
or a partnership deal with them.
So
like,
many
they got,
more
like,
days of
there's a
content
section
coming
called
your way.
gondola section. You're like way up top. And you like look over the top of the ice. I can't make it sound as cool as it is, but it's pretty sick.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like you're on top of it. It's like if you've ever played the NHL video game.
I think I've seen PokerStars on the ice, right?
Yes, exactly.
On the
Yeah.
sides.
95 back then.
Yeah, it's just like
Were you-
it's like the over the top view. It's pretty cool.
That was my introduction to hockey.
Yeah, it was my first Wings game I'd ever been to too. So it was like pretty cool.
900.
So that was 900 total?
But yeah, so the Pistons play there too. Same arena.
I think one of the Toronto Maple Leafs may be in the event.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had heard that one of the players was maybe going to drop by. Waiting to get confirmation on that. Strasser opening Jack-10. Colillas calling for the cutoff with 9-6 suited. And we're starting to see, I think, Ramon adapt to the way the table's playing. I think it's always interesting watching a very studied player at a table full of less studied players, and you can see like Ramon's lost nearly half his stack today, over half his stack. And now that we see he's in the mix with 9-6 suited, I think he may be trying to adjust. Pair of 10s on the river for Strasser, and Strasser's going to value bet. Now, if Ramon's seen some of the laydown Strasser's been making, he could make a play for this, decides not to.
Oh, I'm on. Next one. Rushing will be a blind.
Strasser picks up that pot, a small one, adds 1,900 to his stack. Chip leader here still Alexandre Botez.
Blinds are still 200, 400 with a 400 ante. As we round into hand at number 80, day one. Pocket fours, Strasser, UTG. Wow. Doesn't even want to play them. They're ridiculously deep. Not interested in a set mine even.
I'm more of a set mime kind of guy. I'm just going to do some set miming real quick.
Oh my God, that's incredible, Joe. Incredible stuff. Oh, guys, it's. I wish you were here to see it.
And that's set miming. Thank you, Nick.
So Ramon going to open up that King-6 suited. Seems good from the hijack. Besson.
3-bet with Queen suited. I love a Queen suited 3-bet.
Sands gets out of the way. Don't think King-6 suited is one that you defend versus 3-bet. Not enough playability, but it might be an opportunity for the 4-bet. Pretty unconventional. Does make the fold. Seems good, but you got to consider your options there.
I'm getting some rave reviews for my set miming. Designer says 10 out of 10. I can hear the lack of sound from him.
Yeah, absolute silence over here, guys. It was like, what are those chambers called where there's absolutely no vibrations or sound?
Sensory deprivation chamber?
No. I'm sure James would know if he was here.
I think James would agree with me, because I'm right.
It's got a name. Come on, Chad, help me out.
I don't know, Tony? Like, what kind of name are you looking for?
That's the one. Thank you, Chad.
What is it?
Anachoic. That is something. That's what they're getting at. Yeah, there's absolutely no reverb.
I like mine better.
There's no nothing.
Spulbert raising from the hijack with Jack-10 off, gets folds.
Curling Master Anaconda. That's the one. Yeah, spotted it.
From everyone but Besson. And Strasser's going to hop in with 2 7s. I'm loving this. I'm loving this unknown quantity of these players. Just so different from what we're used to seeing. It's actually got me more interested. Top 2 for Besson. Spulbert, unfortunately, with just a 10 and not a lot of ways to improve. And Strasser does set mime with the 7s. Let's see if he escapes from the box or not. A 7 and a 7. He's not going to escape from the box. He's going to pull himself along on the rope. So we're still going 3 ways to the turn. I love it. I love it. Oh, no, we're not. Sorry. We lost someone. My bad, yo.
I mean, as if Queen 10 needed any more help now. The backdoor club draw to go with the top 2. Strasser, man, just picks really interesting spots to get sticky. But in certain circumstances, he will actually turn some of these hands into bluffs, and we've seen him do it effectively as well.
True. That is true.
So maybe he's got something in mind here. But again, quite an unusual spot when you've got a player to act behind as well. I mean, just literally Jack 10, straight up the best hand, or beating you, excuse me, in a circumstance where you don't call and alter the action here.
Somewhat unpredictable table.
No bluff there?
No
You
bluff.
see it? It's really nice to show. Actually.
Oh, nice.
Nothing.
Nice.
Go all in. Snap call. Goodbye. I could tell you wanted to see that one.
Clip that.
Actually, I was going to show, and then Sir here just put the flop away instantly. So I was like, maybe he's not going to remember what there was.
Go all in.
Yeah, I'm
Snap call. Au revoir.
Wasn't a good one, though.
That was, yeah. What do you want to see when you have Queen 10 of clubs?
Yeah.
Bespoke board.
Nice hand.
Henry Strasser just announces all in for 145 big blinds in the turn with pocket 7s. A call, you're out. Goodbye. Kick bye. Get your kick buys in the chat now, chat.
I mean, that's a heck of a catchphrase. Go all in. Step call.
Goodbye.
Peter.
They saw with ace-7 of clubs this time.
Here we go, chat. That's how you do it.
Guillermo Sands with the 7-2 suited. Folds, by the way, in case I had to say that. 8-3 suited also folding. We see a defend out of the big blind from O'Connor.
O'Connor is our shortest stack of the table, guys.
Yes, we
53
do.
bigs.
Is ace, queen, king, jack, jack, 2 hearts, queen of hearts for O'Connor, and the best hand.
I think there's a chance you can mix in some 3-betting from the ace-queen here, given the open from the high jack. His hand is quite well disguised now, though, at this point.
Turn is the ace of hearts, so we got a royal flush draw for O'Connor.
Nice turn. Faison might be tempted to slow down for fear of a jack, fear of the hearts. Might also be tempted to bet. Now he's made turn to top pair, of course. Great spot now for O'Connor. Playing it slow is really going to pay off for him here.
Seems like a pretty trivial call. There it is.
How many hearts do you have?
Faison cannot win this pot outright.
Oh. What happens now?
What happens now is we bring James back in.
Is this a chop pot?
It is.
Well, guys, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Got the short stack.
Nick, you get to go out on a high.
Oh, baby.
How could you? Was it Jack deuce?
Thanks to Mr. Nicholas Walsh. We'll be hearing from him, of course, later on today, as we continue to bring you day one coverage from here at the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship, the second edition of the PSPC, up to 970 entries. With 929 remaining, that means 40 players are out.
Pocket jacks and then a jack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll buy that.
And they're not coming back.
Thank you. No, this is a freeze out.
You can't let past hands get to you. I mean,
No,
let them go
Pretty
through.
cool.
I know.
Get to you for a while and then.
I want everyone to start thinking now about the PokerStars No Limit Hold'em Players Championship
What have you big in Super
for next year's Global Poker Awards. And best event comes around.
It's not break for now.
I mean, dude, you're having a hard enough job convincing people to vote for the right things in this year's awards. Let's not worry about 2024 yet. I admire your moxie, but So what do we got? 3 minutes on the clock, and then we're going to roll straight into level 4, which is the 200-500 blind level. Then we get our next break of the day. And we will be halfway through the day, right? 8 levels to play on day 1?
That's a lot of levels. What does your widget say we'll end with, James, at the end of 8 levels?
The widget doesn't work unless you've got a field size, and the field size at the moment keeps going up,
Right,
so...
Right. No day 1. No day 1 widgets.
$1,100.
Raise 1,100. 9 bucks.
Kev says, James Hardigan for Commentator of the Year. Right, Joe? It's broadcaster's the name of the category, but close enough. Absolutely. Not sure if any voting members are listening.
Check.
But it's an easy campaign because he is the best broadcaster, hands down.
I'm going to be blushing soon.
All right, don't ruin it.
King 8 is still good. And David Kay has had a pretty decent time of it up on the feature table today. Currently playing around 200 big blinds. Betting 1,500 on the turn. Strasser call down with good reason. I guess he knows the 7 is always coming, and he knew a straight was going to come on the river.
It's the year of the 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a straight. Strasser can't go for the check raise this time.
That's 2,600.
2,600 into a pot of 5,800.
Oh, Strasser, how you say straight in German?
My German's not good enough, but Strasse is street, so yeah, maybe that is the German word for straight.
Everyone in chat writing Strasse makes a Strasse. Strasser. Okay, never mind. No call in the end.
So Henry Strasser hovering around the 150 big blind mark.
Either way, nice hand.
Thanks.
We are stepping away from the main feature table, going out into the field. Man down. It's time for Bruce Buffer to hit the buffet.
Forever.
Got the show started in classic Buffer style. Will not be continuing in the PSPC. New player at the secondary feature table. We're serving up a slice of pie. Mason Pie, aka Pie Face Poker, is now sat at the secondary feature table with Spraggy and Griffin Benja.
Huge Mason Pie fan.
And while we're adding people to the mix, let's introduce our guest commentator of this level. Now we have hit the start of level 4 of the PSPC. Chris Stragalis, aka Strag, and director of online poker experience at PokerStars. Strag, welcome to the stream.
Thanks very much. It is fantastic to be here. What an event, huh?
You guys might remember Strag from an episode of Poker in the Ears. One of the most interesting episodes we ever did when you came in and sort of shown a bit of a light on game integrity.
Yeah, well, we talked about quite a lot of things. I think that was in relation to the DDoS, and we talked a lot about other things as well. And I think, as James said at the time, that wasn't the way we really wanted to do that debut. But you know, it was the right thing to do at the time, and to come out and you know, share what goes on behind closed doors. And now I'm here to hopefully take it to that next level, and we can talk about some other things.
I have an easy question for you first.
Sure.
Does anyone ever tell you that your last name sounds like a Targaryen command for a dragon?
Strigalis.
That's not one I've ever had, actually. I've had a lot of butcherings of my last name, as you can imagine. Some of them I probably can't say on a...
It's how you torch someone's account on PokerStars.
Strigalis. There you go. I like that better. Actually, my nickname, Strag, if you look it up, it actually has... a few Urban Dictionary definitions, one of which, again, I'm not going to say, but there is one that I'm actually quite proud of. It actually comes from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and it's actually the definition. A strag is a hitchhiker who doesn't have a towel, and that they see somebody with a towel, and they assume that you're somebody that they can ask you for things because you clearly are somebody who knows what they're doing.
But obviously, one of the reasons why we wanted to get you in here, Strag, is that there is a common expression in poker: no one loves it more. And I think that applies to you. You are a poker player, you are a huge poker fan, and I can tell that you are feeding off the excitement of this event today.
I got to tell you, I have been so excited since I got here a few days ago, and it's been one of the things that was really amazing to me, and probably our audience doesn't get a chance to see it, was the transition from the PCA to the PSPC. And the team, I mean, guys, you wouldn't believe the team that they work so hard. They changed the entire color scheme and really just kind of rebranded the event, feeling seemingly on the fly. Walking in this morning and seeing the new branding was just an amazing thing. And it's just great. I've been watching some of the coverage. Like you said, I'm a poker geek, so here I am in the Bahamas. What am I doing? I'm in my hotel room watching the stream, of course. But at the same time, you know, it's been so exciting and so wonderful to see, and I just like I'm a geek. What can I say? I love it.
Because you gotta have geeks in your role, though.
Yeah, well, and that's a great point. You know, like a lot of people don't realize how many people that work at PokerStars are passionate poker players.
You guys have some bigger problems.
You know, including all the guys that work on the product, that work in game integrity, the guys that write the tournament schedules. All, you know, we all love to play as well. In fact, we often say one of the worst things about working for PokerStars is you don't get to play on PokerStars.
I hear you, pal.
Yeah. So, but that's the price you pay, and you know, we live vicariously through our players, and it's one of the reasons we love to sweat the streams, be on Discord, get a chance to look through our players' eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to highlight the fact that many people will know you as PokerStars Strag in the Twitch chat, and of course, Strag, you are so ridiculously active on Discord. Pretty much in every single channel on the PokerStars Discord server, but understandably, the main place you'll be lurking is feedback from customers, especially obviously anyone reporting any suggestions or perceived flaws with the product.
Exactly, because we are really very player centric, and I mean they're the ones, like I said, I've said this before, they gift us with their time, and we want to make the experience as good as we possibly can.
Okay, well, let's pick up the action here, because we had an under the gun raise from Robert Greenberg with aces, called by Platinum Pass winner Greco Bautista, who, unfortunately for him, flopped top pair, but that ace on the turn might save him some chips.
Yeah, that feels like a good card for Queen 10 right now.
What is it about
if you're not going to hit a queen or a 10?
My dad and my brother.
Check on the turn.
No.
Oh, no, don't do it to him. Bautista now with a no-good two-pair.
I feel like that's my fault. I was like, if you're not going to hit a queen or a 10, then in my head I'm like, oh, unless it's going to come on the river, then it's really, really, really bad.
And he's probably going to think his two-pair is pretty well disguised as well, right? So you got to feel pretty good about your two-pair here.
Rubbed it in their face. United fan or not, that was still one of the greatest moments.
That is a raise.
Yeah. Bautista leading the river for 3,200 and gets raised by Greenberg, who's made it 12K total.
Pretty chunky raise there.
I'm not saying I would fold here, but I would seriously consider folding to this river raise. Like, this is... I would just be very perplexed as to what hands could actually raise this river.
Yeah, what are you really beating, right? Your hand is almost a bluff catcher at this point.
Right, and I wouldn't expect that someone would be value raising Queen 10 in this spot.
I mean, ace queen. Obviously, the aces. You don't really put people on aces, but
gets away from it.
Wow.
Bautista folds the two-pair. Greenberg up to nearly 100K in chips.
Good fold.
We are going to stick with the action at the secondary feature table for a while. What I find interesting, Strack, and I know it shouldn't be something that I'd need to even focus on, but over the years there has been this unnecessary battle between online poker and live poker. As an online poker guy, you love live poker and you love these events.
Absolutely, and I think they go hand in hand, right? They're different skill sets sometimes, and you play them differently. I'm the kind of guy that actually, if I'm playing live, I actually prefer to play cash live because I feel like I could be more of a read player, and I like the fact that you're not committing all that time to it. Whereas, you know, if I'm playing online, I'd rather play tournaments, and you can get, you know, all the tournaments in at the same time. Whereas playing live tournaments can be, you know, you play for days and days, and you know, falling short of the money can be a bit brutal sometimes, to be honest, right?
Like many people, I played PokerStars home games during lockdown, and but I do miss so much playing a MTT against strangers and just like quietly having the TV on in the background, not being on Zoom, just in my own world for a little bit. I miss it so much.
Well, I think what's great about this tournament, I love the fact that we're starting coverage from day one, from hand number one. You're getting to see parts of play. You're getting to see that beginning part of a tournament where you're feeling people out. You're starting to profile them, especially because there's so many unknown people in this tournament. And I just think it's like that's what I'm really loving about this event. We get to really know people.
Hell yeah!
So, Ramon Colillas opening with Ace Jack and getting 3-bet by Mason Pye with the Grafton 10-9 suited.
Does Mason know he only gets 2 cards? Mason famous for playing mixed games.
4 is not even enough for him most of the time. He wants 7.
And clearly a fan of the London Arsenals.
So, Chris, what's the hot goss? What can you share with us? What do you got?
Well,
so your French
I think this is one of the things we're going to be a little bit more forthcoming about things we're trying to do. I think we got some, you know, we talked about online and live, and they're part of the same thing. One of the things that we're doing new this year is we're being part of the Irish Open, and so we're running satellites to that now, but we're actually getting ready to announce doing an online version in the lead up to that.
Cool.
So that'll be really nice. We've designed a really nice table as well, and I'm really very much looking forward. It's always been a great event. It's one that I've always actually personally gone to play.
I've been invited many times to the Irish Open, never made it, but I think we might be there this year, which is pretty cool. But I know you're not the right guy to talk to about this. I'm just saying this right now. If I end up being asked to do the commentary of the Irish Open, I would do it alone if we could get Hardigan to play. I would work every single day alone for as long as he's in the event. He can come in when he busts like any other team pro does. He's an Irish. Are you an Irish citizen or just have an Irish passport?
I'm an Irish citizen. You can't have an Irish passport without being an Irish citizen.
It's high time that Hardigan gets to play an event.
It's funny you say that. We were actually chatting about that at the PSPC player party last night, and we actually talked exactly about that. That it's been a long time. You think you said that at the very beginning you played in EPT as one of your first gigs before you officially joined PokerStars, and that you really haven't had a chance to play like a big event because you're so busy entertaining all these people with your amazing, should-be award-winning commentary.
Back to the motherland? I mean, come on.
But it's like there is my favorite country to play a live event in. There is event like the difference to me is when you go to a lot of live events and like a London event or whatever. Once you bust out, everybody just breaks off. They go do other things in the city. At an Irish poker tournament, where does everybody go? They head to the bar and they're telling bad beef stories, and they're there for hours, and it just becomes a massive party. It is so much fun.
Yeah, and it's really cool to have that under our banner now because it's one of those events that's just legendary for how fun it is, and it's one of those things that's just like, nah, man, like you really haven't done the entire live poker tournament circuit until you've done the Irish Open. So I'm really excited to hopefully be a part of it.
It's got a huge legacy, and it is. And interestingly, by the way, it was sponsored for many, many years by Paddy Power, which is a sister brand of ours now because we're all under the Flutter umbrella. And so actually, the part of the deal we did was that actually Paddy Power is kind of co-sponsoring it with us as well. So it is a little bit going back to its roots, bringing us into it. It's just going to be an amazing, amazing event. I think we're on pace to probably qualify around 500 people.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. I think
How
it's
cool.
Probably the most people we've ever qualified to a 1K before.
Oh, it's a 1K.
Yeah,
Oh.
it used to be a bigger buy-in, but over the years they've kind of reduced the buy-in. Some of the when the economy was tough years ago and things like that. And you know, it's a great structure, and it's, like I said, just an amazing event all around.
So we've got three-way action here, and we can see that Griffin has top pair rubbish kicker, Bautista with the best of it, pair of aces with a 10 kicker, and he is going to bet the flop. $1,600 now. Spraggy, couple of backdoor draws, just 7% equity. But interestingly,
I don't think you can overcall in this spot. Yeah,
Griffin
Spraggy's out.
calls, so we are heads up to the turn.
Cracking watermelon with his head.
And pairs is 6. Domination rotation.
You just got benjered.
Bautista fires again, 3,000.
That's about as far as my French goes.
So does Griffin raise now, or does
No
he
swear
wait?
words? No swear
This
words.
feels like a check raise spot to me.
Yeah, that's when especially somebody like Griffin, he does like to play aggressively.
I also lean toward a raise here because you don't know what that river's going to bring and how you're going to feel about it. So why not get some more chips in while you really love this hand?
And you're taking back control of the pot as well, right? You're now becoming the aggressor, and I think there's a lot of value in doing that.
And Bautista clearly has something that he can pay off with because he's bet twice now. Oh, it's almost snap called, yeah.
Yep.
Go into the river.
So you don't love this river.
Yeah, it seems like an action killer, doesn't it? A lot of things got there. Well, maybe not.
Did Bautista check with that knock?
Well, it's Griffin to act first, right?
Got it, okay.
Maybe Griffin checked. I didn't see it.
I'm just a little...
That is one of my live pet peeves, these checks that you can't tell are a check. And if you say something, are you giving away something? And
Right, yeah. Did you check? Please say you checked.
my least favorite is the shoulder check. I just can't stand that one. Like
Well, this one tapping your shoulder
little
across the body,
tap
yeah.
on the shoulder. It's come on, really.
I know no one can see this, but this is how I check.
I like that. I like that a lot.
It's like a go ahead with my head.
You don't. That doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt your neck when you do that, though.
I mean, I don't play enough poker.
So Griffin bets 6,000 on the river, gets a fold, wins the pot.
Nice
And
lay down with ace 10 there.
He's hovering around the 46K mark, so just shy of 100 big blinds.
By the way, one of the things I promised chat the other day was that every time I saw Spraggy on this trip, I would ask him if he's still in, and I've kept to my word, and it's really starting to piss him off. So I'm really happy about that. Spraggy and I have a little thing. And by the way, thanks for having me on. That's not Chat Pro Friday. Or for Chat Pro Saturday. I'm really.
Yes, don't worry. We would not subject
I know
anyone.
everyone hates it, but you got to eat your vegetables every once in a while, right? There's got to be a little something to cleanse the palate.
I was never good at that when I was a kid. Sorry. No. I don't. If I don't like them, I don't eat them.
Bautista has called in the hijack with 6-5 of diamonds. And looks like Greenberg is in as well with King-9 of clubs. And Spraggy is going to raise from the big blind with a legitimate holding. Ace-Queen makes it 3,000. Gets rid of the first limper, but not the second. Greenberg makes the call, heads up to the flop. And it is Queen 4 deuce, a top for Spraggy, but nothing for Greenberg to be excited about. Up to 976 entries now, by the way, and still climbing all the time with registration open all of today and for the first 2 levels of play tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the fact this event is a freeze-out is such an interesting, great way to do this event.
Love it.
Right? With all these, players who wouldn't normally play at 25K, obviously, if you added re-entry, it would really change the dynamic a lot, I think. And for those, sorry.
Calls? Sorry, I'm just slightly confused.
Yeah, I thought the hand was over. I honestly didn't expect it to go any further.
Well, he has picked up a straight draw on the turn.
I think the amateurs in the field have a big enough hill to climb as it is.
Exactly.
And making it a re-entry would just be bananas. Although it would be pretty funny to see some of the pros in for like 8-9 bullets.
Oh, you know it would happen, right?
Ace King Jack says, which live tournament was it where Spraggy survived the bubble and then ladded up on Vapors? It was this one. It was the first PSPC back in 2019.
That was his biggest live cash at that point, I believe.
it was.
I mean, he needed it after the 5 bullets he sailed off with the in the super high roller that year.
That's doing that. That would be funny.
Spraggles wins the pot. And time for us to head back to the main feature table, still headlined by the reigning PSPC champion Ramon Colillas and Alexandra Botez, who's currently playing around 120K, near 240 big blinds.
How great is that to see? I am such a fan. I don't just watch poker streams, and I watch their streams all the time. So entertaining, great ambassadors for chess. Wonderful to see her doing well. Really kind of, I was watching some of the play earlier, really kind of confusing some of the players with their bet sizing, with like leading into 2 players with a fairly mediocre top pair hand, those kinds of things.
A chunky lead too,
yeah,
usually.
Yeah, I think it's, we were chatting about this, some of the, again, we're all poker geeks at the company, we're watching the coverage in the Players Lounge and talk about, you would play this event differently than you would, normally play even a normal 10K, just because of the nature of it being a freeze out, the amount of Platinum Pass qualifiers that are in there.
All right, Dean Pelton coming in with a re-raise.
I just got that reference. Very good. One of my favorite shows.
It's one of those shows that I loved, and then by the later seasons, I had a hard time finishing it.
Yeah.
I still actually haven't polished it off, but
season 6 is really not worth the watch. And I mean, it was the whole 6 seasons in a movie meme that was going on. With
the movie is in production right now. I think
yeah, but I think is it almost to complete that meme? Or
I think so. Yeah. You say meme, huh? You're a meme.
It's the same like GIF or GIF,
right? Because I think it is mem, right? Is what the official guy who like invented it, I think, says mem. Yeah.
Same thing with GIF or GIF.
Yeah, I say GIF.
I say GIF.
We won't get it. So we'll
potato, potato.
Yeah.
Connor seems to have been really active at this table as well.
Yeah, it's the shortest stack with 40 bigs. It's open with 9-7. And look at Ramon just flatting with the aces. And Guillermo Sanz, and this is really confusing us, by the way, because, of course, Guillermo Sanz is one of our Spanish commentators. This guy sits down at the table, we're like, that's not Guillermo Sanz. But it seems Guillermo is quite a common name in Spain, and Sanz is quite a common last name in Spain.
So I'm being told Ramon pulled this move last time in the PSPC and managed to get a squeeze out of somebody and got it in pre-flop.
It's a pretty
it may go in here as well.
Pretty action-heavy flop with the 9-7 suited and a player who has shown he's not afraid to put chips in.
I think it was in the PCA Main that he did that.
Sorry, excuse me.
That's right. Didn't he get like 4? He was able to 4-bet or something. I can't remember exactly the hand, but.
Well, O'Connor with the flush draw. Ramon with the best hand right now. Sanz gets out of the way, heads up to the turn. It's a black card. So Ramon now a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, his hand is so under-repped here, right? Just flatting and just calling on the flop. And now he's happy because he's ahead of King Queen.
Looks like Jamie O'Connor has folded the turn, and Ramon will chip up, and now playing more than 50 big blinds. So, Strag, in addition to this online series you were talking about, there's going to be kind of a prelim, I guess, to the live Irish Open. Obviously, just before we came to the Bahamas, the Sunday Million anniversary was announced.
Yes, that's
and
right.
So I'm guessing that the build-up to that starts now, because obviously you want to qualify as many people to that. Is it going to be a 215 rather than 109
It
for the
is,
anniversary?
as traditional for the anniversaries, we do make them a 215, and it won't be a PKO.
Right.
So it's going back to a more normal structure. One of the reasons why is we wanted to be able to guarantee $1 million for first, which we are. As part of the guarantee, I think that's a really, that's that magic number that really gets people excited. And yeah, we've got satellites running now, and thanks for the wonderful lob set up there. But and yeah,
There's a tough question coming off the back of it. Don't worry. This is not just an opportunity for you to kind of.
Are you really going to put Chris to the coals right now?
Well, look, I don't know. I don't know how much detail I want to go into, but how much of a headache does something like the Sunday Million cause you? Because having streamed it for 2 years, some people want it to be a standard MTT. Some people want it to be a PKO. Some people want it to be a 215. Some people want it to be a 109.
Are you saying that you can't please everyone or seemingly anyone sometimes?
It's almost like poker players are opinionated.
Right.
But equally, I'm aware of the fact that it's a tournament that since its inception in 2006 has gone through many different iterations. It's evolved over time. And I guess, how often are you looking to make those changes to evolve it to meet what the players want?
Well, I mean, really, that's exactly it. We'll listen to what the players are telling us, and they tell us either, through the surveys that we do or the feedback that we get, but they're voting with their feet, right, and whether they're willing to play it or not. And so, yeah, we look at all of our options, and people might not realize this, but actually changing the buy-ins and changing the structures is actually part of the Sunday Million history.
Yes.
So in many ways, changing it is authentic to the Sunday Million. Originally, it was a 215, except for the last Sunday of the month. It was a 530, and then the last Sunday of the quarter, it was a 1K. So that was very different.
Yes.
But yeah, to your point, yes, we do focus a lot of effort on that, and that has it's one of those things that again, players might not be aware of, but that means we're funneling liquidity into satellites, we're raising attention on that, and that it can have a knock-on impact on other events that are going on at the same time. So we try not to confuse things too much when we do these sort of things either. We want to have that one main area of focus if we can.
So how many days do I got to block off for this Sunday Million anniversary?
I think it's a 4-day event, if I'm
4 days.
Again, you caught me out on that one, if I'm honest, Joe. It's definitely at least a 3-day event, but it might be a 4-day.
I was planning for 3 because I was planning the final table stream for Tuesday. If it is a 4, I'll move the stream to the Wednesday.
Oh, I appreciate that.
That's okay. I got to modify my calendar.
Again, like don't take my word on that 100%.
No, if there's a possibility it could be 4, I got to make sure.
Hang on.
It's in the client now.
I'm opening the lobby. Structure. This is a 3-day event.
Okay, there you go. See, don't listen to me. What do I know?
So final table Tuesday. Changing my calendar back.
Yeah, you don't have somebody who does that for you? I mean, come on, Joe.
Yeah, I got somebody who does it for me. His name's Joe Stapleton.
Botez again with the trips, 8 deuce out of the small blind.
Well,
not a hand you would expect her necessarily to have.
Yeah.
But I guess at this point, I mean, one of the things I think that I wasn't in agreement that she was doing earlier was showing a lot of her hands. And I think that's a big leak that a lot of amateur players make. And I realize it can be sociable, and you can do that in cash games sometimes to create an image. But in this case, I don't think it's helping her too much.
Better lucky than good anyway.
Some of these players like Ramon are going to pick up on tendencies, and they're going to file that away, and they're going to act on it later.
Chris, you know that they're on the stream, and we're seeing everyone's cards.
Yes. But they're singing in real time.
I don't think the 30-minute head start's that big of a deal, but I could be wrong.
It's interesting, right? Because I don't know that how many of these players do they have somebody who's watching the stream and telling them what happened while you know.
It seemed like they were on break, scrolling through the video is like what they were discussing when they came back from break.
I mean, that's what I would do, right? I'd have a friend watching and noting the hands that I played and other key hands. But, you know, some of these people may not have somebody here that's willing to do that for them. They might be at the water park or down at the beach.
Botez betting big again with a total air ball.
Getting it through.
Everyone loves a critic. George Curry on Twitch says, such poor standard for a 25K buy-in. Not agree?
Somebody's a little unclear on the concept, I think, James.
Not agree, and you banned.
That's. Oh, I'm not going to argue.
Thank you for your comment.
One of the things I miss from the old broadcast, somebody just asked whether the colors for the various chips. One of the things we used to do that I thought was quite amusing was have those different names for the colors.
We brought them back for EPT London, and the idea was to theme them around tube lines. But whoever did the key clearly didn't know the tube map because the colors didn't match the tube lines.
Oh, and I'm sure that drove you nuts, James.
Well,
fantastic.
This is one thing we share. Pedantry.
This is true. we often can have that competition who can out-pedant the other.
I would also say that the fellow that used to name those chip colors was quite good at it. Was a very witty fella, and to mimic his voice is going to be a difficult task.
It's a fair shout. It's a fair shout.
Pocket kings for Botez, a real legitimate hand, but always an ace on the desk.
The ace magnets.
Why would she care? She doesn't.
Nah.
She's firing with 9 high. Is going to fire pocket kings. David is going to have a hand that connects with this board sometimes, as we see here, as the heart has the
raising
gut shot draw, is going to have some weak aces.
You okay? Yeah, it's just the ace here.
Is going to have ace tray.
We can sound scary in post-COVID times.
Botez, undeterred.
Wow, that's not a call I'm making there.
8 on the turn. Will K follow through? Does not. As Botez checks back. And brick for K. I think when Botez checks back, it kind of exposes her hand strength a little bit.
I just don't think they know what to put her on at this point. And I think the safe play there is, pot control it, keep it small. She's pretty sticky. She's shown that in the past, and I think that you sometimes you're probably giving against other players. I think you'd continue there, but against a little bit of an unknown quantity here, you might give it up. Reserve those chips for later.
Always seems to happen. We have kings. The ace is just, it's guaranteed.
They come.
I don't care what the odds say. It's coming.
I can understand kind of some of the hate for Alexander in the chat, because when someone is attractive and cool and smart and very charming, you're like, oh,
it's the complete package. Yep. And as a natural entertainer, obviously, like again, her Twitch stream, she gets huge viewers on her Twitch stream.
Yeah, that part makes me mad too.
Well, we're going to turn you into a chess streamer then. You can.
Oh my God, please! I'm bad enough at this. No way. No way.
What's your ELO rating?
I used to play, I don't know, whatever, Chessmaster 1000 or something when I had my first PC, and on the lowest difficulty setting, I could occasionally draw.
I think I remember. Was that the one with the wizard on the box?
Go, dun dun, dun dun. I only played it for the noises.
Don't tell me it was the only video game your parents would let you play.
I had to hide the other ones.
Guillermo Sanz versus Ramon Colillas, an all-Spain hand. And we've got a wheel draw versus a Broadway draw.
The opposite end gut shots.
1,500 plus.
And it's going to be Sands who bets 2,000 and gets a fold. I said at the start of the day that pretty much all sections of the poker community are represented in the PSPC, be they amateurs, be they pros, or be they celebrities.
I'm listening.
Including TV stars like Billions and Breaking Bad actor David Costabile. Wags
Cool.
is in the house.
Heck yes. And that's a pretty wagsy outfit. I like it.
Arden Cho, best known for the Netflix series Partner Track and the MTV show Teen Wolf. Always here in the Bahamas, playing the PCA and the PSPC is NFL Hall of Famer Richard Seymour. Sadly, we no longer have Bruce Buffer in the field. He was eliminated a short while ago, and we spoke to Bruce on the rail after his KO.
You know, it's incredibly exciting. You've got a melting pot of people playing poker from all over the world coming in for this event. The event that we've been waiting 2-3 years for, whatever it's been. Finally, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Get in here, $25,000 entry, a prize pool that's basically half of what a World Series main event would be. I mean, it's unheard of. And we're in the Bahamas, right? We're with PokerStars, the greatest online poker site in the world. Everything is just plus, 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 plus. I mean, as a poker player, this is nirvana. This is what we love. Oh, absolutely. I would love to come back. I mean, the one thing that PokerStars is doing with these tournaments, you know, whether it's Monte Carlo, Greece, you know, wherever they're having them, I'll go to anyone that they have. But I would love to come back here next year, most definitely. I'm putting in my bid right now. I would definitely have to come back. The only thing that's in the way of my coming back is if I have a UFC or an event that I'm on TV traveling for.
Cyprus is like Greece. It's
Nearby.
near Greece.
It's near. There's a very heavy Greek influence there.
I mean, I said Poland was landlocked the other day. We all make mistakes.
I'm American. I'm not supposed to know geography. that applies to you as well.
Of course.
So this hand has gone to the river. 8 versus Kings. Besson versus O'Connor. Raised by Besson under the gun. 3-bet pre from O'Connor. Check bet call on the flop, check on the turn, and here we are on the river. The action check to O'Connor, who's got the best hand. And he's all in.
Nice.
And is greeted by a fold.
It's a comment from the chat. I wish Norm was here. I'm assuming that's a reference to Norm Macdonald.
I think so, yeah.
And oh, what an amazing, amazing comedian. And he loved his poker. I remember playing 10-20 limit hold'em with him back in the day at the Mirage.
Norm was a bit of an angle shooter. I played with him a couple times. I don't know if you ever saw it, but it was... I remember I took him to these esports home game one time, and the guys afterward, they were like, did Norm angle shoot us? And I was like, yep, sure did.
He had a little bit of a reputation,
yeah.
I think. You know, you know, but I think in those days you kind of expected that from limit hold'em players anyway.
Yeah.
You were pretty miserable if you were playing limit. One of the big changes in poker, moving primarily to no limit, really kind of opened up the game a lot.
So I mentioned earlier on, Strike, that you spend a decent amount of time on Discord, and I don't know how you do it because I barely keep up with the podcast threads, and you're across everything. With the stuff that you're kind of responsible for, what is the most frequently asked question, or what is the most frequent comment/complaint that you get from players?
Well, that's a really good question, and probably not one let's say, like, there's different areas of the business, right? So if we're talking about the software side of things, obviously you get requests for new features, but one of the complaints is around, especially our players who play a lot of tables, there can be performance issues, and we are working on those. I mean, we're talking about people who are 20 tabling plus spin and goes and things like that. So that's probably the biggest complaint we get.
Okay.
The interesting one that I think is real, you know, something actually I was talking to Toby Stone about earlier, which is about satellites and how the, you know, you talked earlier about late registration and how much late registration we have, and that's, you know, something that's become the standard now is to have a lot of late registration for events, and online it's problematic. And so having, you know, people want satellites where they can still get into the target, but have a big enough stack. But it's really hard to predict the end of a satellite. A lot of things can impact the duration of the satellite. You can have a lot of stalling. And people don't tend to show up that far in advance of the target event, so you can't really start them any earlier. And that's kind of, so we're working on some things there. I put actually a long post in Discord about this. one of the things we're considering is doing one of the things we do live, which was what we call chip target satellites, right? The idea that you're not playing to X amounts of seats. Instead, once you hit a certain chip target,
yes, I've
you
heard
win
of
your
these.
seat,
Yeah, these seem cool.
We run them here. They're amazing. You know, I was talking to Tonka the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, it was great. Like within 3 levels, I'd hit the target. He'd 10x to stack in 3 levels, of course. That's what he does." And yeah, he was done. He was able to yeah, I've got my seat. Now I can go play. So that's one way to really, that'll speed things up again, remove that stalling around the bubble, which is, it can be really horrific. So that's kind of the two ends of the spectrum, probably the 2 things we hear the most. You say, how am I on there all the time? And my wife will actually tell you that I'm pretty horrible. That first thing when I wake up in the morning is I pick up my phone and I check Discord, and it's not a lie. It's absolutely horrible. But look, it is the first port of call to hear what's going on, and they're the first ones to tell us if there might be an issue with the site as well. So it's very, very valuable.
I mean, look, any platform that gives you the opportunity to talk directly with the players is it's an awesome thing.
It used to be, you know, we used to engage heavily on forums, but you know that became not necessarily, it wasn't our platform, so it wasn't fairly well moderated. And there could be a certain amount of toxicity or derailment and so on. So having a Discord is really, really good, because we can kind of say, here's what it's here for. And the thing is, what people don't realize probably about Discord is that every single employee that's on there, they're doing that because they want to. Nobody's telling them that's a part of their job to do that. And it's kind of evolved over time and will continue to evolve. Right?
So 22 minutes left on this level, 22 minutes until the next tournament break.
I think one of the other great things about this event is just seeing how many players have come out of the woodwork that we just haven't seen at an event in a long time. Even the first person out, Joe Searock, that's not a name I've heard in a very long
time. Yeah.
And but just walking around and seeing people, you know, whether it's Chris Moneymaker, whether it's Greg Raymer, you know, Ike Haxton, it's just great to see.
How about that Ike Haxton, like, didn't come around for a while and then just shows up and wins a high roller right away?
And didn't he also cash a couple other events on top of that as well?
So,
yeah. No,
it's just, come on.
Murderer.
Leave some for the rest of us. This is ridiculous.
So Josef Spolber, who won his Platinum Pass at EPT London in a start of day flip out, raises here from the cutoff with King 4 suited, but has run into Alexandra Botez, who is going to play Ace-6 suited aggressively from the big blind, 3 bets to 3,600.
As Nick would say, you love to see it, and gets it through. Amazing.
Question from Too Many Outs on Twitch. Moneymaker and Raymer are there? Greg Raymer is in the house. Greg Raymer won a Platinum Pass at a mixed games event in the US.
I think I remember that happening, but I've forgotten it.
I think it's the event that Robbie Straczynski runs.
Yeah.
And Greg won it, so he is here, free rolling.
Oh, wasn't that a mixed game festival or something?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Greg is actually an old friend of mine. I knew him from back in, even before he won the main event, before we were both associated with PokerStars back in the day. And he's a genuinely nice guy. But I used to say it was actually after he won the main, it was I was walking down the hallway with him in the Rio, and I said, it's really annoying to walk with you because we don't get anywhere. It's 2 steps, you take a picture.
It's what
3
it's like
more
walking
steps.
with Hardigan these days.
Well, no, except Greg would actually listen to bad beat stories, where James instead, you know James, he won't listen to a bad beat story.
King Frog asks, have you seen Gus Hansen or know if he's in the field? No, thank you for your question.
That would be amazing, actually. Gus is another great, one of the old guard.
So Bason has opened in the cutoff with 10-7 of diamonds. Strasser has folded his big blind, and we are on to the next hand. Alexandra Botez, by the way, playing more than 130k now, which is more than 250 big blinds. And we are going to get to a situation, maybe not the next level, but the one after that, where we are going to have some legitimate short stacks. Ramon Colillas, Jamie O'Connor are going to get shallower.
You think that'll be one of our moving levels where we start to lose some fairly big chunks of the field?
Potentially, yes. 981 total entries now and 916 remaining at the tables.
Somebody mentioning Gus's book, Every Hand Revealed. What a great book.
A book
James has got a strong connection to that book.
that features my late father, who won a satellite to the Aussie Millions in 2007, was at Gus Hansen's table, and one of the key hands was against my dad.
Oh, that's amazing.
And Gus actually signed his copy of the book.
Oh, wow. That's special. That's really nice. And
with the advice, raise bigger next time.
It was such a great insight into somebody's mind, especially a player of Gus's caliber. And I think he had that reputation of being more aggressive than he actually was, simply because of WPT in those days, and that's what they showed was just only the action hands, and that's what happened. He happened to be getting involved in.
Check, check, check. And we get another heart on the turn, which gives Strasser the nut flush draw. Yes, we spotted the heart check, Henry. That's 2,600, gets a fold from O'Connor. I should highlight, as well as having the heart draw, Strasser does currently have the best hand. And gets raised by Botez.
She just does not slow down.
She has the wheel draw.
And we know Strasser doesn't have a blocker because they're not real. I think if we got O'Dwyer on the feature table, as somebody suggesting in chat, I think he'd probably be going off on a Lufthansa rant.
Mm-hmm.
If you've been following his social media and his trials and tribulations with his luggage.
We were forced to. I do hope he got it, though.
It is annoying when that happens, and especially, it was interesting, I actually read an article that later that same day, of course, the wonders of search algorithms, right, and was somebody else who was telling a horror story where Lufthansa actually denied they ever even had their luggage.
Oh,
which is
interesting approach, yeah.
It's not real, right?
Strasser folds the draw, folds the best hand. Botez wins another one.
It's just, she is playing so well. I mean, I don't know. It's really great to see.
Relentless, as aggressive as a martial attack.
So
or an Icelandic gambit? I don't know. I just Googled a few of those.
Oh, okay.
Just stop. We're tracking over to the secondary feature table.
You lost me on that one.
And Griffin Benja's gone to the river against Lopez, who's got he's got top pair with a jack kicker. It's top pair, top kicker for Griffin.
Griffin does not miss these value bets.
Jaguar, shouts Rambo on Twitch. Yes. What is up now, Sweden?
I mean, has there been more iterations of any human being than Griffin Benjer? I mean,
the weird thing is when we were talking to him recently, he revealed that he was a chess prodigy as a kid before he got into esports.
It's amazing.
I think he might have been in commercials, too, when he was a kid.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
It's hard to keep track of with him.
10,000 on the river.
It's a pretty chunky pot, actually.
So this is Adrian Lopez, or rather Adrian Lopez, a Spanish Platinum Pass winner. As we established at the start of the day, about 130 of the Platinum Pass winners were from Spain, and they let their presence be felt when they entered the poker room this morning.
Well, I saw them when they came in yesterday as well to get all their credentials and their goodie bags and what have you. And the merch, by the way, is amazing.
Sorry, I've just seen the lineup for the new feature table.
You
and
like it?
I'm beyond excited. So just to be clear, as Griffin wins that hand against Adrian Lopez, we are going to be changing both feature tables during the break. Going to be resetting, and for the second half of the day, we're going to have a new lineup on the main stage. Would you like to hear who is going to be at that feature table?
Yes.
If you're a fan of Billions, if you're a fan of Breaking Bad, actor David Costabile will be on the main stage. If you like your football, if you're a fan of Chelsea Football Club, Rory Jennings is going to be on the main stage.
Nice.
One of the OG Platinum Pass winners, one of the Chase Your Dream qualifiers, Adrian Vinuela, is going to be the feature table. If you like Brazilian pros who final tabled Barcelona and have really cute dogs, Fabiano Kowalski
the dog
is going
won't
to be
be
on the
with
main
him.
stage. If you like EPT runners-up, the guy who finished second in Prague just a month ago, Antoine Saoud, is going to be at the feature table.
Is that it?
Plus, Inaki Aguirre, who won a Platinum Pass via the CEP leaderboard. That's how Ramon won his Platinum Pass for the 2019 event. And another Platinum Pass winner, Antoine Goutard.
Pretty cool. I am a fan of Breaking Bad and Billions.
But what a great mix of characters. Again, poker enthusiasts, celebrities, pros, amateurs, a great international spread.
And one of the things I've been loving when watching this is hearing the table chatter. It was something Sam Grafton gave a speech at the player party last night, and I love the advice he gave to the players at the party. He said, don't drink too much, don't have too much of a hangover, and remember to have fun and be sociable at the table. It is a social game after all. He's a man after my own heart. Absolutely agree.
David Costabile, I believe, was in both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. He made a brief cameo, right?
I think so, yeah. It's hard to say. Better Call Saul, it just took so long in real time. I forget which bits are from Better Call Saul and which are from Breaking Bad.
I'm one of those people. I waited till the whole thing was over and
Smart.
then binged the whole thing.
Smart.
And yeah. Although, to be fair, it backfires on me sometimes. I still haven't watched Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, spoilers as well, but yeah, that's part. I think that goes part and parcel with making that decision to begin with.
Well, I guess with Game of Thrones, you were probably like all jazzed, and then it ended, and you're like, oh, well, now it moves to the back of the queue because no one had good things to say about
exactly that. My motivation went down. And I'm also one of those people that I'm a voracious reader. I read all the books, so I kind of knew what was happening anyway. And, of course, you know, my feeling is generally that the book is always better than the movie. And so even the first series that I did watch the first series, and it wasn't 100% really living up to the way I had painted the characters in my mind as you do when you read.
Peralta gets to showdown with King Jack. Going to take a small one off Greenberg.
And 10 minutes left on the clock. So, Strack, you were highlighting earlier on how many people at PokerStars, and I guess how many people in your team, your side of the business, are, we're going to call them poker geeks. Let's call them exactly what they are.
Enthusiasts.
Enthusiasts, okay. So obviously, we've spent significant time with you. Joe mentioned earlier on that Francis Lincoln came on the podcast, talk about game integrity. You've got to help us. The guys who make the tournament schedules, the guys who script these things, the guys who create Scoop, WCoop, we need to speak to them. We need to know what goes into this.
Absolutely. You know, it is amazing what we consider and how we put together a schedule, how we set guarantees. Absolutely, we'll hook you up with a couple of the guys. I think, especially for the podcast, your audience would love to hear that. I know when I've talked about some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, and I talked about the WCoop and how we made some decisions, it was amazing to me the feedback I got about people excited to hear about how things get done, and I think that there's a lot of value to sharing that. And we are going to be having Francis doing some more chatting as well. I think game integrity is a conversation that needs to continue to happen. It's something we need to acknowledge as an industry in general and as a company for sure. It's something we do particularly well, and I think it's important we talk about it.
And apologies for the confusing parlance. When we create, or rather when your team creates a tournament, when they structure it, when it goes live, we refer to that as scripting a tournament.
Yeah, sorry. It is something.
Oh, man, that's not going to do much to help the poker's rig thing, are they? When you guys are writing the ending to it.
Well, yeah, exactly. No,
Scripting
it is basically what I mean by scripting, and programmers out there would understand it probably a little bit better. We're talking about the fact that essentially, in order to have the amount of flexibility that we have, essentially, creating the instructions for a tournament is like writing a script, like a JavaScript or like a program. So it is that kind of analytical skill set you need to have. You need to have that. It's not just about deciding, oh, I want this tournament at this time.
Yeah, the guys on the beach were like hollering. Like,
you know, we have all these options available to us, changing level times and things like that.
You're not allowed, right?
Well, let's step out into the field and give you a preview of what is about to become our next featured table. 3 of the players at that table in action here. Rory Jennings, Antoine Saout, and Antoine Guitard.
I love watching Rory play. He takes it so seriously and is so stressed out. I find it highly entertaining.
So the flop is King 10-10 with 2 diamonds, and Rory has just bet 1K. Antoine Saout has called. Guitard has folded, so heads up to the turn, which is the deuce of spades.
I didn't think we were allowed to say Guitard anymore.
Well, certainly you need to have your French pronunciation a little bit better.
Rory now bets 2,000. Rory Jennings, by the way, the guy in the colourful shirt in seat number 2.
I'm a fan.
And Antoine Saout calls again, river card, 4 of spades. He does look so stressed.
He's just... I don't mean this to be as insulting as it sounds. He plays the way a bad actor on a TV show plays.
The over-exaggeration.
Yeah, he's like,
I remember a lot of the old celebrity poker shows, and you would remember some of those Celebrity Poker Showdown and shows like that. And to be honest, the actors were the worst at actually giving. They were just giving off tells left, right, and center.
Not believable poker players.
Yeah, the acting skills are a little bit wasted.
So 4,000. So 1K on the flop, 2K on the turn, 4K on the river. So called 2 streets.
I was just about to ask, do you know how much money's in the middle?
And so folds the river. So that pot will get pushed to Rory Jennings, and he can breathe a sigh of relief. How stressed is he going to be when we put him on the feature table?
It's going to be fantastic.
So switching things up when we get to the break inside of 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just can't get over how amazing that set looks. It is just gorgeous.
If you're going to have an event like this, it deserves to be played in an arena like this.
Absolutely. You really need to make it something special. And like having separate merch as well. We had the PCA merch with the turquoise and those kind of colors. And then we got the PSPC black and gold.
B. Brad asks on Twitch, what is the name of the guy from Breaking Bad? Bryan Cranston.
I thought it was Aaron Paul.
Aaron Paul, thank you for your question.
Oh, honestly. Don't join in the Stapleton trolling. Someone earlier on said that David Costabile was not in Breaking Bad. He 100% was in Breaking Bad. Gail Betica was the character he played. And can we do spoilers? I mean, it's been a decade since Breaking Bad
finished.
He gets
shot in the face.
Yeah, he was the other meth cook. He's the guy that that Walter White had Jesse take out. And of course,
one of the most dramatic scenes in the entire run of that show, actually.
Absolutely. David Costabile, of course, also in Suits and plays Wags in Billions, a very over-the-top character in a very over-the-top show.
two shows I still have yet to watch, Suits and Billions. I absolutely need to get those on my list.
Billions is so fun.
Yeah.
And there was a line that Wags delivered like maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago, and I tweeted about it, and I was like, I'm so jealous that I'll never get to deliver a line this good. And Brian Koppelman replied, he's like the exec producer, wrote Rounders, and wrote many of the episodes of Billions, and he replied and he goes, I know exactly what line you're talking about.
Colillas with the raise.
I'm not going to stop talking when we are in a hand, though.
Oh, you're good.
It's not a TV thing.
No problem. You're good.
Strauss in the big blind with ace-5, which is, by the way, the hand that Ramon was holding when he won the PSPC in 2019.
And ace-5 was the hand that won the PCA Main Event this year.
It's all connected.
I'm gonna always play ace-5 from now on. Clearly, it's a winning hand.
We've been saying it for years.
Didn't defend?
Oh, he played Mel's husband in Flight of the Conchords too, Sausage Dog is telling me. God, what a great character she was.
And he was also in the final season of The Wire. He was one of the editorial staff on the newspaper.
Yes, at the paper.
Flight of the Conchords, what a great show that is.
The first season.
I loved the first season, and I hated the second season.
Which season is the Will Forte episode in? Because I think that's like a shining moment in the second season.
I think my favorite is the French one, the Foodie Fafa episode.
I haven't seen it in years. I got to go back and rewatch
It's great because it's stylized so well. It's like an old French film, and I think, James, you're a big fan of that kind of artistic style.
James has a master's degree in old French film.
I did do my dissertation on the films of Jean Renoir.
Completely believable.
As Spulber's raise with ace-jack is 3-bet by Alexandra Botez, who's got king-queen.
Hoodie Allen in the chat on YouTube saying nice things about me. You guys should listen to Hoodie's new album. Sure he didn't say that just so I'd plug his album, but it's already breaking all the streaming records, so get after it. Loves poker.
Escalation TV asking, what is Alexander doing there? Playing poker.
Thank you for your question.
Look at the effect you've had on important people at PokerStars, Joe.
I mean, come on. I go to sleep. I hate to say it, but I do kind of. Sometimes it goes so late, I fall asleep listening to you guys. I think it's just soaked into my brain. I can't help it anymore.
I'm like body hair. I grow on you.
Alexander taking another one down. Just that constant aggression really paying off for her.
Everybody needs to do it.
Lux Reno says, OMG, I thought you were 30 minutes behind on commentary, but just figured that you're actually watching the poker the same time that we see it. Mind blown.
I got to be able to ban people in real time. I don't want you to have to wait 30 minutes to see how dumb your comment was.
We've been doing it this way since 2012.
It's kind of like Memento, though, right? Where you're kind of working a little bit backwards from the story. And one of the things I made a point of not doing when I came out here was looking to see who was still on the feature table or the outer table. I wanted to make sure that it was still fresh for me. And I think that's, you know, yeah, it's great to watch it this way.
But you have changed tables.
Yeah, we always warn people about spoilers on Poker News and in the PS Live app. If you walk into the poker room, yes, you're also going to get spoilers.
This is like the last hand of this level.
Yeah. Ticking into the break.
Fantastic if both these hands get counterfeited.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, buddy.
The last break was 2 hours ago, and there is a 20-minute break every 2 hours in the PSPC as we see.
Do not worry.
Alban Basin win the last hand of the level, and a reminder that we are going to send these guys back out into the field. We've got 2 new feature tables on the other side of the break. Really looking forward to the main feature table, headlined by David Costabile. that we're going to be watching during the next session. Strag, thank you so much for coming in. It was awesome.
Thanks for having me. It's amazing to be here. My first time behind the scenes. By the way, you didn't tell me you guys have such amazing accommodation back here. The couches, the craft table. It's unbelievable. I mean, come on, guys. You've been keeping this to yourselves for so long.
I ate my lunch on a crate yesterday.
So let's take a look at the stacks of the players we are saying goodbye to. Obviously, they are still in the tournament. They just won't be on the main stage. And a reminder that when we come back from break, a new feature table. We are midway through day one of the second edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. More live cards up action from the Bahamas on the other side of this break. We're heading back to the feature table where we're going to sweat with Paul Pierce. We're going to play a hand from his perspective and only see his hole cards. It's been folded to him, and he's got ace-7 off.
Fold.
What'd you do?
1,000. He's going to raise.
All right.
Got shoe pack.
I call.
Calls on the button. Christopher Putz folds the small blind. Caladuso folds the big blind. Heads up to the flop. Queen 10-4. Meh.
Even though this is a hand I would not mess around with pre-flop, post-flop, you got a continuation bet.
He does, 1,200.
I call.
Shupak sticking around. Turn card, 7 of clubs. That's a pair for Pierce.
Pair for Pierce means we should probably check now. A cheap showdown would be ideal.
He does check.
3,000.
Shupak takes over the betting, 3K.
Scott's body language has me thinking he's not super comfortable, but that could still mean a 7s beat. Still with a pair here, I think the right play is the call and see one more card, maybe get a free showdown.
Let's see what that last card is. 4 of clubs, pairing the board.
I think we have to check and hope for a check back.
I check. Check to showdown. Shupak with Jack 10. He had a better pair.
Shupak Shakur, dear mama.
Bro, if you will listen to my advice, you will fold that 7. Chill out, you know, and you will be tight and you will be all right.
Fold that 7, you're right.
That's what I said.
992 players currently signed up for the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Registration still open. New blind level, 300, 600. Action folded to Mustafa Khan, who's got kings.
Oh, hello.
9,300.
Opens with a raise. Paul Pierce could be in trouble here. He's got queens.
Oh, my goodness.
He is all in.
I love it. Doom, doom.
Now we're gonna see who's the real MVP.
I love it. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom.
I don't know what's happening, but I will allow it.
No!
This 4-bet's kind of insane, by the way.
Come on, baby.
Benelli has re-raised with 9s.
This is all working out really well for Mustafa.
Oh, no. Oh, man, hold on. I got to stand up for this one. MVP. MVP. MVP.
Oh, we can't talk yet. It's still in the hands.
Not looking good for me.
Can it just calls the 4-bet? And it's a queen high flop. Pierce is now a huge favorite.
The truth is out there.
In the side pot between Benelli and Canet, it goes check, check. 4 on the turn.
Give me what I need.
Paul's just about got this locked up. He really shouldn't be reacting, fun as it is.
Canet bets 11,000. Benelli folds, showdown.
I got pair.
No good.
No good?
No good.
I'm good if you triple, bro. I'm good if you triple. I don't give a
Woo! MVP.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. You, no king. No king. No king. King, baby! I'm gonna do a backflip off the stage if you go king. I ain't did a backflip since I was like.
Just give him the pot. It's fine. It's fine.
Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queens.
The guy just tripled. Paulino! Andiamo!
Full triple up for Paul Pierce.
Yep. Paul Pierce knows a thing or two about the triple-double. I'm told that's a basketball reference.
Well, we're going to head back to the feature table, where Putz and Canet are the big stacks, and Pierce is the short stack. American player Scott Shupak has opened here with ace-king, raising to 1,500. Action on Paul Pierce. King 6 in the big blind. An optimistic call?
Quite. But, you know, everyone defends their big blind super wide these days. It's probably fine.
Ooh, a king high flop.
This could be the worst thing to happen to Paul Pierce since that time he got a little rumbly in the tumbly during the 2008 NBA Finals.
With the action check to him, Shupak continues for 2,600.
Solid bet from top pair, top kicker. Huh.
10,000.
A check raise?
I mean, I guess he could get a fold for that amount. But, nah.
Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum.
Mullen. Shove from Shupak.
Call.
And Pierce calls all in.
Yikes.
Good luck, MVP. Ah, you got me.
Most valuable punter.
I need a 6.
They're going to be so pissed at me if I knock you out and they were all gone.
Damn.
Paul Pierce at risk and dominated. But he spikes a 6.
Oh, baby. Whew, don't pair the board now.
What the what?
Yeah, pairing the board wouldn't change things, but whatever.
Woo!
Double up.
Woo! I'm still here, baby. I ain't going nowhere.
Despite getting it in bad repeatedly.
Woo! That's a good double up before the break right there. That's how you double up before the break. At the buzzer. Woo! Baby. Double up. That's the...
Blind still 400, 800, and we are going to sweat with Paul Pierce for this hand. Action's folded to him in early position.
Again?
Damn.
Sorry, that's your...
I think she really doesn't like it.
Damn.
It's personal.
She just
it's
don't
personal.
like me,
it's personal.
dog. She just don't like me, dog.
8 I folded.
He puts his drink away, and you treat him like this. Look where is the drink.
So ace-8 nearly got accidentally mucked by the dealer. Instead, Paul's able to raise with it, makes it 2,000 to go.
Better than the ace-7 off he raised last time we did this.
Folded to Christopher Putz on the button.
I put Moneymaker out the tournament.
Oh, yeah? Where's that?
2013, maybe? Last time I was in it. I don't remember last time I played. Maybe 14 or 15.
Literally everyone has knocked Chris out of a tournament.
You blinked. It's over. I got this hand.
So just the one caller who has position on Pierce. 10-9-6, gut shot and backdoor flush draw?
Yeah, no, say it. We're happy about that.
Sure.
Doing good.
Putts bets 2,000.
And much like the concept of listicles, we are going nowhere.
Turn card. It's the ace of clubs, top pair now.
What a turn.
Pierce checks a second time, putts bets a second time, 8,000.
And we do have top pair, but we could still be out kicked, so we don't want to go too crazy. Paul?
He's just check raised to 20K.
So this is what I meant, in case I need to be clear. This is what we probably should have avoided.
Putts calls. The river card is the 5 of diamonds. That puts a potential flush out there.
Yeah, that's bad. Putts having a flush draw would have been one of the best case scenarios when he calls our turn raise.
Looking at these chips, you see how much that is?
This might actually work to prevent a river bet.
Putts checks it back.
You win. Show the trees.
Does Pierce have the best hand?
Ace-8. Wow.
Damn. 2 pairs.
No.
Did get him to not bet it, though.
Listen.
Back to the feature table, where Pierce is still short and Putts is still crushing. Action will be on Christopher Putts. Under the gun. 5-4 of spades. He folds. Victor Pedotti has ace-10. That's a raise to 1,600. Jacks for Canet.
Mustafa Canet's been picking up hands so big he could use them in the palm of basketball.
Raise.
So it's a 3-bet to 5,000. Ace-queen for Paul Pierce. And he shoves. Back around to Pedotti.
It's easy enough to get out of the way.
How much is it?
22.9.
22.9.
Paul's been all in a bunch today. Hasn't really gotten much going over his starting stack.
Canet calls.
Go for it, bro. Good luck.
Jesus.
We're off to the races.
Coin flip. Coin flip. 50-50.
Not quite. One ace is gone.
I feel better than you about it, so maybe I win. So maybe
I feel good.
Maybe I send the truth home. Maybe it's time for the MVP to take over. After one day, you had a good run, bro. You had a good run. You had a good run, bro. What a pleasure to play with you.
I had a good run.
It was so fun to play with you.
I'm still here.
So far, I'm ahead, okay?
I'm still here.
I know. I'm not sending you
I'm
away.
not standing up because I'm not going
Bro,
nowhere.
you can stay here for 3 days. You stand up already. I'm not
you might
calling
as well
any
sit
cards.
down because I'm sitting down.
You're such a legend. It was a pleasure to play with you. For real.
Why you leaving?
Huh? No. Just, I want to be polite, you know.
You
like,
leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. So.
Oh, I thought you were leaving.
The flop. Has a jack on it.
Oh, baby.
Damn.
Oh, there is no diamond there.
Man.
Diamond. Diamonds for the sweat so we can chop. Diamond. Give me a diamond.
God damn. Top
Diamonds, bro.
set.
We want a diamond so we can chop.
It's all over.
Oh, that is good for me.
That's good
Wow,
for
we
you.
lose Paul Pierce. I send him home. A dream come true. Who's the truth now? Who's the truth now?
God damn.
Ben!
Look at 4 diamonds.
This is my game! Welcome to my court! Ben!
Yeah. Good job, fellas.
It was so
All
nice
right.
to play with you.
Nice
I have to
playing
be
with
honest.
you
You're great.
guys.
You are.
Queen comes, too. Set of jacks.
Word.
All right, it's time to go have more drinks.
It's time for food.
For food, right?
For food.
All right.
Ciao.
Oh, they got me.
last two tables, I was like, I had a big stack. I won I was three-way all in with like 3 outs, and I won that with like 20 left. So then I was like, okay, we'll pay attention to this. And then when I seen the 35 grand on top, that was exciting.
Congratulations on bagging yourself a Platinum Pass. We're just saying, some people have been waiting since the summer of 2019 for this event to happen. I guess having won your pass in November of last year, you only have to wait a year and a few months.
Yeah, so yeah, it's not too bad for me. But the package I won also had like 3 other events, so it breaks up the year nicely. So that was pretty amazing.
Well, let's talk about that, because was it one of the Big 20 Rewind events that you won?
Yeah, so it was the opening Big 20 Rewind event. So 2001, wasn't it? Celebrating 2001.
Yeah.
And it was an $11. I probably had 10 tables open, and I wasn't taking any notice of it. And then we got down to like 2 tables. I was 15 grand up top, which is really big for me. Like, I'm only playing like $11, $20 events. And I was like, oh, brilliant, 15,000 up top. And then I was reading there was some notes underneath it. I didn't know what Big 20 was. And it was just went through all the packages were adding on. Then I was like, oh. Then I started getting stressed when it was like 14 left.
So wait, what point would you normally start paying attention to a poker tournament? Is it common for you to get to the final 2 tables of an event paying $15K?
No, obviously no. But yeah, as I got deep, but there's so many $11 tournaments, you bust them. Even when you're at the last 100, you're still going to bust so often. But then, last 2 tables, I was like, I had a big stack. I won I was three-way all in with like 3 outs, and I won that with like 20 left. So then I was like, okay, we'll pay attention to this. And then when I seen the 35 grand on top, that was exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Which included the all-important Platinum Pass, the chance to go to the PSPC. So now you have this opportunity to play a huge 25K event in the Bahamas. What preparation, if any, are you doing? What expectations do you have going into this?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of always working away studying, but yeah, I have to ramp it up the next year or so. So I have been, in fairness. Expectations, I don't know. I try to tell the girlfriend this all the time, like, you're only going to cash in like 20% of events. She just expects that you're going to go and win 50K every time because it's big buy-ins. I'm like, no, this isn't going to happen probably. So yeah, look, we'll see what happens. I should probably sell some, but I don't know. I don't like selling.
Good news in this respect is that if you're only going to cash 20% of the time, and this is one of those 20%, you will win about 50K since you're not really investing anything, right? Like, a min cash isn't going to be quite 50K probably, but near enough. So that's pretty good. Like, a min cash here would be a pretty big score for most people to win a tournament.
Yeah, definitely. That was the situation. So the event had a package for the EPT. And I was in the 5K main, and the main cash was like 9.5 grand. I was in for $11, so that was like super stressful. So hopefully you get the same situation in the Bahamas.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, so you did say some other events came along with that prize you won. Any luck in those events?
Got into like 4 events in EPT Prague as a part of the package. We cashed 3 of them. I think cashed the main, the 1K, and the 330.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Became like 61st in the main. You were commentated on it, actually, but you didn't know obviously the online to the real person.
No, of course.
Did I say anything particularly dumb about you?
No, it was okay. There was a hero call. There was a separate video of real with me and Damshek at one point.
Do you know what? It's all coming together. I remember you now from the Prague live stream. I didn't put 2 and 2 together and realize that you were the Platinum Pass winner. Just thought you were a qualifier.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, that's fantastic. Just tell us a little bit about your background, Colm. I mean, you talked a little bit about the kind of poker tournaments you normally play. I'm guessing poker's still a hobby for you.
Yeah, at the moment. It's half and half at the moment. So I run the family restaurant with my brother for the last few years. So I get a lot of daytimes off, and he works. We do different shifts, so I get a nice bit of time to play online poker now. So kind of moving up over the last few months, hopefully.
I can't tell you how many restaurants James and I have been in over the years, and we see some guy like, the manager sitting at a table or the owner sitting at a table playing on PokerStars. Do you ever sit in the restaurant on your iPad swapping
Never,
back
Joe.
and forth?
Never. I don't know what you're talking about.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. We are midway through day one. That means 4 levels down and 4 still to play. 985 total entries so far, 913 players remaining. Among the notable names in the field, Sam Grafton playing an above average stack, Ramon Colillas on the short side. Had a pretty torrid time at the feature table, but we have a new lineup for you at the feature table, and what a lineup it is. Brazilian pro Fabiano Kowalski, EPT runner-up and 2-time World Series of Poker Main Event finalist Antoine Saoud. Plus, actor David Costabile and various Platinum Pass winners as well. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And so we're about to kick off level 5, Nick. Blinds will be 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. Registration will remain open for all of today and for the first 2 levels of tomorrow. But no re-entries. This is a freeze out. So it's all about new players arriving. Either players who are here, who are registering late, people still to arrive in the Bahamas. Apparently, some people who wanted to play got delayed. We know that there are travel problems, especially if you're connecting through Miami International Airport. And so we have extended the registration window by a couple of levels tomorrow. Now, among the Platinum Pass winners at this new feature table is Adrian Vinuela. This is the guy who we presented a Platinum Pass to in Barcelona, the Chase Your Dream promotion that we ran in August 2019. We told them that they were coming to compete for a €10,000 first prize. And that was not untrue. We did give 10K to the winner, but there was also a Platinum Pass going to the winner.
Sorry, I was just about to say, what about Rory Jennings on that table? Carry on, though.
Well, let's just take a quick look at the secondary feature table, where we have Platinum Pass winners like Yannick Cardo and Joel Gonzalo, plus, of course, Tonka. Parker Talbot has a Platinum Pass as a member of Team Pro. Julian Bricard, he's another Platinum Pass holder. That's you.
Officially you.
And Zino, Pedro Marques, that's a strong table as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some big names on there, and obviously you was awarded his Platinum Pass at the party last night. Very last-minute Platinum Pass winner. So much action to follow, you guys. I'm very excited.
So to finish the story, Nick, I'm sorry, interrupted by our secondary feature table lineup. It was Clement versus Adrian for the 10K and the Platinum Pass. Clement won, and poor Adrian looked so devastated, so destroyed. And then, of course, I had my Oprah Winfrey moment, revealing that we were going to give Platinum Passes to all 5 of the Chase Your Dream qualifiers. So Adrian was one of the first players to win a Platinum Pass to this event. Has been waiting a long time. We recently caught up with him and the rest of the team when we did our podcast a couple of weeks ago. We called it Chase Your Dream, the Reunion.
Yeah, that secondary table did pop up on us quick, but very excited to see this new table, guys, including my boy Rory Jennings, another last-minute Platinum Pass winner. Very last minute indeed.
Fabiano Kowalski, a very accomplished Brazilian player, live and online. We saw him at the final table of EPT Barcelona last year. He won multiple Coupe titles. Won a W Coupe back in 2020. We interviewed him on the live stream. He showed us his cute dog, which is his avatar on Stars.
Guys, I have just received a very shocking image. Our moderator, Tom,
who's been useless today. He's not been in chat at all. He's not joining in the conversation. He's not banning anyone. I don't know what he's doing.
Unbelievable.
Tom is in the Bahamas?
He's in the Bahamas. He just sent me a picture. He's standing by the main stage. Tom, our moderator in the Bahamas. Has he been trolling me this whole time? He says, ha, 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 I stopped down just for 2 nights. Surprise. Oh, my God, I'm so excited. I tried so hard to get Tom out here.
Find a corner, open your laptop, do some work.
There he is, Rory Jennings on the screen, guys. Looking fresh, as always. You guys will know him from some of his work as a... Is football pundit the correct terminology?
I believe it is, and I believe it's the Chelsea Football Club that he's a particular fan of.
Yes, he is well known as Chelsea Rory.
You hear me.
Was also a child actor.
Be kind. Kindness is essential. What do we have?
No, button is
Yes,
here.
I do.
No, button it's not good. Button is here. It's here? For sure, yeah. Oh, good.
It is?
Yes.
You were...
Last time I was big blind.
You was big blind?
Yeah, okay, for sure.
I mean, if Tom can show up at this point, surprising us for 2 days here in the Bahamas, I'm really hoping we're going to see a lot more entrants coming in later on today and then in the early levels tomorrow, James.
That won't be very hard. No,
On the outside?
Either. Yeah, no, just through the middle. Yeah. Here? Yep, perfect.
So it looks like we might be about to get the action restarted. Obviously, any time that we're changing not just 1 but 2 feature tables,
Good luck, my friend.
got to get the players mic'd, got to get accurate chip counts for the graphics system. Now we can restart. Clock is ticking once again. And yes, this is level 5. Blinds 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante.
Now tell me, what's your name?
Antoine.
Antoine, I'm David.
Antoine.
Antoine?
Antoine?
Double Antoine.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What's your name?
Iñaki.
Iñaki.
Spanish name.
Good God. I thought, oh, I did it. I did it. Feel good.
Great to have actor David Costabile here in the Bahamas, playing on the main stage.
So quiet in here.
Good.
How much is? 15. 1,500. 3 players.
So 3-way to the flop on the first hand of this new level. Raised by Adrian Vinuela, who is incorrectly graphicked here as Garcia. He opened with ace-6. Called by Aguirre, wrath of God. Called by Kowalski. And Jack 8-4 on the flop, giving Kowalski the advantage. Had the best hand pre, has the best hand post, and he is betting.
Yeah, I think in this situation, when you have the ace of spades and you have the backdoor straight draw, going to be a little bit more incentivized to find aggression on this sort of flop, James. Kowalski, by the way, guys, just real stand-up guy. Love seeing him in these tournaments. He's been so prevalent throughout last year's EPT circuit. Just showing up time and time again, going deep in these situations. And obviously now we're still here on day 1, but would love to see him go deep in this year's PSPC as well. So Queen 10 with the gutter ball did continue. No clubs in their hand. Aguirre here checks from the big blind. Kowalski now with the decision to continue or to slow down. I think probably there can be a decent amount of slowing down on this board. You will just have the best hand with ace high. For example, you can just be up against Queen 10 or 9-10 and the like. So it goes check-check on the turn, kind of as expected. Deuce of Hearts is a huge brick. Now, if Queen 10 finds the bluff here, James, this is definitely a spot where Kowalski can convincingly make an ace-high call. Or it's reasonable to assume that it's possible. One of the biggest issues I have, though, is when you have ace-10, you're blocking hands like Queen 10, hands like 9-10. Those are some of the combinations that you would love your opponent to have here if you do have the ace-high spot. And, of course, ace of spades as well eliminates some of his flush draws, too. So it might be better to call with a hand like ace-5 with no spade if you did have an ace-high call in this scenario, right? Really interesting to think about how you sort of formulate and try and deduce what your opponent might have, and how just having that 10 and the spade immediately kind of makes it a little bit harder for them to have some natural bluffs here.
A bet of 4,500 from Aguirre.
Now, really quick, James, was it Kowalski who made that amazing ace-high call on the final table in Barcelona?
I remember him making a really strong hero call, and I believe that was the hand.
Yeah.
You have to bear in mind, Nick, my memory of Barcelona. I'm pretty good on EPTs.
Ah, of course.
Barcelona, not so much.
You're absolutely right, James. I'm so sorry. And yeah, he's going to take it down there. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Really
Kowalski completely capable of making an ace-high call there, but like I said, that particular combo of ace-high is probably one of the worst ones to call with.
Did you have sunglasses on before?
So Aguirre, who is part of Team Spain, is a Platinum Pass winner, having won the CEP leaderboard in 2022. And a reminder once again, it was Ramon Colillas who topped the CEP leaderboard in 2018 to win his Platinum Pass to the first PSPC. That's right, everyone. It's Gale from Breaking Bad. It's Wags from Billions. He's on the feature table.
Yara says, every time I see Kowalski, I think that Nick Walsh grew a beard. Wow. I mean, he's a handsome guy. I'll take it.
I'd take that. That's a
huge compliment.
Antoine Goutard. Raising the button with Jack-10 offsuit, gets a fold from both blinds, including David Costabile.
Huh?
James, I've just got this massive smile on my face all day today. Like, having these guys that we are so used to seeing on these tables, right? Usually in day 3 or day 4 or whatever of EPTs and the like. And then to have the other side of the field, you know, being like literal movie stars and football influencers and Platinum Pass winners, and it's just the dynamic is so incredible. It's just so rare that we get an opportunity to see it this early in the tournament and with such a diverse crowd, you know?
It feels like,
you know, of recent years, just so much ridiculously solid poker that we see time and time again. When we were looking at some of the sort of action reports earlier, James, I was going, okay, cool, so it must have been a raise and a call, and wait, no, it was a limp and then an ISO and then a limp raise. And I'm like, this is just something we never see on the screen usually. This is really interesting. So hand number 118.
And it's Fabiano Kowalski who's opened with a raise to 1,500 with Queen Jack. Gets called by David Costabile with deuces. Adrian Vinuela in the big blind calls as well. And we have got a low flop, which favors the deuces. Checked to the pre-flop aggressor. Rafael on YouTube says, come on, Kowalski, with not one but 2 Brazilian flags.
Again, I think Kowalski has a pretty reasonable continue here. Queen Jack, again, with the sort of high card club, the backdoor clubs here. And, you know, what I like here as well is we see David Costabile here just getting out of the way with the deuces. And I think that actually shows a little bit of sophistication to his game. I don't know how much poker he plays, but a lot of players, you know, will go, okay, it's a pair of deuces. I'm looking to flop a set. Okay, the board came low. I probably still, or I can have the best hand. I'm going to continue, but kind of forgetting that there's still the dynamic of the later streets and also a player to act behind him. Just recognizing it was a pure set mine and then willing to get away, even though it was a somewhat favorable flop for the deuces. And that's good. I'm really interested to see how, like, you know, just get a look at his game from behind the scenes.
Antoine Sote, mentioned he's a 2-time World Series of Poker Main Event finalist, was also at the final table of EPT Prague just before Christmas, finished 2nd in that event.
Yeah, such a strong player. Great performance in Prague as well. He's got the stars nuts.
Has opened with 9s to 1300. Aguirre flats in the cutoff with ace-queen. 9-8 suited for Adrian Vinuela. And stressed out Rory Jennings is going to call as well with 5s in the big blind.
I love that guy. Shout out to Rory.
The flop is King 10-8. 9 still ahead for now.
Rory. Rory.
What?
Rory.
What? No.
Rory.
Stop.
Rory.
I mean, I admire his courage.
I was going to say maybe he misread his hand, but I'm trying to think of a combination of 5X, 5 of spades X, or 5 of diamond X that he wants here.
He got 9s to fold. However, the gut shot straight draw has not folded. And Adrian Vinuela folds a pair of 8s. Well, he got 2 pair of hands to fold, so...
Come on, Rory, please, mate, pull this off. Pull this off. We want to break on the turn. Okay,
yes.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine. The plan is coming together, James. The plan is coming together. Don't slow down. No, Rory.
Rory.
That was your chance right there. Maybe it just gets to showdown, James. That would be incredible. 2 checks. Jack on the river gives ace-queen the absolute nuts Broadway.
This is what happens when you give players free cards. He basically handed Aguirre the keys to the Lambo.
You can't hand him the keys to the Lambo. No, now is not the time. Rory.
Well, when he gets raised, he'll get sent a very simple message. 5s, no good.
I was a relatively small bet as well. He went for 1/3. It kind of feels like he actually has like a river 2 pair or something now, but obviously there's going to be a raise here from the nuts on the river. You got to give it to him. He didn't check, though, James. He came out firing. Rory just picking a really weird combination to do this with. Some part of me really wants those 5s to be a misread on the table or something like that.
There's the raise from Aguirre. By the way, can we salute this guy's look? It is strong.
Strong look.
What I like to call Junkanoo chic.
And a quick fold from Rory. I mean, is it kind of like a Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas vibe? You getting that? Anybody in the chat? He is rocking one of those nice PokerStars fedoras, though. That's hot property here at the Baha Mar.
It's more walking the streets of Nassau. It's more kind of like, it's the kind of outfit that a extra in Thunderball would be wearing.
Could you see him like smoking a Cubano outside, having a coffee like on the mean streets of Havana? All right, Rory, reset, deep breath, no big deal, buddy.
Be My Girl says, I'm really interested to see some of the pros get put in some weird spots by the qualifiers and the celebrities, but maybe not quite like that.
I really wanted to see that one work. I think, Rory's a player who has had limited experience, let's put it that way, but when he's confident and he starts off well, I think he gets a good momentum behind him.
And yes, Robert Ross, I agree completely. Keeping with the Klaus Kinski theme, Aguirre wearing a Fitzcarraldo type hat. What other poker live stream gives you Werner Herzog references? That vote should be going live soon. Favorite live stream, just saying. Kowalski calls. And it's all diamonds. So Coutard winning that hand.
Now, chat, help me out here. Is Antoine Saout wearing the same hoodie that took him to the final table in Prague?
It does not look dissimilar to his attire at that final table. I would suggest that perhaps it is. Maybe he reserves it for feature tables.
Or it could just be a hashtag lucky hoodie.
I don't think it has a hood.
Lucky jumper?
Fleece.
Lucky zip up?
Have you seen Aguirre, Wrath of God?
No. A fleece. Yeah, that's a very English. I think it's a very English colloquialism. Aguirre, pocket jacks, UTG +1. Saout. We've seen a lot of very confident big blind defends, and I think this guy knows a little something about poker here. 10-5 suited, sure. We're going to play. Nice cheap raise pre-flop, lots of dead money. Absolutely no help on the flop, though. When you're thinking of a flop for 10-5 of hearts, James, it doesn't look like that.
Bet and fold. So Inaki Aguirre playing around 140 big blinds. Fabiano Kowalski is the table chip leader. He's got more than 100K. He's got around 180 big blinds.
You gotta do it.
David Costabile is the only player with below below average, below starting stack even.
Don't be shy. You gotta give him something.
You're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah. Why would you stifle yourself? You had such a good move. So insistent.
The Billions star has lost half of his chips.
Yeah.
Playing a sub 50 big blind stack right now.
Miles and miles from the danger zone, though. I'd love to see him stack up here and go deep. That'd be so interesting. Honestly, I'm running out of people that I don't want to see go deep in this tournament, James. I'm really struggling to find anyone, in fact.
A reminder that during the break we changed the two feature tables, so the players we were watching during the first half of the day, they're still in, but they're just in the field now. We've reset for the second half of the day, and we've seen Adrian Vinuela, Graf Victor's Garcia, opening here with pocket eights. And Rory Jennings is called in position with king 9. It's an ace-7-5 flop. 8's still good.
Which fingers do you use?
And a continuation bet.
Yeah, exactly.
Will win Adrian.
Which fingers do you use
the pot. Now, interestingly, when we caught up with the Platinum 5 is what Joe called them, the OG Platinum Pass winners, the Chase Your Dream qualifiers. Spoke to them on the podcast a few weeks ago. Since winning his Platinum Pass in Barcelona in the summer of 2019, Adrian has actually become a poker pro. He now plays the kind of Spanish circuit. He was in EPT Barcelona, for example, last summer, playing some of the ESPT events, playing some of the side events. So he's doing all right.
Yeah. Wow, very stylish fold there from Antoine Saout. Style points all day. Love a good fold, James.
Yes, by pro we mean his main income is now from poker. That's what he's doing for a living.
Both players with not a lot here. Aguirre, though, in position, can just bet his gut shot nice and easy. No sweat, works very well. Don't have to go big there. And a bet to take it.
Yeah. They won blacks?
No.
Total entrance so far, guys, 989. Total prize pool currently over 24 million US dollars.
Round 2. Aguirre in the small blind.
Remember that. Always. I think about that all the time. There's just no shame in it. There's no shame in folding. There's just no shame.
He calls and David Costabile gets to see a free flop.
I love it.
Which is ace, 9, deuce. So top pair for Wags. Second pair for Aguirre, who bets.
All right, quick call.
I think that might even be a raise. Oh. Aguirre made it 600. Costabile's made it 1200. He's clicked it.
Oh, wow, just the click. He gave him the speech about, you know,
I don't believe you.
there's no shame in folding.
Why would I lie to you?
Wow.
Well, Costabile's just improved to 2 pair on the turn.
3,000.
Nice size here. 3,000 into 4.2. Managed to sucker his opponent in on the flop and now finds the real punisher on the turn. Aguirre picks up the gut shot, so might be tempted to continue if he didn't believe him on the flop. Makes the call. He's got him right where he wants him right now. Oh, the running boat.
A full house for David Costabile.
7,000.
7,000 into 10,200. I mean,
not much has changed, James.
I know, but is this guy really betting that big without an ace? Do you really think a 9 is good here?
He gets paid.
Wow.
I don't believe you. Yeah, I don't have much. Just a boat.
What do you got? That's a bluff.
Nice hand, David Costabile.
I told you I wouldn't lie to you. You didn't lie to me. You had that 6, right? You were telling me the truth. You were like, I got the straight. And then I was like, I know you have the straight. And I believed you and still paid you. So thank you.
It's okay.
Appreciate it.
Fair enough.
Friendly. It's just friendly.
So Costabile now up to 66 big blinds. Was our shortest stack, but managing to close the gap.
Aguirre calling him off and says, you really made a monkey out of me. That's a reference that only people who've seen the 1972 movie will get.
Look at that. And a walk.
Wow.
Isn't that nice?
Only on the
Isn't that nice? How friendly
I
that
would
is?
say,
See?
poker needs more Werner Herzog. He was by far and away the best thing about the Grand, which was the poker comedy from the mid-2000s.
That's how you guys play when you're at home, right? With your friends? You're like, got a crappy hand. Or do you only play in cutthroat games? You guys just like really just the most, especially with just your friends, really mean, cruel.
Kowalski, ace queen suited. Going to go ahead and start the action. First act. FTA, if you will.
True High King, I love watching y'all, but your subtitles are terrible. What? Do we have someone doing subtitles?
If we're on YouTube, does it auto subtitle?
Okay, but just to be clear, right? That's not our subtitles, that's YouTube. So, 2 words. Blame Google.
Yeah, there's a lot of poker slang being thrown around that Google probably will simplify into something that doesn't mean anything to do with poker. That is automated, guys. We're not providing you that live somehow. We don't, you know, the lady at the trial with the auto with the really
stenographer.
Thank you. We got one of those sat next to us, just firing it off to Google, firing it off to YouTube.
Adrian Vinuela. Opening on the button here. Makes it 1,500. Rory Jennings, King 10 in the small blind, calls. Fabiano Kowalski is thinking, I'll take all your money.
He's
Ace 7 in the big.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head here. I would be very surprised if Kowalski didn't attack this every single time. The ultimate squeeze. He knows how wide the button open can be. He knows that Rory is probably a little bit of a soft spot here. And he's going to go ahead and pump this up. What if he just makes it like 6K to go? Never mind, playing it slow. The rare opportunity for Kowalski actually just to chill and just see a flop with Ace-7 off.
So basically we've just alerted everyone watching on YouTube that they can switch on these captions, and everyone's now finding it hilarious and much more entertaining than the actual stream itself.
The Twitch audience all shifts immediately over to YouTube so that they can make use of this amazing function.
I really don't care where people watch as long as we get the hits.
Garcia with the spade flush draw here is going to go ahead and continue. Rory is the only one really with much here with the gutter ball to the queen, which will give him to the straight to the king.
Well, let's hope Rory doesn't butcher this like he did the pocket 5s.
This seems good from Rory. I think this is fine.
The Nick Walsh stamp of approval. To the turn.
To the turn we go. A queen that's not a spade, please. Okay, deuce of hearts, complete brick. Obviously, Garcia now picking up another gut shot, a gut shot of his own. I see. My apologies. It's Adrian Vinuela, not Garcia.
Jennings has checked. Adrian still has the flush draw. And bets again, 5,100. Would you like a call from Rory here?
No, this has gone too far now. Take your time, Rory. This is definitely a fold.
He's got the best hand.
Yeah, it's just a spot where you're just going to get wrecked so often, and it's just such a big price to try and hunt for the gutter.
He's ahead.
Makes the fold.
Does that get the Nick Walsh stamp of approval?
It does.
On to the next hand.
Look at that room. Absolutely stunning.
Of course, once we are wrapped here in the Bahamas, and I don't really want to think about that right now because it is only day 1 of this tournament, but we will be moving on to Paris because EPT 2023 is a thing. Full schedule available at PokerStarsLive.com. Paris kicks off the 2023 season of the tour. Then it's on to Monte Carlo, Barcelona in the summer, Cyprus in the autumn, Prague in the winter. All the details at PokerStarsLive.com, and of course live streams from each stop. How are things looking at in the mini PSPC? Up to nearly 1,800 entries, and registration still open until tomorrow. So much added value in that one. Late position raise from actor David Costabile. And finds a customer. Antoine Saud calling in the big blind. Ace-10 versus Ace-5, an ace-high flop. Take him to Value Town, Wags.
Big blind checks. Take him to Value Town indeed. Oh, and there's a bet. 1,500 to go.
$1,500 apiece. Turn card is a queen, pairing the board. So Saut is actually now drawing to a chop. Ugh. Check, check. 9 on the river. David Costabile's kicker is playing. Is Antoine Saut thinking of betting here? Nope, he's checked. Costabile checks behind and wins the pot.
Sorry to say you lost on the kicker.
Bet Regret asks, is this live or nah? By reading your question, I have possibly, probably answered it. New player coming in. This is Daniel Nielsen, not a Platinum Pass winner.
What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel.
And obviously he's just registered.
You're the actor, right? From, what's that show?
Get it? Who's it? One of them.
The one with Axel Ross.
There you go. Close, yeah. Axel Rod, yeah. Good. Rod. It's close. It's close. Has to do with money. So you're on the feed.
Close.
A lot of money. A single word.
Billion.
There you go.
There, you got there in the end. It's money.
Oh.
It's a lot of money.
Australians.
It's a catchy one.
With that guy, Axel Rosso. Well, close.
Axel Rose.
Axel Rosso.
Oh, well. You're a screenwriter as well? Fantastic. Although 7 seasons in now, it's going to be hard to change his name.
Went on holiday to Australia, came back as Axel Rosso.
Antoine Saut versus Rory Jennings, and Saut is paired as Jack. Last time Rory had a small pocket pair, he did this. And did he just get a fold from Saut? Rory, keep it up, buddy.
Guys, this might be the next level. We're just catching up. This might be the new meta. Very surprised to see that fold.
Halfway through the level, 28 minutes left on the clock. And then we'll roll straight into level 6.
A nice white jumper. Just a little. They're taking your drink order?
Yep.
They were taking your drink order?
I don't have a drink service.
Wes in YouTube, proving he knows absolutely nothing about poker. Once the tournament begins, there should be absolutely no more registration or rebuys. That's why you have different day one flights. I would say thank you for your comment, but I'd be lying. This has no re-entry. It only has one day one. Whether you have multiple day one flights or not, it doesn't really change the whole registration element.
No, it doesn't. So Rory coming in with the ace-3 of spades here, raising for the absolute min. And a 3-bet this time from the cutoff takes it down.
Fabiano Kowalski.
Seems good. Definitely an opener. I think folding to the 3-bet's reasonable.
Nice. You're making your own thing, which I like it. I like it. Starting to hear that.
Too many days playing like this.
Wes says, I know a lot about poker, you twit. Been playing for over 20 years. I've been playing for over 30 years. I don't still know anything about it.
Oh, dear. Where's the ban? Nobody calls James Hartigan a twit.
Leave him alone. Wes and I are good.
Snap banned. So going a little bit wider here. King 6 off from the cutoff. Defended in the big blind. Aguirre's 7-5 of diamonds. Does make the best hand on the flop. Obviously a difficult board to play though. 10-5-10 probably very frequently c-bet by Saout. Okay, a bet and a call. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Really interested to see what Antoine does in the turn here. Checking a check. 6 on the river, giving him the best hand.
Ah, rivered.
So Aguirre obviously potentially could consider going for value against an ace high. Potentially could put in a sort of a value bet that's also a blocker bet in the instance that he does have a random 6. So 6.3 in the middle would be this. Yeah, just a nice sort of 1/3 on the river here, and it has 2 functions, right? You can still get looked at by worse hands, but also you slow down the action in the event that your opponent does have, you know, for example, pocket 8s, or, you know, maybe even a hand like even as strong as, you know, pocket kings that might have slowed down the turn for fear of a 10. So given the way the play has gone, there's also the opportunity for Saout to think maybe his opponent, and there it is. He recognizes that this river size is not maybe one he would use if he had trip 10s, and is in fact trying to go for value on the river. This is extremely high level stuff, guys. Very, very few players correctly finding a value raise on this river. This is some seriously, seriously good poker from Saout. And this is really, really the difference between a winning player and a very winning player.
Can't believe that Aguirre is even considering calling this. Let's it go. Our Leo asks on Twitch, James, could we get your watch reviews of the player's wrist game? Looks like Rory is up there. Rory has a very nice watch indeed. Now, it's interesting you should raise that as a concept. It is something I want to do, but not me personally. I am talking to someone else, though, who I think could do some awesome analysis of watches worn by poker players. And if I can make it happen, it will be a god-tier video.
Now, James, did we only ever do the, was it a Citizen Eco Drive PokerStars watch?
There was a PokerStars watch?
Yes. You must know this. There was an official PokerStars watch. It might have been in the Star Store. Maybe it was given away when there was a tournament won or something.
I remember there used to be watches, one for taking down a scoop, but I don't think they were Citizen Eco Drives.
Okay, I thought it was a Citizen something.
I thought they were Movado.
Oh, could be wrong. I don't know.
If anyone out there still has a scoop watch.
Anybody? Production office? I think we should bring that back, though. That was kind of fly. It was a Citizen Eco Drive, according to chat, and they're always right. Rip Cheater says, I had one. I thought it was, But what I'm saying is I think it'd be cool if you helped design the new one, James.
The Citizen Eco Drive is a really solid watch.
I don't mean redesign the watch. I mean design the design of the next watch.
I love solar-powered watches, by the way. That's right, Laucher. The main TV table has changed. Botez is still playing. Obviously, we're halfway through the day, so we've got a new feature table up on the main stage. Brendan says, Defo Movado, I have one. At one stage, the Scoop watch was a Movado. I didn't know it was once a Citizen Eco Drive. We'd need to get someone from the Star Store, to confirm the history of PokerStars watches.
See? You just wanted to pick on me, and then he started to pick on you. Just saying.
Yeah, so it's a situation where, all right, guys, there was a Movado watch, there was a Citizen Eco Drive as well, obviously different brands over the years. But that's a good question. If we were to have another PokerStars watch,
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
what brand would it be?
It was quite subtle as well. I thought the one that I saw was quite tasteful.
As I said, I think it's a really, really solid watch.
But I mean, the you know, the integration of the Stars branding, I thought actually kept it still pretty stylish. I liked it. As we see, cutoff open from the fours. Aguirre. 8-7 suited might 3-bet this one. Definitely one that we see 3-bet some of the time.
There are some suggestions in chat. Not Apple. It's not going to be a smartwatch.
No.
And nor is it going to be a Patek, unless you want to pay 50% rake in cash games.
Don't even put that out in the universe. Stop, James. Casio G-Shock.
That would be a great one. I'd love to do a PokerStars Casio G-Shock. That would be absolutely
cool.
awesome.
Absolutely. So, guys, just to give you some context in this hand, the effective stack is still around 104 big blinds here once there's been a 3-bet. So I expect that we will see a call here. When we're this deep, there's plenty of set mining that you should do. Obviously, the more chips you have behind you, the more you stand to win when you do actually get lucky and spike one of those sets on the flop. First time chat from Lord Beerus. No shot clock. Lamau. Buddy, they're coming. They're coming. They just happen later on in the tournament, okay?
First time chat, you said?
Yeah.
More like last time chat, you banned.
You beat me to it. Nice work. So a bet and a call for still the best hand. And on the turn, Aguirre improving to kings and sevens with the Ocho kicker. And that pretty much gives 8-7 a very confident river situation. I think given the action, 8-7 will just be the best hand an overwhelming amount of the time here.
Sacramento says, is that the guy from that one TV show at the table? Yes. Thank you for your question.
So 16.5 in the middle. I definitely would classify this as a bit of a blocker bet. 1/4 pot on the river feels just about right. I think you can call. I think there's an opportunity to potentially think about a raise, but I think the call is way more standard. It does call, shows them the bad news. 8-7 is going to take this one down. Another pot for Aguirre.
Wrath of God. wearing his CEP hoodie. So what can we tell you about this Platinum Pass winner? What do we know about Klaus Kinski over here?
Be your best.
He is from Spain. Won his Platinum Pass via the CEP leaderboard last year. Has $31,885 in live earnings. And he won Platinum Pass 398 of what I believe is 418. Gail Betticut on Breaking Bad, Daniel Hartman on Suits, Mike Wags Wagner on Billions. Thank you, Red Matrix, for providing a summary of David Costabille's best-known roles as he steps away from the feature table for a moment. And Guitard is opened here with Jack 8, Adrian Vinuela with King 10, calls. And Rory Jennings is in from the big blind with King 3.
Can you restrooms that way? Do you think they're out there?
One?
I'll go out this way. I'll go out that way.
It's been checked to Guitard, who was the pre-flop aggressor.
Dangerous board, but you know, you kind of got to be in there betting when you make top pairs like this.
That's right, True High King. They fixed his name. Let's go! We're also going to fix the person who got it wrong. Does a Platinum Pass gain entry to just this tourney or side events as well? Just this tourney, although there's a lot of other perks that come with it. We've had various activities. I think they were giving away some tickets and buy-ins to players during the long wait that they had for this event. We had some meet-up games with some Platinum Pass winners as well, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I attended 2 of those. We did one in London. We did one in Dublin as well. There was one in Ontario, which unfortunately I couldn't get to. But yeah, it's an experience. And once you're a Platinum Pass winner, you're kind of always a Platinum Pass winner. A shout out to my boy Nikhil Segal, by the way. He, in fact, won his Platinum Pass in 2019 and continued to be a part of the community, and as a result was awarded his Platinum Pass this year purely out of the goodness of our hearts, and also to reward him for, you know, continuing to support the players that wanted to go this year again. And it just goes to show you, staying in the community and being a part of it in a positive way does have its perks. Talking about activities since we've been here as well, James, there were some tours around Nassau, and, you know, there was like a rum tasting. There was also swimming with pigs on Rose Island. There's lots of fun stuff out here. It's all part of the experience. It's not just about the poker.
The Platinum Experience.
When you say it like that.
Son of Man says, where are they playing at? Is this Bahamas? Yes, it is. It is the Baha Mar Resort in Nassau, hosting PCA 2023. And as part of the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, we have the 2nd edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship as Kowalski and Aguirre go to the turn.
He only needs 1 card to be winning.
It's a while since I looked at the clock. 993. We're almost at 4 figures, almost at 1,000 entries, and 888 players remain right now.
So check, check, turn. 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, not quite there. Kowalski still just with the bottom pair.
And Richie, to answer your question on YouTube, maybe? What is Aguirre's other card? I guess it doesn't matter, right? He's still ahead either way, but Kowalski is going to bet 4K. Goes to showdown. It was King 10. So Aguirre wins this one off Kowalski.
Interesting spot there. Fabiano, little glance, unsure about whether or not that was the right line.
And looks like we're going to step away from the feature table. We're going to go into the field and actually check on what was our feature table during the first half of the day. We are going to follow Ramon. He's in a hand here against Guillermo Sanz. We are on the river, and Ramon has bet 14,500. The board is Ace, King, 9, 8, 6. Sanz giving this some serious consideration. You ready to celebrate our boy Ramon if he wins this neck?
Of course, always.
You know what day of the week it is, right? The lyrics are relevant. You can see he just wants to make that single chip call. He does call. Ramon tables 9-6 for two pair, 9s and 6s. Ace-Jack for top pair. That is a decent pot for Ramon.
Follow Ramon, follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey! Gotta love some following Ramon. He is the greatest.
The reigning champ still alive on day one of the PSPC. Over to the secondary feature table. See the stacks of the players we're watching here. It is Anzino 3-betting Tonka, and the 3-bet gets through.
Got some seriously high ratings for that one, guys. Thank you very much. We practice most days for a couple hours to get it right for you guys on the big day.
So I think most people know Parker Talbot, Tonka, but maybe some people don't know the other PokerStars player at this table, the guy in the one seat, and that is Julien Bricard, aka you, who is one half of the French commentary team. So Benny is on his own today.
Yeah, he came in and I just said to him, hey, buddy, you ready for a big day? And I said to him, he better end up on that final table or he's let you down in this situation. But those guys are really tight. We're all really excited that he's taking part. And, you know, sometimes you got to take a bullet, James. Certainly looking stylish there. 3 stripes, some shades, and the will to succeed.
Oh, now I'm hearing he's cheating. Now I'm hearing he's got people dialing in on Skype from France to help him with commentary. Lame.
Here we go. Oh, God. Despite the fact that the other half is literally living 30 minutes delayed after the action. But that's fine, guys. No big deal.
I'm loving how focused you is looking. He's such a smiley guy, and here he looks so serious, especially in those rather intimidating spectacles. Del Val has checked here.
Does he kind of look like Antonio Esfandiari? Kind of like a slightly more senior Antonio Esfandiari.
What's your handicap then? With the livestream. What's your handicap?
In golf? I don't play anymore.
I mean, he is a player of the same generation as Antonio, Josh Aryeh.
I mean, I played
I'm trying to remember, was it the 2004
and then I think
World Series? Josh Aryeh, final table, 3rd place finish behind David Williams and Greg Raymer. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
That was like a 3 or a 4.
The internet is always there to correct you when you're wrong.
I could get it around.
Seven, check. Five, check.
Thank you to Rubber Toad for providing this hashtag fun fact. Josh Aryeh is only 3 years older than Antonio Esfandiari. It was definitely not 2012, and it was definitely not 2003, because that was the moneymaker year. Raymer was 100% 04. David Williams was 2nd, and I'm pretty sure that Josh Aryeh was 3rd. And Josh Aryeh said something really, really nasty about Greg Raymer to David Williams when he exited, which he has since apologized to Greg Raymer for.
Like the action, we had a really good group of guys.
David Williams.
At home that we were playing like 3
Williams,
4 days
not
a week,
Williams.
and
Just kidding.
You would win or lose between like 2,000 and 5,000 every day.
Okay.
And then a bookie joins the golf club and gets people playing too high. And so our group started, you know, guys that are working guys blowing 15 and 20,000 on the golf course.
Damn.
It just tears everything up.
It ruined the whole everything.
And so it ended up to where like we were playing 1 day a week, and it was all people that were really tough to gamble with, and just turned into a headache.
2003 was Moneymaker, 2005 was Hashem, 04 was Raymer. I'm pretty sure Aryeh was 3rd at that final table. God damn, I'm going to Google it myself in a moment.
A couple people asking about what the white bracelets are. Those are room keys here at the Baha Mar Resort. Also, you can pay for stuff.
You can bop it.
You can bop it. If you guys haven't seen the bop it bit yet.
Yeah, arguing, person quit.
No one's seen the bop it bit yet.
I know. Envision HS, what Josh said to Greg Raymer was worse than that. Actually, he didn't say it to him, he said it about him behind his back, which was somehow even worse. Anyway, we've moved on. He apologized for that. It was a gazillion years ago. He's here at the secondary feature table today. We're all having a good time. And Joe's back.
I mean, it wasn't that much.
Raymer's on secondary feature table or RA?
RA.
Oh, cool.
It just ended, yeah. I mean, that's just, an era ended, and like, I don't think that what we had exists anywhere in Georgia.
Alan Ross, 2006 with Jamie Gold.
Where there's a bunch of poker players that gamble out there.
Buenos dias, Adria.
But in Georgia, I mean,
Adria Del Val won his Platinum Pass in the Platinum Grind Challenge.
I just got to, I was always got to be
His residence is none recorded?
1.5.
You give guys
really
good
hope he
games, you
cashes.
just wait for him to go on till.
Y se ha quedado otro por
That's all it was.
I like those little stickers we got for the players. That's nice. Good job, graphics team.
When everything was fine, like we were
turning
all
Platinum passes into top trump cards. That's what we do.
It's press, press, press. It's playing bad.
Sounds like it would be a tie every time.
So this looks like it'll be the last hand of the level. We'll run straight into level 6. Another 60 minutes of poker to play before we take another break. Three-way to this flop. Cardo, Bricard, Talbot. Why does Tonka have to ruin it by being the non-French person in this hand?
Yeah, dang it. French is an official language of Canada.
As we established, Tonka no longer in Canada, residing in Spraggy's bathroom.
That explains why he's always wet.
Because it's raining in the UK? Or because Spraggy sprung a leak?
Because he's living in the, he sleeps in the bathtub.
5 p.m. We're going to break at 6, so.
Heads up to the river, and this is a horrible spot for Julien Bricard. A set of 4s for Cardo, 2 pair for you.
How is it that there's a bunch of tables with like a ton of Platinum Pass winners and celebrities, and then there's this? Like, how mad would you be if you ended up at this table?
I think both Cardo and Bricard are Platinum Pass holders.
Yeah, but, you know, the bad ones.
A lot of accomplished players managed to win Platinum Passes in the last 3.5 years.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's about time too. I need some emergency.
Julien has bet 5,500.
Emergency assistance.
Gets called by Cardo, who wins this pot. And we are now officially playing level 6 of the PSPC. Blinds of 400, 800 with an 800 big blind ante.
Nice one, Cardot. Remember back in the early days of the World Series of Poker where Lon and Norm refused to pronounce anyone's name correctly, and it was just, nope, we're American, we're going to butcher this. I really like the way those guys evolved over the years, though.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was kind of like them back then, too, so.
I mean, even when I actually try and make an effort to pronounce names, I still get slated by the chat, but you know what's new?
Yep.
Take a look there at the second feature
nice
table.
Let's go.
Chip counts. Talbot, currently in 8th. Cardo, currently 103.5K, doing real well. He's got like over 120-ish, 25-ish big blinds at the moment. All right, next hand is underway. Queen deuce of hearts opening up.
Ace 10 suited for Parker. Tonka P. VJ in Windsor says Parker is somewhat likable. I don't know if she's being sarcastic because he's very likable, or being honest because he is only somewhat likable?
I think he's very likable.
5-4 deuce, bottom pair for RA.
Yeah, not the best flop for Parker, obviously. Not the worst, though. Still has the gutter ball. It's a bit of a weird one, though. You have the bottom end of the straight if you get the ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, which completes for the 6 as well. He is going to bet from the cutoff. Really hard to play queen deuce of hearts well here in this situation. You can basically just be drawing dead in many situations if he has set of 4s, set of 5s, but he is going to check call.
Man, RA is just one of those dudes who's just an innate gambler, poker player, doesn't play all the events anymore, but still is a contender, still wins.
Absolutely, and I think that in this situation, Parker might kind of pick up on the fact that, given the fact that REA did just check flop, he might not have as many 6x combos here. Might be more, if he had a hand like 6-5 suited, probably likes to bet there. 6-4 suited might be one he might check. I'm not sure. But he's got to be happy about the fact he turned a straight here. Not that concerned for the 6 is what I'm saying, given the pre-flop action and given the way the flop was played. So REA at this point, obviously just trying to get to showdown at all costs. Obviously, Parker's bet could just be a complete airball, just betting from position and just trying to take it down right then and there. Might be considering maybe like a blocker bet here, but he makes the check. Sorry, REA has already checked, and now Parker is going to go for value. 5K into a pot of 10.6.
And REA might just do this for the lulz. Yep. Oh, a little hesitation there. Looked like he might have even been going for a raise. Those are just the 500 chips though, right? The reds?
Good fold.
Lays it down. Great to see Josh here. I know a very good friend of Josh RA is about to take his seat. Boston Rob in the house.
Let's go.
Can't tell every time.
Pretty much a free $25,000 when Boston Rob's in the house. Just a complete empty seat.
Still full insurance, please, sir.
You know, most people are stuck playing poker like around, you know, like 2008, 2009 poker.
Yeah.
Rob's like 1998 poker. That's right, Corey Burkhart. Boston Rob from Survivor. That's right, Crystal 109. Survivor Boston Rob. That's right, Trokus. Boston Rob Survivor. Is there any other way we can write it?
This is a bit interesting, guys. Zeno opening the cutoff with ace queen off, and we see a defend from 8-5 off. Gonzalo defending very wide here. Not sure if this would be in my range, but I'm not quite sure. Eight-5 picks up a gut shot on the turn. Sorry, a pair on the turn, excuse me.
There you go.
Got there.
Gonzalo. Zeno gets to bet for pure value. 1,700. 1,800. Boston Rob was the best man in Aaron Judge's wedding. I don't think that's true. I'll have to ask him.
Tonka obviously coming off a nice win in Prague. Didn't quite go the distance, but did make it to very deep on our final table. I believe he came 4th, Joe?
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
No recollection. Hey, back to table Costabile. This should be fun. Oh boy. Hand in progress. Saout versus Aguirre, and Aguirre is out kicked. Just like the Spain Football Club.
Out kicked.
Spain FC, one of my top teams in the Iberian League. Right there, that's Aguirre wearing one of those Team Spain Thomas Crown Affair confuser hats. And Gary makes the correct laydown. Well done.
Yeah, very strong, especially on the paired board there. Looks like there was a lot of action leading up to the river to convince him to make that very, very strong fold.
So since we're back at table Costabile, what are you guys' favorite Wags quotes from billiards, huh? Let's get some good Wags quotes in the chat.
You don't have your phone on.
No bluff.
Kurt Biz says, how is Boston Rob an MTC? But Wags isn't. I don't know enough about Wags' game. And Boston Rob's a good friend, so I can call him an MTC. I get it now. Being the best man at Aaron Judge's wedding is a joke because Aaron Judge is a Yankee, and Boston Rob obviously would hate the Yankees. So, joke's on me.
Guitard here, ace-9 off.
We don't say Guitard anymore.
Guitard.
Raise and take it. For Goot.
The Goot man.
The Goot.
Goot him.
Goot him, there you go. Boston Rob that's married to Amber, that one survivor. Correct, yes. Also correct. Ah, that's a good Wags quote right there. Thank you, Graydon. If I hadn't been very rich, I might have been a really great man. Here's another one from Mark C. Mark, who's had some funny comments this week. I haven't read all of them, but we can't fire you right now because it wouldn't look good, but get out of our sight and stay there.
Aguirre here in the hijack with a very pretty ace-5. Sourdough of the artisanal variety.
That's right, the good kind.
The really good kind. Oh, Kowalski's got one of those hands he's probably gonna want to defend, but also one of those combos that is dominated by ace-5. So not an ideal scenario, looking for a king on this flop or something better. Diamonds aren't going to be a lot of help.
Yeah, 7-6-5. That is another kicker problem. This time Kowalski on the bad end. Yes, it is Gail Boddicker from Breaking Bad, Mochino-san. Check, check, 7 on the turn. And it might make things a little dicey for Kowalski.
This is actually really dicey, especially given the fact that the flop went check, check, Joe. That means Kowalski might start giving Aguirre more sort of ace-high combos that he wants to try and protect from, and he wants to sort of get value from at this point, right? So what if he gives his opponent, you know, ace-king, ace-queen, knows he's probably not going to fold once he's checked flop. He's going to try and bet here to get value from those combos. So we do see a lead, and I certainly don't think that Aguirre here checked flop to give up turn with ace-5. That would be pretty unusual, so I think we probably will see a call. Sure enough, there it is. So we're going to a river.
And the river is a 4, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 4-liner straight. So Bobby Axelrod, fees are religion and money is his God. This makes him the perfect shepherd for you in the material world. Thank you, Ben Bambule. Another
2-check.
Wags quote, check, check.
So 7s and 5s with an ace is the best hand. I think the 4 of spades actually slowed the action down considerably, but that pretty much goes how you'd expect it to go.
Last time.
What a scramble there from one of the best dealers in the game, huh?
A wash.
Give those cards a good wash.
Scramble them up, wash them, do whatever you got to do.
More wags from Dr. Chris. It doesn't matter if it's as swole as Dirk Diggler on his first night with the roller girl. This is one of those rare cases when size doesn't matter. Such a fun character.
So many good ones. I gotta
to write for.
I gotta watch more of that show.
Really looking forward to the new season of Billions.
Gonna have to catch up tonight.
Did Rory Jennings win a platinum pass? Rory Jennings got a platinum pass.
He did. He did. We've done a lot of work with Rory. Fantastic to work with. Such an awesome guy. Really, really enjoy his company.
Did McCullough make it, or just Rory?
I would love to think so. I haven't seen anything yet, though. That would be fantastic. Another wonderful human being to work with.
Same deal, right? It was like they both got offered, hey, if you can get here in time, they're yours.
One sec. Let me check. Probably would have got a message from him. Oh, wait. What's this? I don't need to be told twice. Let's go. Time for some PSPC 25K.
Is he here, or is that at the airport?
That was 17 hours ago.
Okay, so.
And 3 hours ago, he's walking through the foyer, so
okay.
We're in good shape. McCullough's here. I'm going to text him right now.
Oh, sick brag. The McCullough number drop.
Yep. Here, Chad, I'm going to tell you what I'm saying to you. Bro, what's wrong with you?
Another good Wags quote here from Kai. Tonight's the night of your baptism at the Church of Barclays. Oh, if I could just play a character like Wags someday. I guess it's kind of like me, myself. I'm a little Wagsy. Pocket nines for your boy Rory Jennings. Also has done some acting himself as a young lad. Nielsen defends in the big blind. Queen 8 tray. Nines faring quite well on this flop. It's probably going to be a bet and a fold. And Nielsen does release.
Nice work, Rory. So 86 bigs, a million miles from the danger zone. Had a couple missteps early on, but holding his own at this point.
It's nice, stretching it out.
Janice Hughes says, dude, you wish you were Wags. I literally just said that. Sick burn, Janice. What other things that I say are you going to repeat back to me? Thank you for your comment.
8 pass, 9 pass, 1 pass.
Good Wags quote there. I don't know if I'm going to name drop all those adult film stars, though.
We're back in the mix with Rory, guys. Kings this time.
KK. The Clangers.
It's folding around. Oh, hello. A little ace-jack action. Ace-jack off. Does decide to call SB.
Oh, Janice. All right. You banned. Janice. You don't love this flop against the big blind, but little does he know that this has missed Guitard completely.
It's funny, having spoken to Rory so many times about poker, he's at that stage in his poker education where he kind of sees ghosts everywhere, right? So he's got kings, and as soon as the 8 comes, it's like, oh, you know, now 6-9 is a straight for sure, and you know.
Yeah, that's exactly how I play. Like, how are you getting called on 3 streets here unless you're losing?
Yeah, but despite that, he finds the second barrel there, and I like his size on both streets. So well played there to Rory. Nice pickup. And I think a lot of people go through that kind of phase. You know what I mean? Like when you're learning hand strength, when you're learning, you know, how board textures change and what opportunities that gives your opponents to make hands. That's how you learn. And then you slowly start to sort of pick out how frequently those are going to happen, and you start to figure out your ranges a bit better and how often they're going to have the combinations required to make those. So a combination like 6-9 there, for example, just doesn't exist from the small blind when they flat, right? So continuation from the turn, absolutely correct. Takes down a pot, and GG to Rory.
Elmer Krebs on YouTube says, I wish you were banned. Well, Elmer, your wish is my command. You are banned. Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Kowalski coming in with the Jack-9 off and the hijack.
Pocket sixes for a Gary. I love it's just the perfect opportunity to set mime with pocket sixes and
All right.
big blind.
Let's see it, Joe.
Oh, you want me to set mine right now? Okay, here we go. And
wow. His set mime has succeeded.
Successful set miming. I guess even though there's a set here, there's a huge hand at the secondary feature table. Oh boy, Parker all with ace king, Marcus with pocket kings, Bricard with eights. So Bricard is going to get out of the way of the eights, and that's going to allow Marcus to make the call. Parker, Talbot, Coolard. Tonka P, a.k.a. Never Lucky.
I mean, now's the time to do it in the 25K. I like Marcash, but I'm rooting for our boy, Tonka. Come on, Parker.
I feel like I'm a big favorite with my dealer, you know?
Tonka is definitely a light favorite. This is more like a flip for someone like Tonka.
Really, I think so.
10, 6, 6.
You can hear
I think Tonka doesn't hit the ace here very often, but I do think he hits running sixes quite a bit.
I'd love to see it.
I got excited for a second. 5 on the turn. Tonka does need to hit an ace now, or he is out of here. GG Tonka P.
GG Tonka. Would have loved to have seen him go deep in this tournament, but with no more opportunities to go again, there's no more rebuys, there's no re-entries.
Someone is freaking out in the field. Learn to handle it like this professional lad right here.
Really want to know what that was now.
Never Lucky, that's right, Eagle Eyes. And at least he gets a free phone from the free phone bag.
Hope it was the latest gen.
It's okay, I have
What happened with that set of sixes, guys?
What did happen? Looks like Gary took the pot down.
Did they move us from the feature, or do they wait till dinner?
Looks like Gary was trying to check raise the river and didn't get away with it. Kowalski checked back.
Time out, guys. We're going to take you down.
We're going to stick with this table for a moment. Carlos Check Cinco says, best commentators in the game. I hate a kiss up, you banned.
Text from Mikola. Sorry, bro. I came and jumped straight in the game. Drinks later, please. Fine. Forgiven, but the drinks are on you. So you, representing PokerStars here.
I can't say anything about this right now. Can I tease it? Oh. You guys, you gotta be kidding me. How can you show me that and I can't say anything?
So ace queen obviously still the best hand here on the turn, but an additional draw on the turn for Brecard. Brecard, you crazy canard.
So this is a tease to the tease. I can tell you more about what I'm talking about in 10 minutes, but I'm freaking out right now. Ant Zeno, one of the nicest guys in the game. You'll hear us talk about a lot of nice people. Ant really is just a stellar fella. And good. I'm glad that Ricard did not try to draw out on him. True High King says James is a better commentator. I absolutely agree with you. In fact, he is the best broadcaster in all of poker, and I am actively campaigning for him to win Best Broadcaster at the Global Poker Awards coming up in early March. But also, there is no reason for you to say that. Trying to hurt my feelings, and I don't care for it, so you're banned. You're just not a very nice person. But thank you for your comment. I don't disagree.
Cardo, king queen off. Brecard, pocket eights.
Seat 1 we raise 7,100. Triple.
Steve Vogt asking, is this tournament bigger than the one that finished yesterday? Yes, it is bigger in terms of prize pool. It is bigger in terms of buy-in. It is bigger in terms of total entries. And it is bigger in terms of, you know, girth.
996 entrants. Almost $24.5 million in the prize pool at this point. So Brecard here, obviously on the shorter side, 26.7K behind. Cardo does make the call versus the 3-bet with the Ochos.
Oh.
And there is a very, very good board for action. Oh my days.
Could get real.
Top pair with the queen club draw and a set for Brecard.
Only 66% equity despite flopping a set.
So it goes about half pot on this very wet texture, and he actually finds a really good size here against this specific combo because he's always, always, always going to get action here.
One of my hard and fast rules is always bet your sets. Very few exceptions to that, in my opinion.
It's a call. Can imagine you really sweating those clubs. 3 of diamonds is a nice brick.
And Brecard slows down.
Oh, wow. Finds the trap on the turn. And his opponent looks at his chip stack. You see that glance, Joe?
I did see the glance. I'm kidding. Kind of like Schindler's List. I just tell people I saw it.
Oh, it doesn't get the action he wants.
Checks back, gets a free river, but whiffs.
5 of diamonds, a very, very big break again. So Brecard, excuse me, is going to... What is he doing? The check on the river.
I'm telling you, man, people love a trap.
Very unexpected.
People love trapping. It's just...
The trap might still get paid here. Absolutely, might actually still find a value bet from King Queen with the Queen of Clubs. He's played it very weak.
He checked? We're still on him. There we go. Okay, great. It's a trap.
He's played his hand very weak. Can still have hands like jacks, nines, that kind of thing, and it looks like he's reaching for chips.
I mean, I do think that this set of eights is pretty well disguised in the small blind, right? It was there a 3-bet?
There was a 3-bet.
Okay. So, I don't know. Don't you think more of his nothings would have bet?
I honestly wasn't expecting this line at all from the 8s. I thought maybe a check on the turn fair, but you'd still want to bet river to make sure you get paid. But he's definitely put his opponent in a bit of a weird spot here, right? Oh, and he just, it's such a shame.
Ricard does not get to set the trap. CZ with a point here. I don't think he's trapping, more like pot controlling with the all club flop. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe.
No. I don't think that's the situation. If you can't be afraid of just, you know, flop flush for a set there, you're just not going to get a value. I think he's a bit frustrated.
And we've got some footage here of the moment where Julian got his platinum pass last night. Obviously an emotional moment.
Yeah, it was a big moment. Tears were shed. That was really fun last night. Literally was awarded it last night, and here he is at the table taking down that pot.
I wish I'd caught that live, but, you know, I was getting a drink.
All right, we're going to join our main feature table again. Aguirre with the king-queen off UTG +2. Going to raise for the mint. Sorry, excuse me, a little bit more than mint. 1,800. So very nice defendable hand in the big blind. Queen Jack of spades does make the call. Dominated for now. Flop is 10 deuce 9. That means Saut still needs to improve, but he does have that very nice up and down straight draw. And 2 overcards to the board, only one of which will give him the best hand for the time being.
Don Massacre says, horrible play. The problem is that if villain bet and he check raise, he never hand bluff. Thank you, Don.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
I can talk about this now? All right, at the end of this hand, I got news for you.
Stick around, guys. Big news on the way. So a bet and a call on the flop. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Aguirre obviously wants to continue. 9.6. Like to see a larger size here if he has one. 5.4. Nice sizing there. Chunky, definitely putting some 9x to the test, some deuce x to the test. You know, hands like 6, 7 that have a gut shot on the flop that don't choose to check raise can fold the turn now as well. I'm not sure if Queen Jack is just a little bit too good for Saut to fold, but it is the kind of size that might still get the fold from the Queen High here. And there you go.
Nice one.
Gets it done.
Antoine Stewart, by the way, is just is a name that doesn't come up as often as it should, I think, when we talk about people who are consistently going deep in things and have stood the test of time. This guy's got a hell of a track record. All right, gang, here's the big news I was talking about. This is unprecedented. This is an unprecedented move. We're going to take the former secondary feature table, and after the break, we are going to move it to the main stage because it's coming back to the secondary feature table. Okay. It's coming back. That's even more unprecedented. To go from the secondary feature table back to the secondary feature table.
We're going to keep it going again, eh?
Because it's gotten even more stacked since we last saw it. We still got Eugenio Peralta. We still got Mason Pye. We still got Romain Bonicel. We've still got Ben Sprague. We've still got Griffin Benger. We've still got Adrian Lopez. We've still got Robert Greenberg. But filling in an empty seat at that table, and the reason why we're bringing it back to the secondary feature is because that seat has been filled by none other than Maria Ho.
Oh, my God.
So we've got 2 members of the commentary team, 1 Team Pro, 4 Platinum Pass winners, all at the same table. All will be at the secondary feature table after the break.
Very good work. Well spotted, team. Thank you for that. So the pre-flop action here was a raise and a call. Little blind v blind situation. Tissy in the chat says, anyone think Louis Theroux would make a good poker player? Yeah, I think so. I would love to see him playing more poker. Not sure if he's into the game or not, though. Huge Louis Theroux fan.
There are the chip stacks at our main feature table as they stand right now.
QB Sean says, I would love to hear Louis Theroux commentating poker. Absolutely. Just all-around pretty awesome guy. Big fan.
Paul K says, Staves would love to see you play in this tournament at a feature table. Here's the problem, guys. I don't think the poker world could handle the poker boom that I would cause if I got any time at a TV table in a 25K tournament. It just... The servers, the PokerStars servers would overload with people signing up for new accounts. The thing that I can't talk about where I played at a TV table, it was because the site melted down by how much of a poker boom it caused in the moment. It just wouldn't be fair. It's like how they wouldn't let the Harlem Globetrotters play in the regular NBA because they'd be bouncing the balls off people's heads. It'd be too crazy. Throwing a bucket of confetti on the other team. You can't have that. And that's why I can't play at the feature table here. But I appreciate the thought. Bine says, plan was to go to bed. Okay, I stay up late again. No sleep the whole week. Maria, Pie, Spraggy, WTF. Can't miss that.
Costabile with a very nice hand. Been very patient so far, picking his spots really well. Ace-Queen suited, opening UTG. Saud calls in the cutoff. Keeping it simple.
Position.
The Harlem Globetrotters are a fake basketball team, though. Nick, hold me back. Hold me back. All right, here we go. 2 very strong hands headed to the flop. Queen, Jack 8, pocket 10s, outflopped.
2,000.
Costabile leading for 2,000.
Yeah, obviously haven't seen him playing much cards, but so far his sizings and his approach to the game seems to be very, very strong.
So it does have a gut shot here. So a little more equity than normal after being outflopped. And Costabile checks this time. Oh, checks the neener and calls 2,000. Drawing dead on the turn. And my guess is Saud's going to go pretty big here. It's such a tough spot. I don't know if Costabile knows who Anton Saud is. But I know, look at that. He's so unhappy with this bet coming.
Antoine, show me. What did you have? Show me what you have. Show me your cards. Show me your cards, dude.
That's a fake.
No. So you're right. I should have been much more specific.
Good fold.
Really well.
Yeah, I think he plays his hand well.
I thought that...
From both of us.
that cost build might do the thing where you're like, oh, this is a pro, and he thinks he can bluff me off my hand and give it a thing. But
I have to say, I think so far it's just playing his own game. Doesn't seem to be in that zone at all. Seems to also kind of know how to bet size. And picking his pre-flop hands very nicely as well. Seems to know his pre-flop ranges.
I got to address this comment from Mr. Ferrols. It says, a 200-word essay due tomorrow, and I'm here watching Costabile playing poker. I mean, Nick, how long could it take to write a 200-word essay? I mean, what's wrong with this guy?
Has he not heard about AI bots yet?
That's like a 5-minute thing, guy. I can write 200 words. I'm doing it right now. 200-word essay, lol.
What is it called, guys? Chat GPT.
Chat GPT.
Yeah, there you go. 200-word essay. It'll write it for you. It's already literally past college exams.
Lamau, that's 3 minutes. Odyssey saying 200-word essay is a common joke. I don't think so. I think if it were, I would have heard of it by now.
Personal.
I think I would have heard of that if it was a joke.
It's personal. Making it personal.
I mean, that's crazy. 200-word essay. Who's ever even heard of that?
I wish. I sent 200-word text messages.
I think if that was a meme, I would have heard of it before.
Don't start, Joe. Oh, you're saying this is a bit. Now it's a bit now, Joe.
It is a bit. Anyone that thinks that I didn't know that was a meme just got memed harder than the original meme. You can go to my chat logs and see that I've done the meme.
Raise 1,800.
Cool.
Call.
Wow. Kosh Kinetic. Nobody's heard of Twitch memes because 1, only children know them, and 2, none of them are funny. Guess what? No children should be watching this stream. This is an adults-only stream. Thank you for your comment. All right, we got some hands here. Let's play some poker. Spain, USA, Costabile, Venezuela. One of the Snum Nom Snowmens for Costabile. Thank you. One of the original Platinum 5. This player has been waiting longer than anyone to play the PSPC. Venezuela, I'm referring to 944. Snowmen's. Frosty here. That's right. You guys wouldn't say I didn't. You wouldn't say this to my face that I didn't get the meme.
In the middle of the hand?
When I laugh.
When you laugh?
When I bluff.
Oh, when you bluff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it carries. Bluffing? Question mark? I don't know. It doesn't have the best hand, but not exactly bluffing, I guess.
I actually saved this question for you, Joe.
No, thank you.
Given your experience in Tinseltown.
Sure, yeah. I'm an expert. Let's go.
Do you think that being a professional actor makes you a better bluffer?
You would think so.
Yeah.
But not from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think there's one thing to pretend to be someone else, and then there's another thing to sincerely be shook up and not want to try to give anything away.
Yeah, I also just think that, like, part of acting is making the audience see your emotions.
And not hiding them.
Right. And
Okay.
so bluffing is just not having any emotions, and I don't think that that's necessarily an acting skill.
Okay, so let's say you're a really good actor.
That's what I mean. It was nice.
And is the trick to sell a completely different story, like show a lot of other emotion?
So I was talking to Arden Cho about this.
Check this.
11,000.
Unfortunately, she's already been eliminated.
Not friendly at all.
Not friendly. No, really not friendly.
11,000 come.
Huh?
Listen to David here.
11,000 is
just unfriendly. That's unfriendly. That's an unfriendly bet.
especially after the 2,000 before. He said before, I'm your friend, and then not anymore.
Yeah.
Crazy.
See, that's friendly.
3,000.
Perfectly friendly. Perfectly.
Folding is friendly.
Perfectly reliable, understandable.
It's great.
Good card, ace jack. So yeah, so I was talking to Arden Cho about this last night, and she said what she really likes about poker is, as a performer, that you're telling a story. You're telling a story with your hand, and it was when I spoke to her. First of all, I said, "Are you a good poker player or not?" And then she looks me dead in the eye and she goes, "I think what I'm best at is game selection." And I'm like, "Okay, you probably already know what you're talking about."
Okay.
You know, just right off the bat. Right. And then she ended up telling me that she plays pretty big cash games, like 100, 200 cash games in
Wow.
LA. Yeah. And she said that, you know, you're telling a story, so that what she does in her head is when she's running a bluff, she's just like pictures herself actually having the hand that she's representing.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And I believed her that she could do it, but I've not seen evidence of many other actors being able to pull that off.
Well, see, it could be that they have the exact same skill, but they don't recognize the fact that that's the strategy they should employ. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe they just don't know to try it.
Right. They just don't understand like what they're trying to represent, and therefore they don't know when to do it.
Also, I think a lot of them are in a position where they don't have to take poker very seriously.
That doesn't help, does it?
It's kind of like a jolly for them.
Yeah.
And so I think that when you really log a lot of hours at the table, I don't think that they can fake it because they haven't played enough.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah. Like they're not sophisticated enough to recognize that this is a spot where they even want to try and look super weak or something like that. Right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Anyway, guys, we lost the graphics there, but we're back. So ace jack.
I love Rory. He's so stressed out all the time. It's so good.
If you guys have never seen Rory play, he starts so put together. He's such a London gin, and by the end, he looks so disheveled.
He looks like he's playing for his last dollar.
He's really selling it, isn't he? And again, I'm not picking on Rory. I love Rory. It's because he really, really wants to be good at poker, and that face he's making right now is, am I going to regret this fold? Did I make a terrible mistake? Would Finton tell me? Would Spraggy tell you? Would Nick tell me that, definitely should have taken a different line?
And by the way, folding is the perfect move there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well done.
So we're going to the turn with some big draws for Kowalski. That is a miss. And Guitard's hand gets stronger. Beer Blazer weighs in on Twitch to say, acting is mostly all luck and some just who you know in the biz. Anyone can do it. I would definitely say your start in acting is definitely luck and it's definitely who you know a lot of the time. But acting itself is not easy and not everyone can do it.
Yeah.
It is actually quite difficult and is a genuine skill. Am I going to say it's difficult like being a coal miner or a brain surgeon? No. But it's not just pretending. There's a lot more to it than that, because believe me, I've tried. And this goes brick for Kowalski. And it does get a free showdown at least with King High. Not going to beat top pair though. Krusty says, I would be so embarrassed if I was an actor. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I actually can agree with one interpretation of that. I feel self-conscious when I'm acting. I'm like, oh, I have to pretend now. And I get a little, I'm like, oh, this is kind of embarrassing. Like to go into an audition room and pretend in front of a room full of people. It's weird. It's off-putting.
I don't think I ever had aspirations to be an actor, but I did a lot of drama as a kid, like a lot of drama. I did a lot of plays and stuff like that.
Well, that is acting, buddy.
Well, right. No, but what I'm saying is not for, not going in and auditioning like that, right? I was just put in parts. And,
sure.
And in that context, it's a lot easier to just switch it on, switch it off. But then when you're like, okay, cool, my name is Joe Stapleton. I'm auditioning for the part of janitor number 4.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, Joe.
I've never auditioned for a part that big. I just want to go on record. I've never gotten past janitor number 6.
Yeah, I think the embarrassment factor goes up, and I think actually I was a much better actor as a kid because I didn't have that embarrassment.
You didn't have the self-consciousness, yeah.
But then as I got older now, I have it very strongly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, guys.
Nice.
All right, here we go. Adrian Vinuela of the Platinum 5. got his platinum pass in Barcelona, 2019. It was a different decade.
Desi says it's a big part if it's Goodwill Hunting. Exactly.
And we are heads up to this flop. Vinuela not connecting with this board. Saud ahead and the favorite with 2 5s. What was this? What was this insult about me here? Is it good or is it mean? Ah, Joe walks in the audition room, sees only a black couch and a desk. All right, we've all seen the videos.
I liked you in that one, Joe.
Would you be comfortable with?
Getting out of the way. Nothing too spicy. Keeping it real. Keeping it simple. Bonk in the chat asking, why do they all cover their mouths? Because there's a thing called tells. Very frequently, it's not necessarily to cover the mouth, but it's more to cover the neck. Seeing someone's neck and their pulse can be a form of tells. It's kind of a comfort thing for some players too. You're just hiding part of your face and you're trying to give away as little as possible. And as a result of that, obviously giving away less to your opponents when you're in the hand.
I actually agree with Kosh Kinetic here. It says there's a lot of mouth-related tells. There's tons and tons of muscles in your mouth.
Sure.
Yes, your neck obviously is something that you literally can't control.
Yep.
Your heartbeat. Oh, you can. There are ways to slow your heart rate. But your mouth also just tends to give away little imperceptible muscle twitches.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And I think, you know, because people are so expressive in speech, right? That's kind of a way that we usually communicate. And it's obviously, like you said, something that we use to convey emotion. I think people very, very frequently give away a lot more than they think. So covering up both of those, very useful.
Chat's right says, can you chew chewing gum to hide tells? John Reisner famously chomped down on gum for hours and hours in the World Series of Poker, I believe, when he had that runner-up finish. Famously chewed gum at the final table. Gone to the turn here. We'll get those graphics back. There they are. Flush draw for both players.
Yeah, diamond on this river obviously will spell disaster for Saud. Will end up doing chips.
Oh, and Saud with the Raptor attack.
Wow.
Hits the out you didn't even know was there.
Yeah, there it was. Unexpected. You're quite right, Joe. And sure enough, the best hand. Given the action on the previous streets, though, does he find the call if he faces another bet? I don't know. Ace Queen of Diamonds doesn't really necessarily have to have a bluff here just because they gonna have the best hand so often. But he does decide to lead given the previous streets. And now Aguirre, obviously a bit of a weird situation. I think an ace-high call here isn't completely ridiculous.
No, this is such a great bet by Saud.
But does make the fold.
He just knows that there's going to be a lot of checkbacks.
Yeah, I mean,
knows that the 8 is good for some value.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, it's like we always talk about big pots. People like to see big pots and big moments, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually these little subtle spots that Saud's been doing that makes him so much better than everyone else, right? We saw that little value bet with the 8 on the river there. We saw that raise on 10, 10, 5, 6 river where he was just trying to get a little bit more value from the 5x. He was reading that river sizing to be weak. And it's just those little moments that some players just don't have that gives him such a much, much bigger edge, you know, over his opponents than others might find.
A little update on the chip counts here at the feature table.
9 pass. 1 pass.
And we're going to keep this feature table after the break. Slightly longer break coming up in 5 minutes. Dinner break.
Fixing.
Raise 1,600. 4 pass. Five pass. 6 pass.
Raceland asking how many total entries. We're dang near 1,000 at this point. 996. 996. Well, poor Rory, look at him. Just wounded all the time.
Still 77 bigs, buddy. You got a long way to go. Take it. I'm going to go give him a pep talk after this.
Thomas on YouTube says, can you guys give a shout out to my boy CK Ice? He cashed in his first tournament yesterday. Okay, so I'm an old man. I don't really know what a shout out is. Is it something along the lines of like
22?
I don't know. CK Ice, what's up? How's it going? Joe's table to Nick Walsh.
Yeah.
And I heard your boy Thomas told me that you cashed in your first poker tournament. That's awesome. Congratulations. Would that be like a shout out?
Something like that.
I don't do those. I would never do that. Sorry.
I do need to give a shout out to my family watching in the States, though. They've banded together.
You can give a shout out if you want. It's not for me.
Hello to everybody tuning in. Kowalski here in the cutoff. Ace-Jack off.
Queen 5-5.
Ace-Jack's still the best hand. King-9 obviously defending that big blind, but now no improvement.
Chad Bro Chill 17 is saying you just did it, Joe. What is he talking about?
I don't know. You don't do that sort of thing, Joe. So, guys, he just told you he doesn't do shout-outs. What are you talking about?
Hugh Win Kong is also saying you just did it, Joe. Did what? Are they saying I gave a shout-out? I would never. No, I don't like that.
He just told you he doesn't do shout-outs.
It's not something I would do.
What are you talking about?
It's unprofessional, first of all. Just 3 minutes left on this level. I think you were making a point earlier, Nick, about sort of the way the play is going right now. And I just want to remind everyone, we typically
don't need too much.
Don't show coverage from day one.
You're gonna
And
change? You're
the
gonna put on your
dynamic,
tux?
as you're saying, like these little pots, these spots, that they're very important, even though they don't seem like they're, you know, very significant. That's how
No,
day
you've got
one
your tux.
goes.
I know your tux is going to be awesome.
It's just slowly accumulating chips.
They're all
Obviously,
here.
survival is the most important part. Second most
after
important
dinner,
part is
evening,
to run your stack up so that when the big pots happen, you can survive them.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, you know, having an extra 20 big blinds where you can try and stack some of the short stacks is exactly how it's done. You want to be in a situation where the chips that you risk do not represent your tournament life, and the way you do that is by winning more chips than your opponents over time. And a lot of these little small pots that I'm pointing out and trying to draw attention to, you know, they're not changing anyone's life, right? They aren't, as individual pots, going to win you the tournament, but on aggregate will stack you in a way where you can actually go on to go deep in these fields. And just noticing those little moments is so, so important because a lot of people overlook them and they don't realize that those are spots where there can be more value or spots where they might have leaks. And it's plugging those leaks and finding that extra value that makes people exceptionally good at poker.
And we've checked our way all the way from the flop to the river. We know Gary has a pair of trays, at least a pair of deuces for Nielsen. And it looks like Gary is going to try to value bet. No, I guess it went check, check. I saw him reaching for chips, but then cards just went on their backs. And the pair of threes is good. Maybe get one more hand in here. Oh!
Maybe it was a bluff.
One more main table hand, but we got outer table hand. Gotaga, the French streamer, up against Robert Goldberg. Remember Robert Goldberg from earlier? Cards on their backs. Sevens versus ace jack. And it looks like Robert Goldberg has been eliminated. And Gotaga, Gotaga, up to 65,000, just back above starting stack. It's going to make the French audience quite happy. Where's Antoine Sau going? Is he eliminated? Oh my, there's so many eliminations. What did we miss? 3 people are leaving the table. Oh, it's dinner time. Jeez.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Kowalski.
You're hungry?
Going to raise David Costabile's big blind. He wants to go to dinner. He's not going to defend ace-7 off. What are you, nuts?
Oh, what a great table, Joe.
Thank you. What did you have?
Thank
you. You didn't have better than ace-7.
Come on, talk to Wags. Tell Wags what you had.
Depends on the flop.
Yes. I've never had, this is my first time playing.
Talk to Wagsy.
It is.
Dinner break is 70 minutes for those asking. Well, we got lots of great break content. You don't have to leave. The best hands from today, which I think there was one pot that was like 800-900.
Yeah.
So you guys should stick around from level 1. There was a 6 big blind pot played very early in the day. We're going to show you that one. Still a hand in progress at the secondary feature table. Yeah, and remember, we're getting a new one of these. Markish, the nut flush, and Cardo in the tank with a pair of 9s. This is not worth eating into your dinner break, bro. Purely a bluff catcher. And Cardo lets it go. And I believe that's going to conclude all of our action everywhere. Pedro Markish had a little run in the main event. Obviously looking to go further here. And this massive field, 823 players remaining, all heading to break. Have some dinner. Dinner, it's what's for dinner. Feature table gonna stay exactly the same, but let me remind you that the secondary table is gonna be Mason Pye, Ben Sprague, Griffin Benger, Adrian Lopez, Robert Greenberg, and Maria Ho. More from the PSPC 2023 after dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Baha Mar in Nassau. Are you ready for the second edition of the Ultimate Poker Tournament? A battle between Platinum Pass winners and pros, including the reigning undefeated champion in the PSPC, Ramon Colillas. And now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time to go to war on the black belt battlefield of champions for the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Let's shuffle up and deal!
So Ramon, the defending champ, on the main stage. Hand number 2 of the PSPC. He is raising with the Snowmens, and Alexandra Botez has pocket 5s in the big blind, and it looks like we're going to see our first flop of the day. 788 players registered so far, but that number going up literally every few seconds. And we have got a King-Queen-10 flop.
Not a super exciting board for either of these players. I would have to give the advantage to Ramon, both experience-wise and hand-wise. He's winning right now. It looks like Alex is going to lead at this. All right, I was wrong, and I am happy to be wrong. First blood amateurs.
Check, check on the flop. The lead from Botez on the turn, and Ramon folds the best hand. So every player starts with 60k, so suffice to say, after 2 hands, everyone's around the 60k mark, which is 300 big blinds, opening level being 100, 200. Blinds in the PSPC go up every 60 minutes, so we play 2 levels and a break. 2 levels and a break. 8 levels to be played today, and now it's 791 on the clock.
Okay, Andrea, if you're watching this, if I win this one, I promise I will get you a Tesla this time. That's my younger sister.
I think I was going to change my name to Andrea. I want a Tesla.
So Nick, I want to talk about this guy, Platinum Pass winner Josef Spolbar. I understand this is the Black Elf on Twitch, who is a regular in your streams.
Yeah, absolutely. You actually beat me to it. I was going to follow up and just say, guys, don't forget, this is one of the very rare occasions when we're starting from day 1. And obviously, starting from day 1, probably the best opportunity for us to see such a wide array of players that may otherwise not make it this deep, or perhaps don't get the opportunity because we're stacking our tables with so many pros for the feature, right? So Black Elf has been a friend of mine for a very long time, big supporter of the stream, and I'm so excited that he's on our first feature.
Are you excited to see him flop a flush draw?
This is the most exciting flush draw I've ever seen in my life now.
However, it is top pair for Alexandra Botez, who called out of the small blind.
Let's name check Henry Strasser there.
He's folded. So Josef Spolbar is calling this lead from Botez, 1,000 apiece. We go to the turn, which is the 9 of spades, giving Alexandra 2 pair.
But more outs for Spolbar.
Yes, has the open-ended straight draw in addition to the flush draw.
Wow, really interesting to see she slows down when she makes the 2 pair. I think this is definitely an opportunity for Josef to go ahead and fire.
6,000.
Oh, the check raise.
Wow, he falls into her trap. 2,300 is the bet.
Now, I'll just point out, guys, obviously Alexandra plays a lot of chess. That check raise was like a time, it was like a clock, right? She had to slap the clock.
So she's made it 6K. I mean, you have to call here. You've got decent equity, and we go to the river.
Come on, buddy.
It is a brick, the 3 of hearts.
Let's see if Alex can find the...
And with busted draws, Josef is going to have to fold this. And that's 2 in a row for Alexandra Botez.
I really, really want to keep an eye on that, James. It was like watching her play chess. She made her move like she was playing blitz. She slapped that clock down on him. And I wonder if we're going to see more of that, you know, more of that style of play. She's so used to playing the chess. Ramon just knows, he's just so good. He's there like, oh, man, what am I going to do for the next 5 days? Oh, that's right. I'll be sitting at these tables all the way to the final, like I do every tournament I play.
Johnny the intern on YouTube, very excited to see David Kay at the feature table, Michigan-based streamer. But this is going to be Ramon versus Henry, and it is domination rotation question mark?
Yeah,
yes, Strasser has top pair, but Ramon's got solid equity with the flush draw.
Guys, remember, this is a 3-bet pot, so this could get spicy, although they are incredibly deep. They're like 300 big blinds deep. How often in a tournament are you ever 300 big blinds deep?
Is it really 300 big blinds to start this tournament? Also great. How fun is that for an amateur? It's a lot of play.
So, a lot of play. A lot of danger, too.
Ramon continues flop for 1,200. Strasser check raises relatively small neck, 2,600.
Yeah, he's going absolutely nowhere. He's got a monster on this flop, plus the backdoor straight draws. Obviously, a king on the turn would be a really interesting one, giving Strasser 2-pair when Ramon makes what he thinks is going to be the best hand on the turn quite frequently. Although, obviously, concerned given the check raise. And that's exactly the card we see.
Are you from the future?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
So Strasser improves to 2-pair. Ramon now with top pair. Still has those draws.
Just checking the chip values. Definitely take your time here, buddy. You don't want to make mistakes in spots like this.
By the way, yesterday, I was very much focused on the Datani Daytona. Today, I'm loving the Strasser Santos.
And what is a Santos?
It's a watch.
Oh, someone I know is wearing one right now. I know it's a watch. If that's the brand, that's the make or the model.
Cartier.
Thank you.
I could tell you the story behind it, but you've heard it before, and I don't want to bore everyone.
Ooh, Strasser.
Good watch yarn.
13.8 in the middle. I'd like to see a really, really chunky riverbed here. I mean, feels like you got him on the reel at this point. You've got a really strong hand. You're not going to run into deuces and fours here. Ramon's just not going to be 3-betting those pre-flop at this stack depth.
There goes for a third pot.
Yeah, he's always getting paid here, too.
Probably could have gone a little bigger based on Ramon's actual holding, but I guess you may be a little bit worried that one straight came in, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. But again, I'm not sure if Ramon's going to be 3-betting a hand like Queen 10 too often from this position. I don't know. Maybe. It's not completely outrageous.
Yeah, probably not.
I think Ramon kind of knows this sucks for him here. I like that he's thinking about it. I think he knows he's got the price is too good to fold.
Such a snap call for so many people. The fact that he's even thinking about this is just another testament to what a fantastic player this dude is.
He really is something special.
What's that one, James?
I'm not sure.
Does anyone know what kind of watch has a 12 at the top?
Makes the call, as you'd expect. King Jack's going to be the best hand here.
Almost folded.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So Ramon is now the shortest stack at the table. He's only got 211 big blinds, Nick. He's in the... No, he's fine. David Kay with deuces under the gun has raised to 500. Ramon is flattered with King 10 of diamonds. Folded around to Henry Strasser in the big blind. He's got Jack 8, getting a good price.
400. Oh, well, not for 5. There we go.